can't see what I see.
Ladies and gentlemen, what's going on? Welcome back to Series E Apex Legends. My name is Yeso. I'm your host here as always and excited to kick off our qualifiers for season number 4. Season 3 was an absolute blast, finishing up with Team Intel coming out on top. And I'm just going to pat myself on the back for that one because that was my pick at the start of the season. They had an incredible run, and now we're getting ready for the next generation of pros to come in. Those top 4 teams did qualify. They will get to hang out, come back, compete once again in Season 4. But now there are new spots opened up for anybody at home to try and come out, qualify, grab that sponsorship, and get into Series E for this next season. We're super excited about it. We got a crop of fresh talent here coming out to compete. We've got 4 weeks of qualifiers that start off here today. All these teams duking it out to try and finish at the top of that leaderboard at the end of these 4 weeks to qualify for the next season. So super excited about all of that. We had 2 lobbies to start things off today. Those have just finished up their first 5 games. That will whittle us down to the 20 teams that will compete in our finals lobby here tonight. So very stoked to see the action get back underway. I've missed Apex, get a couple of weeks off here, but ready to get back into all of it. I'll be here today breaking down our players of the game, talking about the storylines, giving you guys a little bit of insight on everything that's going down. So excited about that. But we also got a couple of great casters returning, our good friends Jamerson and Tom T Squared Taylor. So very much looking forward to seeing them, getting to hear them break down all of the action. So I hope you guys are excited about it. If you've never seen Series E though, I can break it down for you, okay? Series E is a professional Apex Legends open circuit that absolutely anyone can join, okay? Our teams make it through our open qualifiers. They earn a sponsorship, okay? And what that means is you get to play for one of our sponsored brands. You get paid $750 a month, and you compete weekly for points and prize money, okay? If you and your friends want to get in on the fun, make sure to head over to matcherino.com/ESA for a shot at being a future Series E Pro, okay? And you can get in for qualifiers again tomorrow. We'll have them Tuesday and Wednesday night for the next 4 weeks, so get in on that. matcherino.com/ESA, all right? Look, we got 5 games ahead of us for our finals lobby here tonight. The 20 teams that have qualified for the finals lobbies have been set, and I'm ready to get into the action. Production's going to give me the thumbs up when we're ready to go to the casters, and they're already ready. So let's do it. Let's kick off qualifiers for Season 4 right now.
Series E.
Series E.
Series E.
Series E.
Series E.
Apex Legends.
Apex Legends.
Series E. Apex Legends starts right now. All right, what's up, Series E fam? Welcome back. This is the Series E Season 4 first week of qualifiers, and of course, to bring you all the actions, myself, Jamerson, joined alongside Tom T Squared Taylor once again for Season 4. I'm super excited. How are you doing, Tom?
I'm doing great, man. I had to step up my camera game so I could, be on your level now. So I'm feeling good now that we're here in Season 4, because it's an opportunity to see a lot of these new and up-and-coming players as we go through the qualifiers, and everyone knows how relegations go as we just wrapped up Season 3. But it seems like just yesterday where Season 3 ended.
Yeah, it's been a crazy ride that over the last year, we've been able to really help and set a sort of foundation for the Apex Legends community. We've seen teams come and go, but what we've seen most importantly of all has been growth. So many of our squads that have competed here in Series E throughout the first 3 seasons have now qualified their way into the ALGS Pro League. So I'm super excited about the work that we've been able to do here. And I'm super thankful, of course, for Esports Arena and all of our partners that have been able to make this happen. Now let's go ahead and talk about what we're here for today. We have 5 spots on the line, and so it's going to come down to 8 nights of play over the next 5 weeks, where we have 5 partnered spots on the line. But we're going to be running this a little bit more similar to how the ALGS did. 16 cumulative spots were opened up for the ALGS. We're going to do something similar. 5 spots are opened up across the next few weeks. You're going to try and compete, gain as many points as possible, and secure your spot on one of our partner teams. Tonight, though, we do have, of course, 5 qualification matches. Teams have already played their first round of qualifiers. This is where the points count, though. As long as you make it to the main event each night, that's where the points start adding up. And so we do also have $500 just as a little extra stimmy for our teams competing today. $500 on the line, $350 going to first place, and $150 going to second place. And Tom, nothing's really changing here in terms of the point system.
Yeah, not at all. You got to keep that typical ALGS point system. But again, it's just so important for these teams to get into Series E for so many different reasons. One, you get one of these awesome partnerships with all of our partners, but you also get to practice. You get the money on top of that. You get to stick with your teammates because there's so much turnover in terms of esports and just Apex in general, especially just first-person shooters in general. So getting something like this and getting this under your belt is just really what you work for in all of these ranked games. And it's all about having fun too. But this is where it starts. If you want to be in the ALGS, if you want to really get into it like you were talking about, a majority of our teams are in the Pro League, this is where all that practice comes into play.
Yeah, and again, we got to see some incredible growth. Our first place team of Series E Season 3, that was Team Intel, ended up being the first team to qualify with the ALGS qualifiers. And, you know, their performance on that first week of qualifiers was definitely what we were expecting of them, and it was great to see. So I'm glad that we're going to be having them back. We're going to be able to see them on ALGS as well. This is just more and more opportunity for growth for a lot of these teams, for a lot of these players. So again, another season. We got so many partners. We got so many hopefuls here that are looking to grab up a spot in our Series E season number 4. Now, we are just getting match 1 set up underway, and we'll find out who the teams are in just a moment. But you have to imagine, you know, the relegated teams, they're looking, of course, to get back into Series E.
So I'm curious of seeing what the teams and the players look like for a lot of different reasons. One, so we can actually see who's going to be rising to the top. But I also want to have a side bet with you, Jamerson, and with the chat as well on who's going to be our best rat of Series E through the qualifiers. There's always one, Jamerson. There's always one rat. I think Z Davis was our best rat. You know, the season before we had Ronnie, who was Rat Boy Ronnie for a while. So there's a rat out there. There's a rat out there somewhere. We're going to find out who it is.
Yeah, I think season 1 was Kubsky as well. And there's always that one. I mean, it was kind of interesting because once it came to like season 3, Ronnie changed up his style. He was no longer having to rat as often as we did see in season 2. So we'll see. As we do populate, of course, the teams, our admins are working on that right now. But we got a lot of players, of course, vying for a spot. Again, here's the stakes, right? If you make it into Series E, Season 4, that means you and your teammates will be securing $750 each in salary per month. You'll get all the nice things that come with, of course, being on the partner squads, like extra swag and such. And here we go. We do have our look at the teams. And so a lot of names, of course, that we're going to be familiar with. Buff Pathfinder, another squad that did secure themselves a spot in the ALGS. Also looking at a team like Shame Assist, along with Team Select, actually. That one looks absolutely insane. Matt Pickett, Aves, and Fat Brew Ninja. How about yourself, Tom?
Yeah, Select stands out for sure. I'm also looking at the left side too because I was looking at Buff Pathfinder, RCO, and then Gamers. You have Petty Boss and Cody Muffins Petty as well too on that left-hand side. Garrett's pretty strong, so that left-hand side looks really, really stacked. There's a lot of solid players in here. We have Midnight coming through playing with Mochi as well and with Trinal. So there's so many solid players and teams in here. I can't wait to see who's actually going to step it up.
Yeah, another team that did actually secure a spot in the ALGS, we're looking at Otama. They had a big run in the last 2 qualifiers, so Dank and Vize there, along with Hero Delivers. So a lot of names that are just looking for more and more solidarity in terms of rosters and being able to get the practice, and of course, just the extra kind of funding to keep it going throughout all this. Because you have to remember, in the ALGS, it's going to be the top 20. There are 40 teams in each region, but I believe it's only the top 20 that will be placing into the money for that one. So nothing guaranteed quite yet for being in the ALGS. And so if you can get that extra little bit of stimmy, $750 a month for the next 3 or 4 months, that will be a huge boon to your competitive career.
That's always how it's been. You have to place inside the top 20, but you also need to make sure that you're really placing inside that kind of top 10 area. And I think that that's what everyone really strives to be at, where you can start being inside the big names and put yourself in a position to win a tournament. Because if you're not really pushing for, top 40 and then eventually top 20 and then top 10 and for the win, then you're not really ever going to, move on and accomplish your goals. So I know a lot of these players have their eyes not just set on qualifying, but winning a tournament, because we saw Congarna come out and, not win. And now they come and get signed under 100 Thieves after winning the championship. And that's just phenomenal for them, from going from a team that was sitting in that area, that 10-15 area. And then they step up on the biggest platform ever and win a tournament. And we've seen teams go and do that and upset. Yes, like TSM, all these teams are going to be very consistent, but Apex does have so many solid players and teams. And there is just a little bit of that RNG factor when you come to circles and just Battle Royale in general, that it's really anyone's game.
Yeah, and with the signing of Congarno onto 100 Thieves, I mean, it goes to kind of really reflect the revolving door that has become Series E. Teams come, teams go. They make their way on up to the Tier 1 organizations, but they definitely, of course, use us as a platform to boost them up and help them get to basically where they stand now. So super exciting, again, to see all this growth. Really excited to see what the future holds. Or teams like Team Intel, who have been making a huge name for themselves over the last few months and such. And I'm glad that we have this platform to be able to provide them that kind of support to get there. Again, that's what these teams are playing for. They, like I said, we have $750 salaried positions for the 5 teams that make it through our qualifiers. How do our qualifiers work? Well, it's going to be a cumulative base, no longer just if you're first in the lobby at the end of the night, you secure a spot. It's going to be all 5 spots secured by the end of the qualifying season, which will take place over the next 4 or 5 weeks. So right now, we're just getting game number 1 set underway. We have 5 games ready to play. Now let's go ahead and talk about maybe the kind of shifting in metas. I know when we talk about EU and NA, there are some drastic changes, but we're starting to see, some cryptos coming into play, a lot of caustics, of course, and some teams starting to move away from the Valkyrie now that the qualifiers are over.
Well, also because the more Valkyries that you add into the play, just the worse it gets. And you saw so many different people kind of complaining about how random teams will just fly on top, and teams that are unexperienced with Valkyrie, and they see a team like Team Intel do so well with it, but they don't understand. Intel's practiced that so much that it's something that they've continued to work on. And it is kind of a grief when you just go and full send it onto a team. So I've always thought Crypto was extremely strong. Crypto was the strongest when his EMP wouldn't even slow your teammates inside of that area. So I love watching a good Crypto play. I still also think that, I would love to see Pathfinder, because we have buff Pathfinder in here. I want to know what your favorite team names are, because we got literally Vibin right there. We got Squid Games there, and then we got buff Pathfinder. Those are my 3 favorite team names, but I'm always a big fan of Caustic. I'm always a big fan of Crypto.
It's always going to be buff Pathfinder, because my boy needs some love. My boy needs some love. He doesn't have an actual passive.
To buff Pathfinder.
Please, I would love that. I mean, if we can get that trending on Twitter, that would be fantastic. But I don't know. I just feel like everyone thinks, he like Pathfinder is still good if you're, just kind of solo playing, right? Like his movement, his mobility feels great. And, yeah, it's fantastic. But in terms of competitive play, he just doesn't offer as much. We saw a small resurgence of him, right? Around the beginning of Series E, like Season 3, where teams were utilizing the zipline a little bit more, and it was great to see, but it did not last for that long. It kind of died really quickly. So I would like to see him gain an actual passive instead of just having the recon passive. Where 4 legends now can actually scan beacons. He needs something a bit more than that. So hopefully,
that's when it all went downhill,
he can actually get something. It actually was.
That was the start of the downward spiral for Pathfinder once everybody started to scan.
No, I remember on Season 1 Kings Canyon, right, or even Season 0, before really a lot of competitive things were taking place. I mean, the composition that you ran was Wraith, Bangalore, Lifeline. And then Bangalore ended up getting replaced by Pathfinder because teams were learning how to play center circle, and they needed that ring information. The fact that he had the added benefit, of course, of having the zip and offering some different rotation paths was a benefit. But more than anything else, when teams were still learning the circles, his passive, which was exclusive to him, was actually the biggest cause for him to actually come into the meta. So I would like to see some more love for him because I love his movement. I've been playing him since day one, basically, of Apex Legends. So I want to see a lot more of him. Some of the biggest names in Apex Legends, really, we're making their names on Pathfinder. I mean, if we take a look at Albert Laley, he was the one that was just kind of just rocketing in with that grapple, really completely inting, but still living. It was actually fantastic.
Yeah, people like that, watching like Asu, watching Hal, et cetera, play certain characters, like watching them play on Wraith, watching Alberto play on Pathfinder. In my opinion, they really just set the bar of like how Apex's movement was to be. So to me, that's why they deserve all the credit in the world, and they still continue to put on a really good show. But I remember getting the first lobbies with these guys and playing with them on my team, and just being like, holy cow, especially playing on controller, going and watching their mouse and keyboard movement. I was like, these guys are just moving on a whole nother level. And it was really awesome to see. And yeah, the meta got a little bit stale with, Watson consistently coming in there. And I think we're in a really, really good spot right now. But I really think when we talk about Pathfinder, his ability to outplay without having too much of a kit and just really having that grapple is really what is exciting about him, because it's such an instant play that it's really exciting to watch. And we don't have any instant plays like that anymore because you have Wraith with the Q taking a little bit longer, et cetera, et cetera. And a lot of people are relying on their abilities just a little bit too much. So yes, he was extremely strong at a certain point, but still would like to see him get back somehow into the competitive meta.
Yeah, the great thing about his ability was that it was just a movement, right? It was something that you can use to reposition, to get yourself out of a fight. It wasn't something that added that much benefit, where ultimately it was about putting yourself in position to make your gunplay shine more than anything else. And that's what I loved about Pathfinder, being able to really shine with your gunplay. I mean, squads really express themselves with that legend extremely well. I would love to see more of that. I mean, even going back to GSD or Nasky, Strafe, and Dell, back in the day when Strafey was on that Pathfinder as well. Like, they still played center circle extremely well with when they had Nasky on the Watson. They didn't have to rely really upon the ring because he was just so goddamn smart about it. But being able to really see those fraggers open up with that legend was absolutely fantastic. Right now, we're still waiting on game number 1, so thank you all for sticking with us. We'll get that underway very shortly here, as again, a lot is on the line. We have 5 games that will be played tonight. And it's all about accumulating points across these qualifiers. It's going to be the top 5 squads across all those weeks. This is nothing they're strangers to. This is what they have been doing in the ALGS to secure themselves a spot in that top 40 to play in the Pro League. So we're just continuing on with that theme. We're continuing on with that kind of format, although it's just 5 games tonight. Then we'll have another 5 qualifying games tomorrow night, where teams will be able to secure their points. But along the way, of course, we're also handing out prize money. So $500, again, sticking with that 5 theme, $350 going to first place, and $150 going to second place. So we're giving them a little bit more to play for. This is also the similar stakes that they'll have throughout the regular season, where every night we have $500 on the line. So again, just trying to provide as much support for the Apex community, the foundation for the Apex Legends community here, especially as a stepping stone into the Pro League. As right now, of course, you've got, 3-4 months of Pro League that we're looking forward to. So it's very slim pickings in terms of opportunities to try and make your name known. And a lot of these squads, they do start off here in Series E.
I really think the crazy thing about the season kind of starting too is we're going to be in a really, really intense area, and then we kind of get into the holidays, and it's always interesting to see who kind of the pros playing at that type of level. They really just kind of eat their Thanksgiving dinner and then go back to practicing. So that's the amount of hours that they're putting in. So I'm curious to see who's going to kind of excel through that time and who's going to kind of, take a break, and both can end up being very, very useful. Sometimes you don't have to play all the time, and it is really important to go and take that time off. And a lot of these players don't really get time off. So it's going to be really interesting to see who's going to end up stepping it up here. And also what the meta, like you were talking about, is going to be specifically for these qualifiers that are coming up right now. And how many crypto caustics will we see? What's going to be the compositions that we see? I still think that crypto is one of the harder legends to go and use. And a lot of these times you are only playing with teammates that you don't have that much experience. Sometimes you've played with these players for years. Sometimes these are teams that just got formed. That's hard for a crypto to kind of come in there and say, hey, you're going to play crypto unless you've known and played with these guys for a long time.
Yeah, the crypto, we've seen even some of the best teams really struggle foundationally with that legend, with that play style. A lot of the times, you have to play center zone with it, especially if you're running that caustic, which means you need to be out of your POI by the 2-minute mark instead of the normal 1:30 for a lot of the squads that have that movement that can maybe rely upon a balloon or the Valkyrie ultimate to get themselves into center zone. With that crypto caustic, you need to be on the move, and that means you're going to be out of loot and now out of time. It might be LKM, as Fearing is the only one alive for his squad. It's absolute monarchy contesting them here. Stomps showing up with Dank and Hero. So that's going to be the first team going down in this lobby.
That's really big. I mean, coming in and getting the first 50-50 is so big for your confidence, but that's another really solid team as well. And while that's happening, you are going to have some additional knocks going on with some more 50-50s. Fat Perkins and Matt Pickett are getting into it over towards the side. There's going to be knocks from both teams over here too. So two 50-50s, and that's what you can kind of anticipate from the first game, is a lot of different teams going and contesting as another team is showing up to the fray over here. Now Otama, looks like they're getting third-partied or highly contested in this spot.
It's an extremely fast third party there, and you have to imagine that you should have been able to scout that one, as Stomps is going to try and get away on that gondola now. And so he might have an opportunity. He is, of course, on the Octane here. So once he gets his jump pad, maybe he jumps back in, grabs the banners, and gets out. But these caustic traps are going to make it difficult. It doesn't seem like this team wants to stick around to camp the banners. They're happy with just picking up some kill points and moving along their way, as they do finish off Crispy Bacon at this point. So there should be an opportunity to pick this one up. If we take a look at the map in just a moment, as the action has slowed down, we'll see how long they can camp these banners for.
Let's scan this area.
I'm pretty sure they're going to camp this the whole time, because those are two teams potentially coming through and maybe getting reses and coming through behind you on your rotation. And you want to try to clear out this south side. You can see how many teams are on this south side here, Jameson.
That banner. Full 3-man right above Rar Teehee at this point, and they're trying their best to lurk. But as we move on over to Landslide, it looks like Sheamus just find themselves in a fight. Spaceman is the first one to go down. Koala picks that one up, and he was in there on that Valkyrie. Sumo getting thermited out, has to back off, forced to bat up as Xenox will go ahead and take the front line. Bubble down. Now it's the 3v2 on the other side. Sheamus is going to try and utilize these nades. The Air Burst might actually catch off these teams, but they just back away instead. Slow playing this one. They don't really need to force the issue. So Sumo going to try to change up his angle, but it's still a 2v3 up against them now. Arcstar in. This might be the big opening for them, but it looks like the squad avoids a lot of that. But oh no, one player's caught out trying to loot, almost goes down. The Sussy Bakas have to be careful.
The Sussy Bakas, that's a pretty funny team name. I like how everyone's kind of spread out over there, but wow, if Sheeny goes down to that R301, that could have been huge for the opposite side. Sumo had some really, really solid shots right there, did whatever possible, and also was chucking some pretty good arc stars throughout that, and Shinny playing a little risky. Going to try to survive over here with some more cells. As Koala and Mika is going to put down some cover fire, but they're in the middle of the open right now, so they got to be pretty careful, and I like this play. They call for the bubble. They're going to redeploy on out of there. That was not a good spot to be in, especially with all the heat that they just took from fighting.
Yeah, they got a KP. They got some loot out of it as well, and so that's what's going to top them off for the mid game. But here's Team Tonka now, playing on the edges all the way down here by Thermal. They got a player in their sights hitting for Flesh, and they will be able to finish them off. They've already secured at least 4 kill points here, and so they can continue to lurk around as we join on board with RCO over at Countdown. Bubble res does come out to get Holiday back into it, but it's not going to be a gold bag res, and now he needs to take the time to heal up as they back away into the office building. They do have the caustic and the traps already set up, and with the ring pulling up this way, they should be safe to just completely stabilize. It was just very scary to have one going and down just outside of their building, but here we go. It looks like Nando will be able to secure himself a cargo bot. It's going to be a purple one. Hopefully a nice upgrade to that bolt, and does not like what he sees, decides he's just going to go back in.
I don't like what I see either, Nando. I would have waited for the gold, man, see what he could have got right there. Could have been a gold bag for, more cover for your brothers over here. He's going to throw down the bubble for some crafting. But RCO, one of our teams that consistently come into Series E, I would be so stoked to see them continue to play over here and possibly qualify, because we saw what they were made of towards the tail end of Season 3. This is a team that plays a lot, they grind a lot, they just really haven't had their breakthrough moments, and maybe this could be it. They have a lot of loot, they have that, again, crafting station there, and they have the right composition for this one. The caustic is going to be perfect for covering these doors, and they're going to be able to just get whatever they want with all those armor swaps inside as well.
Yeah, and we're seeing the focus now coming out from all the squads that want to play for this zone, pulling up towards Countdown, but you know, we've seen a lot of these rings pulling out into that open field between Countdown and Landslide, so a lot of focus being put down on that area, trying to get maybe the fence line on the north side, just outside of the tunnel, trying to get the sniper post as well, and some teams might be punished. Of course, we're that south rotation coming out from Landslide, if this ring continues to pull to the north, can be absolutely punishing. But for right now, RCO are just able to have a field day, just continuing to online shop. I mean, you know, that's been the majority of my pandemic experience, and they're just continuing that now. But as we join on with literally vibing over here at Lava, they do have a team actually stuck inside the house for now, looking for an entry here, and there are lots of ways you can approach this building. We'll see if they try to get the climb ups, try to get the peeks through the window for now, but it looks like more than anything else, they really want to secure this beacon building, and this team is just the thorn in their side.
Yeah, I think this is really smart, because then they're going to get the scan onto round 3, and they could Valkyrie redeploy typically to another solid spot. But the Wingman EVA 8 combo here is something that you have to have really confidence in, and you have to have you know, a lot of great pressure with this Wingman. Otherwise, you're going to get R301. You're going to hit with a lot of these automatic weapons. So it's nice to see our Series E qualifying teams rocking this Wingman, because I still think that's one of my favorite weapons by far. Good grenades inside of the trailer right there. Look at all these Wingman gamers busting them out. You don't really see this.
Yeah, one knock going down into Midnight, but that's a different fight. As they are making their way in, they've got the knock. They want to push up, but again, these bubbles can make it extremely difficult, but there's the EVA 8. Garrett gets the knock, and that's going to be the finish off onto that squad, the +3. And this is a very important fight for them to win, especially as clean as they did, because Petty Boss was on the hunt with this squad. Has to queue out. There's the bubble for Muffins as well, but that team might instantly turn onto it. Muffins might not have to throw down a preemptive thermite, but instead they'll just walk this one back as they have that port. And so now they are on the back foot for a moment as they reset themselves, but they still at least maintain position over the beacon building here. And so that's the primary focus for them more than anything else.
Petty realized, well, I took way too much damage over here as I was trying to peek, and he did get it out of there pretty quickly. The portal was utilized. You saw the phase being utilized as well. Everyone gets out of there. Muffin's also having the discipline to hold on to the defensive bombardment, because he understands the situation. If he tosses that, his bubble was already down. They still have their bubble plus plenty of cover in there, so that would have been a wasted utility. So I like that play. Petty Boss making up for that mistake, getting out of there immediately. And now they take this high ground. There's not that big of a rush. Again, if you're playing edge, then you're going to be stuck on the edge over here. Gamers, though, stuck inside of another fight inside of one of these blue trailers. It's going to be NME going down, and Crummy's just wondering how he's going to deal with all this caustic gas inside the door.
Yeah, they try to get into the God spot here for this ring. Port out from Ack, gets them right back on top of that sniper post. And so these were some of the positions that we were talking about, and the Joy Boys are showing up for that third party. Crummy getting finished off, and now 2 players left inside the truck as they try to go for that res. But this is going to be an easy peek out for Aj as he almost finishes him off, but Ack decides to allow them to get that res now. Aj, will he be able to get back safely? Gaines is going to go in, should have the bubble res for him up. Does he get pushed by the squad, or is it just going to be a ceasefire as both of them want to go for the res?
Meanwhile, Muffins is getting some knocks over towards the side. Crummy gets the kill, and then remember, Ack goes and puts that portal down, and Crummy, I believe, got flushed out too, so he accidentally took the portal back and got stuck on the ground. So unfortunately, Ack's going to have to just be fighting with one other teammate over there, but you got to give credit when credit's due. Staying on top of the sniper pole right there, coming down, getting the portal down, and actually going for the res while getting the kill was super impressive.
Yeah, we'll see. There are, of course, mobile respawn beacons that can be in play to get people in, and it seems like, unfortunately, we might be having server error. We'll give it just a second here as it reestablished itself. So let's go ahead and take stock of where we're at in the game now. It's 13 squads left. And we have about 4 players missing. So a lot of teams right now playing it out as a duo. Gamers going to be one of them, along with the Joy Boys that we just saw. They at least have secured the banners. We'll see if they have a mobile respawn beacon or if they can just maybe rotate out to go for the res. But Gamers, of course, can play up here in the sniper post. This is one of the god spots, but we'll have to take a look at ring number 3 to see exactly where this one goes, to see how well this plays out for them.
Keep in mind the fight that was happening over towards the back of Lava Fisher too, and they could have been a team that gets a huge scan, but we've seen so many zones end over here that Gamers is in a pretty decent position, but they're going to want to get Crummy back into this game, and Kimchi's taking a ton of damage right there with the eBay. I like that Arc Star, but it's just not far enough to go and put any substantial damage in. As you can see, the head glitch is coming through, but the third party is just too strong coming in from behind. And that was Otama with the peaks as they're getting their team back into this one and doing a nice little flank around the corner. Wow, Stomp's getting extremely aggressive, trying to finish this last player while a whole other team shooting on the side.
That's going to be another Caustic player on the other side of this one, so they do have to be careful, but you can see why now teams are starting to pull up. That ring pulled hard into Countdown now, and the squad that baked on it going over there are extremely happy. Going to grief that door, and looks like the Caustic barrels, will it be enough to block out all this damage? Looks like they realize it is just going to be one. They go in to finish him off. Cruisin has some fight left in him, taking out Stomps throughout all of this. They should be able to finish him off and get him res safely back into this gold bag res as well for Hero. So Stomps definitely happy about that one.
That's how you play it if you're Stomps right there. I mean, he's confident. He knows that his teammate's going to have the gold bag res. Also with the gold bag res, you can bait other teams to coming in. As Bercy's going to be flying in. Bubble goes down as well. That's going to be a nice little res right there onto Malice as multiple defensive bombardments are being used and all hell breaking loose on this side of the map. So Tama's going to get right back into this one. But Stomps, I love that aggressive play. They understood that was still a rat. Full sends it over towards the side. Thought he was going to win that throughout the entire time. But either way, he has enough communication to get his teammates right back into that one. Hero just knew he was one shot. PK right there, easy kill, and they are racking up some serious points here, Jamerson. They're looking like a force to be reckoned with. Already with 3 onto Hero, and not that far from the zone.
Yeah, and you can see RCO, they took that early position in that Countdown building and were rewarded for it. So this is a pretty classical circle, but importantly, we're going to have to note, does it pull to the north side or to the south side of that building? And we have a lot of teams, of course, kind of funneled up in the south side now. Aj has to be careful as that Arc Star does come in. A bubble coming out just to be safe, as we saw there was a lot of fighting over this before, but now with this ring pull, a lot of teams have decided to move on over to the southwest side. It's a little bit more free for them to play off of here, and they'll be safe for this ring. And so we'll see how long they can commit to this one. The next one will really kind of determine their fate.
And keep in mind, there's so much loot over here. You can see the amount of death boxes that happen from all the fights. Rocking inside of the middle of Skyhook is okay in this instance. Again, when you're playing Valkyrie, you're allowed to kind of do these things, but coexisting in the buildings is tough. And remember, there are so many Caustics in the lobby right now that it comes down to the Caustic player a lot of these times having to make the push. And this is how you do it. I love this from Chosen One. Continuing to barrel up, continuing to chuck down more nades. Now, instead of just owning one floor, they're going to own both the floors. And if he wanted to, he could continue to do that, but it looks like his team is going to make some calls to back it off. Has a digital threat on this with the purple mag on the Volt too. So if Chosen One's feeling confident, he should be the one to make the plays here.
Now you can see all the teams starting to really focus their attention here on Countdown now. As we have that push coming out from the squad, the Pathfinder on the front line. Shinny gets the first knock. They do answer back 1 for 1. But Koala brings it down to just 1 player left for RTE as they get cleaned up. And now they'll be able to secure the res. But here comes Cody, Muffins, and Petty making the push on to this truck. We saw a team in there earlier on. All the Caustic barrels going down. And there's a defensive bombardment just to make sure that they can't back away. And they have them secured inside this building. But a defensive bombardment on the other side is going to force Petty Boss back. Cody is going to be ready to go for this peek once again, spotting him out, hitting for that purple armor. He's got the thermite in, realizing he is backed up into that corner, but it narrowly misses.
That's like all my thermites. I mean, Cody, I'm going to give you that one. That looked good to me, my guy. I'm personally going to want to recount on that one. I don't think that counted, honestly. We need another one. Toss that second thermite in there.
He's doing a great job, though. He's cleared the barrels. He's cleared about 2 already so far, allowing Petty Boss to actually show up for free. A big thermite connect, but Petty Boss has his Q up, bubbles down from either side. They're hitting for flesh, and there's the first knock onto Gaines. Cody finally picking that one up with that thermite. It's a 3v2 for this squad. They've already got 3 kill points, about to pick up another 3 here. Again, doing a great job not overextending on this fight, just making it safe, making sure that they are not in third-party territory. Cody drops low, but they will be able to finish them off now. We're down to 8 squads, 22 players left. What timing on that fight. They still have another 20 seconds, and they have the pings going down for their next position to play off of.
I really like the way that they're playing. I mean, this works really well for their play styles, and you can just see Cody goes in there with Petty Boss. Petty Boss is already someone that's going to put a lot of pressure in. You see the original time that we switched on over to his screen, how he was in their face on Wraith. And eventually what you can do in those instances, if you take a lot of damage, you can bait players out. If you have a really strong Gibraltar like Muffins, who's extremely confident, sometimes they'll have really good loot. And it reminds me a little bit of, they're their own play styles and their own players, but you can just tell a lot of, Team Razor type of play style in terms of baiting and switching in the way that they were able to execute it there.
They are under a little bit of fire. As you can see, the south side, it's going to be a lot of contests as we do have the ring closing in ever tighter here on Countdown. 15 seconds left before this zone starts closing up, and teams are trying to get whatever they can, as we did have one Valkyrie redeploy being utilized there, and the Tijuana Piranhas, actually the ones that are trying to keep out the Petty Boss squad. Their bubble's been used, and now they are vulnerable. The nades are coming in, and it hits a full connect. Bambino almost goes down. Only had about 20 HP left. He will go down. Petty Boss picks that one up with the L-Star now, legit trying his best to survive the barrage, but he will fall. Petty Boss picking up all 3 kills there now. Cody, Muffins, and Petty have at least 7 kill points. I want to say they have 9 because we've seen them involved in about 3 full team fights themselves. They clear out this south side as this ring continues to pull ever tighter onto this building that RCO have been able to hold down for now, but for how long, especially in the way of this wrecking ball that is Cody, Muffins, and Petty.
The only problem at the end of this game is not having a caustic right here for Cody, Muffins, and Petty, so they're going to have to do whatever they can to continue to add aggression, because someone's going to have to eventually clear this team out. RCO has been in there for so long that they have to deal with it, and that's why you can see them just slowly making their way over towards this door. Maybe if they can add pressure, another team will push on over towards the side. They could back off and maybe get a 2-for-1 for both teams just by adding pressure on over towards this building, because it is so important to try to lock this down, and the caustic teams are going to do whatever they can to make sure that they hold this as long as possible. Problem here for RCO, you start to feel a little cold, right, Jamerson? And you get a little bit worried because you see Petty and Cody and Muffins taking out so many different players, and you know the pressure is on. Meanwhile, you haven't really shot and fought much of the game because you've been stuck inside this door.
Yeah, and if we talk about, of course, the difference in economy when it comes to playing edge versus playing center zone, is that a lot of the times, center zone, if they don't get a mid-game fight or an early-game fight, they don't replenish their heals. As you can see right now, that caustic only has that one back, but along the way, Muffins and Petty Boss have been able to pick up loot box after loot box, replenishing their stores throughout all of that. We're seeing a Valkyrie redeploy being used right now. Mika be dropping the Sussy Bakas right into RCO's building, and this actually just forces the issue now, as RCO have to defend against 2 squads. Petty Boss picking up that kill onto Koala, but the Sussibakas do back away now from this building. RCO just shivering inside their building for the time being, as they have to play this one out as a 2-man now.
The team that's really shaking is Sussibakas, but the problem is both teams are being so disciplined, they're going to leave them until another team goes and starts to push up. And you can see just the discipline coming in from Petty Boss and the rest of the squad over towards the side. Meanwhile, Ak is going to actually be taken down and flushed out, but that's one of those tough situations where you're hoping that you could land down if you're Mikabe and get a bubble. But I'm not quite sure what happened, why they weren't able to stay alive, because the bubble did go down. But you can see this is basically no man's land. They had a really tough rotation, and unfortunately, they're not going to last long inside here.
Yeah, it's all up to Shinny. He's only got about 5 HP left. And who picks that one up? Well, it's going to be Petty Boss for another kill. I think that's going to be his 7th frag this game. And now is the opening for Cody, Muffins, and Petty facing off against RCO. They're the ones with the topped off armors. They're the ones that have all the meds to work with. Petty Boss working the angle on the left-hand side as Cody has to back off because of that Nox gas grenade. But they have plenty of ground to work with on the platform just outside as the final ring will start closing in.
Did you see that right there? He looted through the pillbox right there, got all the stuff that he needed to as he swooped around. So great utilization of the map there from Petty Boss. As you were talking about the same thing where they're just continuing to have all these batteries, all these heals, 8 batteries coming in just from Petty alone with all this damage. You know they're feeling extremely confident and they're rolling. They want to continue to end this one, but it's going to be Holiday with the opening. Muffins should have a gold bag at this point. The bubble is going to come down. You can see the res coming through. Doesn't look like it's going to be a gold bag res quite yet. I think that is going to be a normal res. You can see Cody's still fairly weak, but RCO doesn't know that. And they're afraid of the other teams that are on the map right now because you can see all 4 teams, full teams, and anyone could make their way up top with a handful of different legends at any time. So a little bit of a chess game going on here with RCO.
Oh, here comes the defensive bombardment down. They counted it out, knowing that they used that bubble res as well. They will not have a bubble. We'll see how well they can survive, and it looks like they're not taking too much damage on the Muffins, Petty, and Cody squad side as literally vibing now. Sauntering their way on in from that skyhook side. Nades coming in, the full focus onto the team outside. And it's going to be the full push on in onto RCO in just a moment. It looks like no, Petty Boss has the moves to keep his team alive. Being able to port back. And finally, the bubble comes up. Literally vibing now. Might change their focus onto RCO here. Big thermite flushing them onto this side, leaving them vulnerable to the door. Another defensive bombardment going down. And just as the bubble goes down for Muffins and them, Muffins will fall before he trades away. Stomps going down as well. And it's huge trades. We're down to the final 3 squads here. As we'll see, literally vibing, pushing up as a 3-man. RCO coming out as a 3-man as well. And now it's going to be RCO versus literally vibing. They've lost one at the 2-for-2, or excuse me, a 2v2 now in the final, and literally vibing shows up to close out the first game of the night.
What a job right there from, what is that, C-Die. C-Die coming in on the big boy Gibraltar with the little flank right there. Kind of like a snipe down type flank, coming around, sneaking behind the team, letting everybody run by him. And then Prowler scout shots were looking really, really solid. Just that little maneuver right there behind the box got them more than enough damage to go and finish that game off. Really nice job by Literally Vibing.
Yeah, great win for Literally Vibing, showing up from that northern side. RCO playing center zone were able to secure 2nd place for themselves. But I think the big story for that first game is, of course, Petty Boss, Muffins, and Cody, who are absolutely slaying out in this lobby despite taking 3rd. I imagine they're going to be 1st place in overall points. We're going to find out, though, as we take a break. And when we get back, we'll have game number 2, the Series E qualifiers, right after this.
Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on applying the scheme. The true side trademark is at the edge of your dreams. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. Your memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. Put the balls to the brakes. I'm talking one chance, that was so good for the code. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Let's go.
Welcome back, everybody. Literally Vibing taking the first win here of our first day of qualifiers. Still a very long way to go, but that's certainly a great way to start things off. And absolute chaos in those late circles. So many teams in such a small area, and that just meant chaos ensued as soon as that final circle started to close. But Literally Vibin does come out on top. And let's check out our player of the game for the first game here on the day. And there it is, Jaren XYZ, 6 kills and an assist, and just shy of 1,300 damage. Great game to start off with there, and obviously, Literally Vibing going to be feeling really good. And one thing to remember here is, our qualifiers work a little differently from the way it worked for, for example, ALGS Pro League. If you guys have been following those qualifiers over the last about 6 weeks, over there, you're qualifying 20 teams, so the team that came out in first place at the end of each week's qualifier qualified in, and then it was the other 16 top finishers in terms of cumulative points. It is only cumulative points here this time around, so it is important for teams to be coming out every single night to consistently qualify for the finals lobbies and then to be putting points on the board. So those qualifying rounds are important only so far as getting into the finals lobby. So if you have a rough qualifying round, but still make it in the lobby, that's fine. You just need to succeed when you get into this final lobby, just like Literally Vibing has done here. So 4 more games ahead of us. Super excited about that. And before we go to another break and get ready for game number 2, do want to let you guys know, if you missed out on the announcement, we have announced a brand new title coming to Series E. Guilty Gear Strive is going to be joining Series E. We have an entire circuit. We're so excited to partner up with Level Up to put this all together. If you guys want more information on that, make sure to head over to esportsarena.com to check that out, as qualifiers for the first season of Series E Guilty Gear start this week. So esportsarena.com for all of that. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, Jamerson and Tom will get you ready for game number 2.
I'm fading.
One bad headache can crash your entire game.
Excedrin relieves headaches fast.
Excedrin, game over for headaches.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Eat, Speak, Compete.
Eat, Speak, Compete.
Yes.
Name, incredible. Logo, even better.
And I'm your host, as always, Yeso, joined by my co-host, Luke Shimoni Brew.
There's a lot to unpack there. I don't even know where to start.
If one of the North American teams doesn't win, their 2021 season is done. I got my fingers crossed. I think you got this. Let's turn more towards the competitive side. They finished strong.
They were like 35-2.
They finished strong.
Really, if the only intent is, hey, let's make this game as esports as possible, then sure, but that's never going to be what Nintendo does.
And I'm very curious to see what kind of their first take on what a Valorant World Championship should look like.
Dang. That's super fun sounding.
Yeah, I think it's going to be
That sounds super fun. I think that,
What's going
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E, where in game number 1, it was absolutely explosive. So much fighting taking place there. We saw Cody, Muffins, and Petty Boss really just kind of running the table, going from team fight to team fight to team fight. So we'll see where they end up on the leaderboard as we check in with the first Mobile One leaderboard of the season, or well, the qualifying season at the very least. So let's go ahead and take a look at how many points our teams have accrued so far throughout the qualifiers. We have to remember that these are cumulative points. And so it's at the end of the qualifiers. The top 5 teams, the top 5 scorers will be moving on. But it's Literally Vibing, actually, taking first place with 23 points. That does mean, though, for Cody, Muffins, and Petty Boss, they had 13 kills in that last game, walking away with a +7 from coming in third as well.
Can't remember if they got third or fourth. It was either one, because Literally Vibing did such a good job of coming around the corner and forcing the action over there. And it was a lot of great defensive bombardments and great use of understanding what the timing was on the bubble and just all of the cooldowns over and over again. And Literally Vibing, keep in mind, I believe they came from the Lava Fishers side, and they were waiting to get hit that scan when they had the double wingmans over there too. So I really liked the way that they played, and we saw a lot of different great facets of the game too. RCO, I think that the spot that they got was really solid. Unfortunately, that building is not that easy to hold when so many teams are surrounding your area.
And we saw for RCO, they took that center zone very early on. That's where the zone ended up ending. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Mobile One high performance moment of game number 1 as we continue to talk about that. But for RCO, they're in a spot where you're not able to get as much kill points. And so even though they took second, they only had 2 kill points throughout all that. And so that does allow Otama to take the third place spot. But this is the last fight now, literally vibing, moving in to finish off the RCO squad, playing around that bubble well, and then instantly transitioning now to this final player here, finishing off that Caustic on the RCO side. So literally vibing currently our leaders and currently in first place here of Series E.
That was just such a really nice flank. You could see right here where Seedeye is looking at everything. He goes, wow, if I go and take this box, I can use the bubble behind. And he doesn't take any damage. He's laying down a 200-0 right there, switches on over. And you don't really know how many players are going to be in this final circle right here. So going through and taking minimal damage is definitely the right thing to go and do. Plus, he's doing it so he could use his arm shield and he can ADS with that Prowler. Once he was utilized all of that and was out of ammo, basically, he just switches right back on over and basically doesn't miss any shots here because his teammate is starting to get weak. You could start to get a little bit nervous in these situations, but that's just a really heads up play and staying cool in a very hectic area because you could just see the amount of action that not only happened here, but the amount of action that led up to this. It was absolute chaos.
Yeah, we'll see if they can continue this throughout all the nights. Of course, game number 1 is really a big time for teams to really adjust to the lobby, really figure out the play styles of the squads. So we'll see how much they were able to kind of glean from this first one, but it was a very scrappy one. By the third ring, we had 13 squads left, and that's kind of typical for our first game of the night where there's a lot of action early on. We did see the 50-50s taking place for squads like Otama, who did actually have to bounce back. Remember, they were down to just stomps after a third party came in, cleaned up 2 of them. It was a really good bounce back. So we'll see if over by Lava, if that continues to happen, or if teams will decide to not contest for the 50-50s.
I'm pretty sure we saw 2, maybe 3 POIs that weren't taken. Staging looked kind of open. Harvester looked fairly open. That middle area looked pretty, safe to go if anyone wanted to go over there. But also Epicenter, Survey, and just that whole north side of the map, it looked like a handful of our teams, well over 10 teams, made their way below that 50-yard line when we're talking about north to south, maybe even more than that. I would say, a good 13 teams out of the 20 looked like they were down there at a certain point. And that just creates so much congestion depending on where the zones are going to go. If it goes down over towards the south side, it's going to be tough for the teams up over towards the north side, but there is a lot of open spots. And I'd be surprised to see the teams continue to take the 50-50s that lost those. I would look for maybe one open spot. If you can't find it, then you're gonna have to go back and take that 50-50. But it's so tough when you can't get your footing underneath you. And we've seen that bite a lot of good teams in the past in Series E and just in general. So hopefully that doesn't happen to some of our squads here.
Yeah, we did see some great movement out of Otama. You were talking about that congestion on the south side. They did a great job, like you said, going Lava Fissure side and actually avoiding a lot of the clump down on the south, made their way up to the northern end itself. But here we go, heading into game number 2, our second game of the qualifiers. Plenty ahead of us over across the next few weeks, as it does look like the 50-50 that was taking place in the center of the map might not be happening here. The team is going over towards that Harvester side. The introduction of having a beacon there makes it a lot more playable. The loot is still absolutely garbage, but at least you have a beacon.
Yeah, it's true. And it's also something that you can, if the loot's garbage, you can realize that you want to get out of there as fast as possible too. And it's not that bad. I mean, remember when they didn't even have Evo shields, and if you were stuck with gray armor, you were basically stuck with gray armor and there was nothing you could do about it. But now we take a look at that zone, and it is going to pull up over towards that northeast side. And it looks like to me a heavy favor over towards that overlook side. And when we talk about the positions to go and play over here, there's a lot of really solid spots that you could go and hold down. But another 50-50 happening over towards the fragment side. Euban going to go and get that flush there onto Fearing Live, and hopefully has a battery, because getting a blue armor and getting right back into this one would be crucial. But look at the shots coming in from Pickett.
Yeah, and this 50-50 took place in game number 1 as well, so it's just continuing on as teams really do favor the drops, the POIs in the center of the map, and we're seeing the fights over it. So Fragment East along with Fragment West, hotly contested for a lot of our teams, especially for teams that, in the future, for future tournaments, want to be able to secure this spot. Seamus is showing up over at Frag East, making the rotation in now, catches out Midnight, and will be able to secure that early kill point as well.
Unfortunate for Midnight, he's going to be going down fairly early, but this is such a crucial spot of the map to go and own that you can't afford any mistakes over here, and there's not going to be many opportunities for a res in this area of the map, since everybody's going to start making their way over here. One team already making their way on over towards the cave, and this is where teams already start to rotate, but teams coming in on that 145 mark is absolutely ridiculous. Sheamus wasn't expecting this, and they were just a little bit split, so they got to get right back together.
Yeah, they're trying their best to survive for now. Sumo with the airburst nade connects onto one, forcing them out, stuck on top of the rooftop. But it does look like they are able to back away at the very least. See how long they'll have this fight for. So you have to start worrying about the northeast and the northern rotations down for this zone. I mean, I've heard some squads kind of complaining about the zones right now, that they're harder to predict. There's been really wide pulls coming out from them. Don't know if that was fixed or if it's going to kind of stabilize in terms of zone prediction here, but here's Sumo making the push. They've already gotten the knock onto Russia, and he has to back away himself as he was dropped down to about 20 HP, but Spaceman is here to finish them off. So that's going to be a +3 for Sheamus. 2 weeks, though, find themselves in a fight right now down at Lava City, losing out on Obsessed. Now they have to fight back, losing out on Luda. Be a 2v3, it seems, as Sykes will back away to hit that bat, but Garrett is left by himself, guarding that door for now. Here comes the swing down, has to be careful of the Arc Star, and he just had healed that up. Gaines pushed in at the same time, as it looks like it's a knock on either side here, as Aj wants to push up. And he's the healthy one. He's covering the door. He's been cracked. There's the peek out. Gaines doesn't have an arm shield anymore. Forced to use that bubble for himself, as it looks like they're able to quite possibly maybe hit the res on the other side of this door, at least bait out this push. Here comes the Bloodhound from the other side. Now they're trying to play off the sterile. They're trying to play on the 2v1s. There's that bait on that res as they try to melee down that door. It's the 2v1 peak, but they're getting flanked at the same time. Sykes comes in to finish them off. And that's going to be 2 weeks getting the team fight win here, and they'll be able to get the res onto Luda.
Really high caliber fight coming in from both of those teams. Everyone playing that fairly well. A lot of baiting and switching coming through. But once the Gibraltar and the reses come through with the bubble, that really forces the action right there. And you can see just a little bit healthier on the other side. Unfortunately, it just took too much damage. They didn't really have any batteries. Whoever has the big meds in that instance is going to do a great job. But I love the bait and switch coming in. I loved how Garrett was playing the door, and they get rewarded big time for that one. But meanwhile, another big fight taking place over here towards that no-name side. You can see Sussy Bakas are stuck inside of one of these buildings, but this is a pretty solid building if you ever want to be stuck, especially with this composition. They should be A-okay. It's more about fending teams off.
Yeah, it looks like they were trying to make a push for the building, but again, it's that timing. The ring's already been closing. Teams have moved into position over a minute ago, and you're seeing them all show up now. A team coming out from the northern side. You have another team stuck over at the Dorito building just to their southeast as well. So they're just going to have to take this moment to really take stock of what's going on around them. Make sure that they know the lay of the land. It looks like a lot of teams are getting out of dodge with that Valkyrie redeploy, though. A team that is currently in a fight right now over here at Overlook, though. It's going to be literally vibing. Our winners from game number 1 now. This is slightly isolated. They do still have to worry. It looks like a team might have been playing off the sniper post. And so they'll just back away with that, as there does seem to be a lot more presence than they're probably expecting for this kind of pull.
I like this spot, though, and I think this is a really good building to go and play. Problem is there's a lot of different areas that you can take damage from. You can see both doors if they get grief. A lot of grenades could end up coming through. You can have that window that you have to worry about. Bursty taking a big burst. He's going to have to bust out the Phoenix kit right there. The rest of the teammates healing up, as well as Malice is going to be able to clean up the rest of the players. But Buff Pathfinder playing Valkyrie, they're going to be able to rotate. But at this point, everybody's already filtered in. So many teams rotated early here. You have no name taken, multiple teams over on the Overlook side. Not much real estate for a team like Buff Pathfinder to go and have to play, so they're going to be stuck on the edge for quite some time.
Yeah, and they're okay to do that, right? When they're running this composition, of course, they're just looting up. They've got purples, and it's all about making it to the late game with this kind of comp. We know how strong it can actually play into that final 3v3v3. So they're just going to take a moment to just saunter through Skyhook for the time being, but it's Team Tonka now as a team caught out inside of Harvester that were trying to camp that beacon. They themselves want to pick that up if they can, at least force that squad away. So Kim Chi Lee doing a good job of creating space so far on this Gibraltar, as that team, is completely getting out of here. And at some point, I think, you have to say, job's been done. We've secured this beacon. We forced this team off. We can get the scan, but they are hungry for these kills.
It's really interesting to see how just adding a beacon over towards the Harvester side forces teams to kind of stay over here. Before, this is an area where it was just rotate out. No one would really linger over here and fight. And when you do fight over here, you expect a lot of teams to kind of filter in because it's one of those areas that is in the middle of the map and you want to go over towards the fragment side. But judging from the player outlines right now, this looks to be a fair 3v3, and I don't think any third parties are coming in. At the same time, if you're taking this fight, just in general, you have to take it fairly quickly. So as soon as that scan goes away, as soon as that heal comes through, someone's going to have to create an opening. Right now, it seems like Kimchi's the one that wants to play aggressive.
Yeah, they have to be careful, though. The Beast of the Hunt has been popped on the other side, so they're going to have those scans every 6 seconds. You can see Tonka just trying to wait that one out as they slowly creep up and deal with these caustic traps as well. As the bubble's going to come out a little bit early from Kimchi. It's the bubble on the other side as well. And we'll see if the full commit comes out now as Kimchi has to decide, are these our barrels? Not entirely too sure. This is where communication is absolutely key, as now Otama is showing up quite possibly for a third-party attempt, or at least taking away this position now and kind of flip the tables onto them. You got to be careful. You were almost stuck inside. A Stomp somehow survives with taking minimal damage on that flank, but he does get nearly cracked there, backs away to hit that bat, but Dank is here to cover the door for now and makes them second think, going for that peek, but it's going to be a lot of counter peeking on the other side. Enemy gets the first knock onto Dank as Kimchi Lee will fall. So it's the 1-for-1 as the thirst has come down onto Dank. It's going to be a 2v2 as Otama starts their push. They don't have a caustic of their own, so they have to clear out these barrels as they go. Kimchi Lee has been finished off, and so it's going to be a thirst for a thirst. Beacon has been recovered for Otama, and they have the option to go for a res inside just to their west, along with maybe coming back for this beacon, but right now there's just so much fighting. Team Select, though, trying to make their fight up against Buff Pathfinder, but Buff Pathfinder wiped them off the face of the map. Really no issue here, completely healthy on this side.
It's always important to look at the health meds overall because you know these players are going to hit the immediate armor swap. So if you can win a fight without getting one of your players knocked, so you don't have to worry about the res in the third party, and all you have to do is hit a couple of syringes, you did a great job during that team fight, I guess, especially against Select, one of our stronger teams that we have in here. We know what they're capable of as players, individuals, and as a team in general, but Buff Pathfinder is looking pretty strong right now. We saw them rotate from the backhand side. Now they are still playing the edge, and like you said, with this composition, they're going to be in a pretty decent spot. Meanwhile, Crummy with the R301 is getting into another fight. Crispy Bacon trying to land the shots. That's going to be a knock going on to Axe. So it looks like we've been in situations where both of these team fights are taking place. They're fairly even, but Crispy not able to get the armor swap he was hoping for. And now it's just up to Messiah, fortunately on Caustic, but only left as a solo, possibly going to be ratting this one out. But he's not going to rat it out. He's going to go in for the finish.
And here's He coming in for the third party. See if we can finish him off. Now, a lot of fighting taking place here, but the ring does start pulling away. And we're going to have more of an epicenter zone here. As you can see, that green ring pulling to the north. So the teams that were banking on this one, maybe going over towards No Name, maybe going over towards Overlook, are going to be forced out of their buildings with this next zone. They will have 2 to 3 minutes to try and figure out their rotation here, but for RTE, they're safe inside one of these buildings here in Fragment, so they can take their time, especially with having these big loot boxes to play off of.
I would love to see the map now that we saw this pull. Perfect timing right there. You can see still a little bit towards that Overlook side, and like the players are talking about, Jamerson, this is an unpredictable pull. Another fight taking place in your picture-in-picture on the bottom right-hand side, so we don't have enough time to cover this one, as Messiah is going to be going down, and RTE looking fairly strong on that push right there. Again, Chosen was playing phenomenal in the previous team fight. Didn't get a chance to talk about it that much, but the way that he was doing a ton of damage, I was really disappointed to see them not win their team fight because I thought that the angles that he was taking was really strong. I thought that the shots looked really good too. So let's see if Dan and Ghost are able to continue to follow up right here after the big team fight that they just had. But yeah, extremely unpredictable zone. And now we're going to see a ton of action happening on towards the north-hand side of the zone.
Yeah, this is going to be difficult if you're not a Valkyrie team. They have that there's going to be that epicenter high ground that teams can look down from, and so the run up eventually, if that ring continues to pull up to the north, can be incredibly difficult to deal with. Of course, you can just bypass that, having the Valkyrie in play. And so Rartihi are in an excellent position for now. They can just play this one passively. They have the kill points as well. But here on the south side, Otama now finding out another squad caught out in the blue bins as they're trying to zero in. They've got the angles as well, working this squad. They have backed away at least to not leave themselves just in one corner, but slowly and surely you can see Otama are wrangling them in all into the same angle. Bubble out along with the defensive bombardment, and Stomps just calls it going in. Kimchi Lee gets knocked, so Otama is going to finish off what they started over in Harvester. They do have to be careful. Stomps has been dropped a bit low as he's popping that Phoenix Kip, but Dank and Hero are doing a good job of just staying up at least for now, as Dank has fallen on the other side. But that's still bought enough time for Hero and Stomp to heal up. Here they go, almost getting the knock with that R301. It's all left up to that Valkyrie, and here comes the res. Otama will win out that team fight eventually, and now we're down to 10 squads left here in zone number 3.
Wow, so fortunate not to get third party right here, as 2 players are going to get knocked in res, but literally vibing, stuck inside of one of these blue trailers at the bottom of the map. And you can see this is one of those areas where we could see zone pulls, but when you're stuck down here, so many grenades are coming from so many different spots, teams coexisting all over the place, caustic gas even being tossed inside as well, so everybody's trying to stay alive. Our winners from game number 1 looking like they're in a tough spot right now, as now those nades that we were talking about are flying in. Every single little bit of utility is going on to literally vibe right now. This is not a vibe.
Oh, Buff Pathfinder are just eating away at them right now. Jaren, the first one to fall. You can't imagine they were able to heal up that much more, and so that's going to be the instant finish. Buff Pathfinder really coming alive here in game number 2. They have at least secured 6 points, but I'm pretty sure they have more kills than what we see currently. And now, like you said, there's a possibility that this ring does pull away here. And here we go, our first Tomcat Rat Cam of Season 4. That's going to be Wavy John, just taking a light stroll through the tunnels coming out from that geyser side.
Looks like stick drift or something, or maybe his controller got put on the ground as he was like, all right, well, I guess I'm just ratting this one out. But a slow approach through the tunnel over there, realizing that he's going to have to play the edge as much as possible, as the other team that was coexisting on the trailers was RCO, and they're in a similar situation as literally vibing now, but maybe just not as bad because all of the grenades were used, as Muffin's going to be taken out on that top right of your kill cam, or kill feed, excuse me. Sussy Bakes is one of the teams making some plays over here. Squall eats a lot of damage over from behind. Bubble is going to be down. Scan comes in from the side as well. They're going to have to use this to heal up as fast as possible. And right now, I don't really see any options for Sussy Bakes. They're in such a tough spot right now from being pinched on both sides.
Yeah, this was a great position until it wasn't, which is generally how Apex Legends plays out. Koala does have that Nox Gas grenade. He'll have an armor swap there as he picks up that beak in 2 weeks. Playing this one very cautiously because they saw what happened to Sussy Bakas and how quickly the situation turned around onto them. They're not going to leave themselves in that vulnerable spot. Now, this does actually leave open the chance for Muffins, Cody, and Petty Boss to actually get that res back in if they do have a respawn beacon. The time that was bought here by 2 weeks might afford them the possibility for that. We'll see if a res comes in, if they were able to secure themselves a mobile respawn beacon or not, because the natural spawns are currently all out of play with the zone just ticking away so much. There's almost no way to get anyone back in if you don't have that. 2 weeks, though, in a very dominant position, playing off the rocks from the overlook side now, as it looks like this one might be ending on the train tracks. You can see Cody's actually left to himself. Might just be riding this one out. RCO not too far off, and Buff Pathfinder, both of them actually poking at each other, and RCO's making the push now. We should swap on over as they are actually trying to make their way on in. Bubbles have been used. You can see all the gas being utilized as well. Defensive bombardment coming down. Nando taking a lot of damage as he backs away. And oh man, that was a huge defensive bombardment coming out as Otama showing up for the third party, picking up those kills onto RCO.
What a collapse there from Otama. You could see it from the picture-in-picture on the mini-map as they were just coming in with the perfect flank, but some more damage comes out from Bursty, and Stomps is going to be knocked. Maybe a defensive bombardment going to be used. No bubble as well. That was interesting. I thought possibly he was going to go and use that one to try to force these players out. It would actually force them right back in, and they'd be in the same exact situation because Buff Pathfinder just too disciplined. As soon as they recognize that knock, they're going to go and push through. Damage is coming through, so everyone's going to have to heal, but it doesn't look like it's going to stop them quite yet, and the caustic gas doesn't tick enough to knock down Dre's. So really nice job by Buff Pathfinder. Again, really nice third parties on top of this trailer. That's the problem with this trailer. If you get there with so many teams, you're going to deal with so much pressure over here, and now Buff Pathfinder's most likely going to be put in the same situation as all these other teams. Again, you're really hoping that someone is running out of grenades. You're not going to get just flushed out with frags over here, as Luda's going to be over there, and fortunately for them, there isn't a caustic on this team, so they're just going to be dealing with these Bloodhound scans, and the scans are going to show a nice place to lay a grenade.
You can see now on board with 2 weeks, they actually still have a lot of rocks to play off from position to position to be able to advance. And this is just a great spot to be able to play off of. For now, though, they have to be worried of Buff Pathfinder. They know that they were the beneficiaries of a lot of loot inside. So they need to try and bleed them out if they can. They do have a good amount of ammo, it does seem, to try and force those trades for the time being. You can see Garrett was considering throwing down a mobile respawn to provide a little bit more cover, having some difficulty climbing up on this rock, but he will eventually make it up there. Right now, it's the final 6 squads, 15 players remaining, wondering if Cody is still alive for that squad. And I think that actually might be Cody stuck inside that car.
Yeah, pings are going down. They're really focused on the 2 week side and making sure that whatever happens over towards the side, they don't get lit up, because there's a lot of good opportunity to stay on top of this rock over here. You could slide down very last second. The zone's going to close extremely slowly, and you could possibly have your defensive bombardment up in time if you're Garrett here, and that's going to be big because you can bubble defensive bombardment, make a play. Other teams are going to use the utility just a little bit too early, and you could do something pretty big with that one. But there's also another opportunity. You can get crazy and play on that zip line for a second, bounce around on that one. It all depends on how you want to go and play this one. You're going to end up using your portal too if you're Luda. So a lot of opportunities to potentially win this game here for 2 weeks.
Now, I want to see Sykes throwing some scans up behind them, making sure that he clears out the cars, because we know that Cody, we can see it throughout all of this. Cody is playing in the back line there, on board with the Tijuana Piranhas. Actually in a pretty decent spot. They've got the rocks to play off for the next zone, and you can see Buff Pathfinder trying to make themselves as small as possible. Mobile respawn beacons going down left and right to provide themselves more cover. And here's a Kraber coming out from Flick. Does he have the Flicks though? And there we have it. It looks like Cody does get finished off, and so now it's 5 squads remaining. There's still a rat alive as well, as Flick is making sure that the back is cleared up. Wavy John finally getting cleaned up. It's the final 4 squads left here as Zone 5 finishes up, closing 2 weeks. Tried to make their push on the Buff Pathfinder, but now they're getting punished. The third-party attempts coming out from all of our other squads right now, realizing that this is their opportunity for kill points. As you can see, the Tijuana Piranhas, they have some damage, but they don't have any kills yet. They need to get on the kill feed here in a good way. And you can do that, especially with the Kraber. Dre bleeding out. Bubble's already been used by him, luckily, but no res quite yet. Malice Mamba is starting to stick that one out, as it does look like 2 weeks did get finished off. So it's the final 3 squads remaining now.
So big from Buff Pathfinder to win that fight inside here, especially because they've been steamrolling in this game. But from what I'm seeing, if Malice is going to have a gold bag, you have to assume that Dre does too, and that's going to be huge towards the tail end of this game. We'll see if Flick's going to be able to change the outcome of this with the Kraber, because right now, Buff Pathfinder is stuck in this sandwich, but the zone pulls over towards them. So Tijuana Piranhas is going to have to be the first team to move, and they could get focused by both squads here.
Yeah, you can see now they're starting to work their way up from cover to cover, but the first team in their way, it's going to be Chosen One in them, stuck inside the car, which can be extremely dangerous here. We'll see if maybe Buff Pathfinder on the other side can sneak some barrels in, or a Nox gas grenade and try and punish them. It's all gonna come down to these cooldowns. Who uses the bubbles? Who forces out what? All the ultimates are coming online as well. If Flick wants to, he can set up himself a cross angle with this portal as well. But there's the knock with the Kraber, and instantly they're starting to throw in the nades. They're trying to hit that res as well, but I don't know if they're gonna be able to get this one off. Hits for the body, but he's sticks it, gets Ghost back up, I think. But now they have to back away themselves. They're going to use an early bubble as the defensive bombardment does go down. We'll see if Flick decides to go full push. Buff Pathfinder tries to find the flank here, but Malice Mamba has taken a lot of damage. He's going to be allowed to actually get the full battery off, but oh no, Buff Pathfinder cleaning up two. There's only one left, but they have to worry about the third party, and somehow the team that got that first knock on the other side, He are able to recover here, and they'll be able to take the win here in game number 2.
It's crazy how the domino effect happens, that if he's able to get that grenade inside, if Flick gets the Kraber shot and then gets the grenade in, he's coming through and has the angles. I'm so shocked that the rest of the team isn't able to focus the Gibraltar or whoever was there as the res was coming forward. And Buff Pathfinder thought because of that commotion that was happening and because of the knock, they could come back around, but that ended up kind of biting them in the butt as He looks like they kind of stole one right there from the trailer area.
Yeah, but our final 3 teams, it looked like all of them fragged pretty much equally, except for Buff Pathfinder, who had a very similar story to what happened in game number 1. 3rd place finish, probably highest on the leaderboards in terms of frags for that game. So we'll see what that means. We're going to go ahead and take a short break. We'll have game number 3 of our qualifiers here at Series E right after this.
Big win there for RAR XDT in game number 2. Some of these team names are too much, but big win there in game number 2. 3 more remaining ahead of us, and just another example of something I get to talk about every single week is the ability to third party in those late circles is extremely important, is almost always going to give you the advantage and a high level of success at the end of the game, and it works out there for RAR XD. Let's check out our player of the game here for game number 2, and it's going to go to Dan Maddock there. 5 kills and 2 assists. Not a ton of damage, actually, just short of 800, but very effective damage here regardless, getting those 5 kills and 2 assists. So good showing there from Dan Mantic. Yeah, Mantic. New names here. Not quite used to everybody here. So Dan Mantic with player of the game there for game number 2, and RAR XD moving their way up in that leaderboard. And don't forget, it's about putting together cumulative points on a day-to-day basis through these 4 weeks. So good start from RAR XD, and literally vibing here on the first day, but still plenty more games to play and 3 more remaining ahead of us here. Do want to let you guys know, if you want to support our partnered brands here at Esports Arena, you can shop all of their products over at walmart.com/esports arena. It supports our partners, supports us. So if you need anything from Razer, Intel, any of our other partners, head over there. We're going to a quick break. When we come back, though, we'll have game number 3 of our first day of qualifiers. What's going on, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Eat, Speak, Compete.
Eat, Speak, Compete.
Yes.
Name, incredible. Logo, even better.
And I'm your host, as always, Yeso, joined by my co-host, Luke Shimone Brew.
There's a lot to unpack there. I don't even know where to start.
If one of the North American teams doesn't win, their 2021 season is done. I got my fingers crossed. I think you got this. Let's turn more towards the competitive side. They finished strong.
They were like 35-2.
They finished strong. They looked.
If the only intent is, hey, let's make this game as esports as possible, then sure, but that's never going to be what Nintendo does.
And I'm very curious to see what kind of their first take on what a Valorant World Championship should look like.
Dang. That's super fun sounding.
Yeah, I think it's going to be awesome.
That sounds super fun. I think that like
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E. We are getting ready for game number 3. We had RAR XDT taking the win in game number 2, but we had so many teams fragging out, which means we have to check in with the Mobile One leaderboard to see who stands up top, and it's going to be Buff Pathfinder. Despite not getting the win, 7th place, they had a lot of kill points in that last game, putting themselves in 1st place. Taking that away from Literally Vibing, who are now in 2nd place with 28, and now RAR Teehee with that win put themselves in 3rd place. So a lot of the teams that we were looking at, of course, currently in the top spots right now, Tom.
Come on, we all know it's RAR XD. Teehee. You gotta say it. You gotta put a little emph on that name, Jamerson, at the end. They were pretty impressive, honestly. The way that they, again, he's talking about the third parties. Third parties are on point from these teams right now. Everybody's coming through. Everyone's slaying out. If you're taking a fight, you have to end it fast. Otherwise, there are a lot of teams that are kind of waiting to go and collapse over here. So I've been really, really just impressed with the way that they're coming through right from the get-go. I mean, the first fight that we had was a 50-50 that immediately got third-partied within the first 45 seconds. So these teams are fully aware at the pace this lobby's going. And if you're not on that pace, you're going to fall behind big time.
All right, let's check out the Mobile One high performance moment of game number 2. And it's going to be the final moments here. I mean, the Tijuana Piranhas really started opening things up with this Kraber, but you saw Buff Pathfinder really wanted to take advantage of the fact that their focus was on RAR XD inside their carts. But because of this flank that came out from Buff Pathfinder, that allowed them to get the res, come back as a full 3-man. You have to imagine gold bags were in play for this as well for the quick reset. And RAR XDT do end up walking away with the win. So we have a very, very tight top of the pack right now. Really, the top 4 being separated really about, 5-6 points maybe? So with 3 games left to go, there's still a lot of room for movement. But here we go. Heading into game number 3, we've hit the halfway mark of the first night of qualifiers. Remember, these are all for cumulative points. We'll be playing across multiple weeks here, and only the top 5 teams with the highest scores throughout all the qualifying nights will be securing a spot in Series E. But every night, we still have $500 on the line. So there's still things to play for our squads every single night, but it's only the top 2 that walk away with money every night. It's going to be $350 for first place and $150 for second place. So our squads are keeping an eye on that as well. But here we go, heading into World's Edge once again for game number 3. And we are seeing the contests happening left and right. You can see Fragment West and Fragment East. So many squads are here right now.
It's just because they understand the importance of getting these spots. So if they're going to go through this qualification process, someone's going to try to bully each other out. So it's not that surprising, again, to see the 50-50s continue to take place, because if you're feeling confident about your POI, you're going to try and take that big 126 with the Sentinel. That's so tough to deal with right in the beginning of the game because you really just don't have that many heals. So maybe an armor swap, maybe you're able to find a med kit along the way. Otherwise, you're not even going to be running around picking up loot right now. You're just running around trying to find heals.
Oh, no. Oh my goodness. These Sentinel shots coming out from Dan Mantic is really forcing them back. And it looked like more than anything, the squad was trying to chase down Chosen One. But these covering fires coming out from Dan has been absolutely huge. They do have to back away, though, from the nade, but they're running as a full 3-man. They might be able to catch out this squad, but it looks like it's going to be a regroup from either side. And Dan now playing the lurk on this Valkyrie as they actually change up the position to retake heights and push up and cover this door for the time being. They have all these barrels to play off of, and so they can just lay it and wait and see if the squad overextends himself. And it looks like Rartihi will take a moment just to heal up, but this fight's over at Lava Siphon taking much longer than it did in the previous games. As we get a first look at the ring, it's going to be pulling on over to Countdown once again, but a lot more of Lava Fissure is in play. So Lava Fissure is going to be the main focus for a lot of our squads.
You can see Midnight's team's going to be stoked about this one. I believe that they were one of the teams landing over towards the fragment side in the previous game, so it's nice to kind of get rewarded and go over towards that Lava Fissure area, maybe split that loot with RCO and try to own another POI with a beacon with a solid spot, and now you're going to get an ending over here. And this is 2 out of 3 endings that I believe have happened kind of on that north-hand side, so I know RCO is going to be stoked about that because they had good positioning in game number 1, and that's where they picked up a majority of the points so far out of these games. So we'll see long term what they're going to be able to do. Meanwhile, short term over here, it's going to be Otama with the bubbles going down. That's mostly going to scream out for fighting for both teams. Hero takes a majority of that damage over here. Will he have a battery? He doesn't. So we'll see what the rest of the players are going to be able to do now that the pressure's on.
Yeah, Dank is the first one to fall, and Hero will go down next. Stomp is left by himself once more. Very similar situation to what happened in game number 1. So they were able to recover in game number 1 and pick up a lot of kill points as well. And so we'll see if he can do that once again for his squad. You have to imagine that Rartihi, oh man, he might actually just chase after this one, especially with how much damage that they're doing right now. The Sissy Bakas over at Landslide find themselves in a fight once again, and oh, Stomps does go down. And so that's going to be Otama going out. That was one of our top 5 squads, as well as Team Sussy Bakas will actually pick up the +2 over here at Landslide. So we're already down to 18 squads. The pace of the game's keeping themselves really fast. LKM tried to get involved here, coming in for the third party, but we know on the other side, Sussy Bakas did not take that much damage. They might be stuck up here on the height on top of the crane as Fearing Live is trying to find an angle with this 30-30 repeater. It does look like in repositioning there, it allows them to actually get out for free. We'll see how much LKM try to chase after them for now, but I think you're just happy to force out this squad as you want to try and control this beacon, as you can see they're playing off of right now.
They really had it too. If Fearing would have realized one of those players had slid down from the top, he would have been able to predict that the rest of the players would have slid down too. And they were sliding down because they were so weak. But look at this, 3 grenades in the backpack for Fearing. And it's going to be a Valkyrie redeploy out of there. Nice job, good bubble, ditching out of this situation. It looks like they are going to get out of jail free with that one. So most likely making their way over towards the back end of the zone to try to get just a little bit further from these teams that are gatekeeping. Now LKM is going to have to consider doing the same thing here, because this is an area where a lot of teams are going to start rotating through, and the zone most likely not going to pull over here.
Yeah, the congestion that normally happens for this, I mean, we talked about it in game number 1 with a very similar ring. We saw a lot of fighting here just along the ridges, just along the south side of Countdown. With that Valkyrie deploy, that squad is going to just be able to get out of there and probably play the north side, the slow side of this zone, and avoid a lot of that. For LKM, though, they're happy to at least force this squad away. Even though they don't pick up any kill points, they secure themselves a beacon. They can camp this for the next round as well to have a better idea of where this one is going. So expect them to be here for the next few minutes.
And it's the right play. It's just, again, when you don't have much to stay here for besides that, and you're going to end up maybe taking a team fight you don't want to do. And we've seen so many third parties, that's really the only thing to be worried about. So that's why it has to be on a swivel and everybody has to continue to work together. Fortunately, right now, the 30-30 with the 3x is one of the stronger things that you could have to carry all of this open ground. And look at the shots have been on point the entire time from Fearing. It's just a matter of who's going to walk in front of him, because he's going to be hitting these shots. And also players taking the high ground is really big too. But look at a lot of the Valkyrie teams have made their play, and they know where this zone's going to go. So while you are getting that scan, this is one of those predictable zones. And if you're not in there, you are going to be on the outside looking in. And I fear for LKM, that's going to be one of those instances.
Yeah, it was just unfortunate for their drop that they weren't able to get a beacon initially, and they had to rotate for that one, and so that does slow them down. But for gamers, they have a really strong building. They're going to be able to play the ridgeline here. A lot of the zones do end up ending basically on the open ground between either this building and the one to the north that they're looking at, or on the open ground and to the building to their southeast. So this is an excellent position to be off of. They just need to make sure that they're, of course, just showing presence this entire time, and no Valkyrie team just kind of drops on them for free. RCO picking up some early game kills. So they're making up for the kind of slower playstyle that they had in game number 1, where they were able to secure center zone early on. And that might be RCO going for that crafting rotation like we saw in game number 1.
I think what's happening right now, though, is a lot of the Valkyrie teams are starting to fly in and not anticipating so much real estate already being owned because of the fast rotations that came through. And this is a little bit different of a pace than our first 2 games, which we saw a lot more action over here, especially with the amount of 50-50s that we've had so far. So now that this has happened, again, there's just going to be a lot of teams that are waiting to just send a firing line against the other teams that are coming over here. And all these Valkyrie squads, there's not much real estate to go in from. Right now, the only option would be going behind them and kind of playing on the backhand ridgeline. But then if you run out of your bubble or if any mistakes happen, you get punished immediately. So RCO doing a great job, like you said, picking up kills from their spots along the way, and they're going to continue to lock down this building. What we're waiting for at this point could be another one of those unpredictable zone pulls, and if it does happen, all those teams in Lava Fissure are going to end up fighting, and RCO is going to be the beneficiary of a lot of those kills.
Yeah, if this somehow pulls on over towards that countdown side, they are going to be extremely happy with this. For the time being, they're happy to also just play edge if they need to. If this pulls away from them, they have that Valkyrie to play off of. There's going to be the out of bounds that they can utilize as well. You have to keep that into account when you have a lot of these mountains inside. But Sussy Bacchus find themselves in a fight right now. It's a 1-for-1 exchange as Gaines does go down. Obsess is the next one to fall. Sussy Bacchus instantly going for that res as well. Prioritizing getting the reset more than anything else instead of securing these kills, which eventually they do anyhow because the third party's already coming in. You can see they're able to turn around onto that one. You've been getting punished as they get this building and back away. So you can see why prioritizing that res was so much more important than securing the kill points.
Not only that, but Koala still has multiple barrels here, so he's able to just continue to own multiple real estates over here. Switching on over to the wingman too, landing some shots. There's a grenade as well. Really like the way he's playing this one, just diving into his own grenade. Not quite sure if that was the play, so he's going to ditch and back on over towards his teammates, but that was a scary situation for Koala right there. I don't think he was expecting that frag to go off quite as fast as it did, and he could have ended up paying for his life right there. But they're going to be okay because Mika has his bubble. They have plenty of armor swaps and loot to go through. So just an aggressive little play there for Koala. Also laying barrels above their head too. So if anyone pushes into the building above them, they're going to know that a team's gone and forced their way through there.
Yeah, I was playing that one a little bit like a Wraith. At that point, I was surprised when the barrels started coming out. I was like, oh wait, he's not on Wraith, but he's playing as aggressive as he is. 2 weeks though, over here by landslide, as it looks like it might be a fight over the beacon for the time being. LKM are still here. They were waiting this one out. It doesn't seem like they were able to hit the scan either, as teams did show up, and so they need to bully them out. But it might be a full commit from either side, as these rings are so valuable. Getting that information is so damn valuable. Messiah, though, he's got the high ground. He's got the barrel set up. It looks like that squad's going to kind of avoid a lot of this fighting, and they're going to give up this beacon as they play inside the tunnel for the time being. Good damage coming out across from LKM. They are getting closer and closer towards that purple Evos. But will they have an opportunity to try and go for this beacon? You can see Fearing live. He's sticking close to it if he wants to throw down that bubble for Crispy Bacon.
And getting over towards the high ground is extremely crucial over here, so I like that play, especially again with that 3x 30-30 that we've been seeing utilized throughout the game. Cody Muffins and Petty looking like they're in a situation where they're trying to fight outside in, and if you're outside in, you're more viable to get third-partied. So they have to be a little bit careful over here, checking their backs as they're doing so, wondering if they're going to go and take this fight, and if so, is it going to be worth it? How are we going to approach the situation? Are we going against a caustic team? Because that's just going to continue to delay the process a little bit more. So a lot of deciphering to do of information here, and it looks like from that they are going to probably back off and just look for something a little bit easier to approach.
Yeah, Cody, Muffins, and Petty have committed pretty strongly to playing the edge. They're running scanless here, and it's all about kind of relying upon the ring knowledge of Petty Boss and Muffins at this point. I know Cody, I feel like Cody's relatively new to the scene, but he has picked up really quickly from what I've seen from their scrims and such, that he's learning a lot, and he's gelled in with this team extremely well, and he's been an absolute fragger for them, as has been displayed across the last 2 games. And I think this is a roster that we really do have to keep an eye out for. Just the level of competitive experience coming up from both Petty Boss and Muffins is extremely high, but throwing in an extra fragger for them I think might be the missing key. Right now, though, Seamus on the south side, they've got a team caught out inside the Hot Springs area, and they've got the high ground, but not too many angles to play off of. Sumo's going to try and find one here, taking a little bit of ring damage, but he'll be okay. He's on that Octane, of course, and does look like he might be looking to get very aggressive now. Spaceman has been cracked, but Sumo will be here to cut off any kinds of pushes, as he's keeping track of this team quite well, and realizes they backed away now over towards the fences.
He's going to catch the player directly below him. There it is. That's the player that they needed to go and focus, as Muffins is going to knock off the screen. Look at the angle from Sumo. That aggressive play that you were talking about really starting to pay off. Looks like a portal is potentially being used for the team to get out of dodge, but if just one grenade lands over here, they're going to be in such a solid spot. Unfortunately for Sumo, they don't have any utility. Fearing's going to get a knock right there onto Garrett as well. And now the high ground angle is being taken from Sumo. So I like that play from Sumo, but we have to jump on board with this fight, because it looks like Cody, Muffins, and Petty are about to finish this team off in the building that they were trying to focus before. Muffins is going to have to heal, but he's going to stop that one, come through, pick up the gold armor instead, and Cody's going to go in there with the finish. So unfortunately for Midnight and squad, they landed close to the zone, but they're going to go out in 16th place.
Oh, they do drop down, and it looks like third party might have actually come in. Cody will have that jump pad if they want to get up quickly, but it seems like it was just for the reset, that gold armor allowing Muffins to just hit one syringe, and he's good. And Petty Boss will get brought back into this game. You can see the ring pulling hard into Lava Fissure. Still a lot of rings that can be played off of this one, but the teams that are happy, it's going to be teams like Crummy's squad there on the southwest side. You can see as well on the northwest side, there's actually a lot of teams involved over there, and that's kind of the trappings of a Valkyrie lobby. You'll have a lot more teams playing what is quote unquote the slow side, and you can see it playing out over there with 5 squads currently taking place or taking position in the northwest side right now.
Looks like there's a rat on the opposite side of the bridge there. You can see GoCom and Raina trying to make its way over there. That was the concern that I was worried about for the teams inside of the buildings, because that's going to be really annoying to deal with. And then eventually that team's going to have to pick which building they're going to play outside of, on top of, you know, contest inside of, etc., etc. And that's going to be just a thorn in your side as you've been trying to lock down this area and trying to get over towards your end game. But that's just what you were talking about too with the Valkyrie. I mean, that's a rotation that is really smart. If you can't get inside of a building, your next best option is to play on the outside, and you can see another geyser rotation coming over through here. When you're playing over towards the slow ground, this is just an absolute death trap. A lot of teams don't want to be stuck over here, and you can see just the amount of damage that comes in right when they landed.
Nice nades coming out from Spaceman as they do commit to that res, and Sumo will be able to hit that battery as well throughout all of that, slowing down the push. And what a beautiful reset coming out from Seamus, but they're still in a tight spot now, stuck on the low ground here. They do have the Valkyrie redeploy along with the jump pads that they need to retake height, but that reset was just beautiful, and it all set up by Sumo and Xenox actually throwing down that bubble first. And so quick reactions, and it looks like they're getting ready to go for that Valkyrie redeploy.
And when you're looking at spots that are available right now, you're going to have to use that Valkyrie passive and focus on where this next zone's going to be. they may end up landing on that outside back area where Joe, Karma, and Rain were coming from too, because that's usually one of those viable options that you could play for. Lava Fisher, you will see teams laying inside of the lava as well, sitting over towards the bottom. Maybe they're going to be able to do something with an Octane bounce pad a little bit later and try to catch teams off guard, but it looks like a failed capture attempt comes in from Petty. At the same time, that could have been an escape mechanism too, because they're pinching between two teams.
Yeah, RCL, I have to imagine, is the team that's still inside this building. They've got all the caustic barrels down. Somehow, Cody Muffins and Petty are still alive. Their bubble will go down in just a moment as Buff Pathfinder are making a push. Dre picking up one, but now the third party coming in. Full three-man showing up behind them as well. Dre just bleeding out, about to get finished off. Malice Mamba picking that one up onto Rain at the very least. We'll see if they can bounce back, but the third parties, you can see why it's so difficult to fight here in Lava Fissure, and this was that northern congestion you were talking about. All these Valkyrie teams, all these teams trying to rotate to the north side. Make it very difficult to play off of this. The cans come out from them as they try to get that res, but Malice Mamba does finish off Rain. So it's a full 2v2, but Goat has to be careful. He goes for the peek by himself as Karma's just healing up. Bambino punishes that one from I don't even know where, and Buff Pathfinder actually get the reses, and they're going to be happy here securing themselves this building for the time being.
It's exactly what you were worried about if it was happening for Buff Pathfinder, but fortunately Malice just did such a good job, and the cover was there as well as, ooh, nice Kraber shot right there onto Dan. Ack is feeling himself on the outside of the zone right here. Also has teammates inside the zone, so he can continue to play the edge over here, force these teams out, try to pick up those kills along the way, and then he can make his way on back. But I love this off angle coming through as he's giving so much information to the rest of the squad.
Yeah, remember, Gamers got this position very early on, around ring number 1, and they've utilized it well. Securing that Kraber opens up a lot of opportunities for them. Chosen One going down to Aj as Sussy Bakas are trying to fight on the lower side of the platforms here. Just making sure that they're not taking too much damage and, you know, not overcommitting to this. A lot of teams still in the area. We have 10 squads alive, 28 players left. So I think it might be 2 teams currently playing this one out as duos. We'll get a better idea of that in just a moment. And we do have that final ring pull, and Gamers are absolutely loving what they're seeing. They're able to get that building early on. They have the high ground. They have all of the open ground to play off of. So this is going to be a beautiful position for them, as a lot of the teams are worried about just their rotation here. They're going to be stuck on these platforms, on these railings. How do they get out?
And you called it perfectly when they were down in the situation going on over towards the buildings on which building is the priority building to lock through. And if you're in between the buildings on where all the zones can pull, you're putting yourself in a really good situation. So they get rewarded with that big zone pull. But going back to Sussy Bakas, it's going to be a tough spot. They really don't have many options. And you're going to have to either you have to use your utility here. That's the only way you're going to be able to get out of this type of situation. Maybe it's going to be a Valkyrie. Maybe it's going to be something along the lines of a Caustic or a really good barrel along the way. But Rartihi, whereas from the previous game, trying to get it together inside of this bubble fight. Now it's only up to Chosen One. I don't think he's going to have enough as RCO swooping in with the third party. I mean, there's so many teams left in this zone. You definitely think that more are going to be eliminated before this thing closes.
Here's Gamers holding down just the beautiful spot. You can see how much space that they actually have to work with now that they don't have to worry about the southern rotations. You can see all eyes are currently on the north right now. Cody picking up a kill onto Koala Bear as a lot of fighting taking place in the center of lava. And it's going to be important to be able to lock that one down. You can see it's still in. The ping's going down. That is still alive. Ack is biding his time right now. He wants to hit that heady, but misses that next one. He's only got one shot left in this Kraber. He should have something to fall back on. You know, as standard operating procedure, you'll have a shotgun or something laying in the wings for you. One last shot for Ack. Let's see what he gets.
And he's trying to focus the players that aren't looking at him. 145 in the back right there onto Holiday. I like that. They weren't aware of where the Kraber was coming from. He also gets the flush with that R301. Seedeye gets taken down by Crummy, and the rest of RCO is starting to fall to the hands of Ack as he's going to finish off 2 throughout all of that. Really nice angles again. Off angles taken away from his teammates. Didn't hit all the Kraber shots in the world, especially in that last clip. I guarantee would probably hit those 9 times out of 10, but still picking up kills along the way is extremely crucial as we move into this final zone. 25 seconds until this thing starts to move, and Buff Pathfinder feeling pretty confident about the position that they're in.
Yeah. They still have to worry, though, about gamers, but it looks like there's like a small truce coming out from both squads right now. They do have the buildings in between themselves, but it does seem like gamers on the other side need to deal with them. They realize that, and so they're starting to go for the peaks, but the angles and the heady angles are here for Buff Pathfinder to challenge the roof angles at the very least, as Dre now working his way on up. They've got the cover of the missile swarm, but Bursty does have to be careful. Final ring closing in. We got 6 squads left, 15 players, all hell breaking loose as every tactical is being used throughout all of this. Gamers losing out on Ack as it looks like they got pushed by a full squad and he was by himself below. Gamers had the God spot, gave it up because of the pressure coming out from Buff Pathfinder, now left to fight this one out as a duo. All the other squads making their way on in. During the meantime, we still have Petty Boss and Cody up. Don't see if Muffins is up throughout all of this, and so that might be one of the squads currently playing this one out as a duo.
Losing out on Act definitely sucks here for gamers, but they have to stay cool, and they have to realize they still are in the best position to win this game. As long as they hold the second floor, as long as they hold the roof. There was some serious miscommunication as Joy Boys portaled to the outside of the building. You could see that was their portal. They went from the donut over towards the outside. We even had the POV. Ooh, look at that caustic gas coming on over to where Cody and Petty are. That's going to be huge damage coming out. I believe that was Malice's. But the Valkyrie missile barrage is also connecting. Bubble's going to have to go down. And this is what it all comes down to. The zone is starting to close. You have to continue to hold this building on the second floor if you can. You can see Crummy taking on over towards the air. Whoever can hold this high ground is going to be feeling really good about themselves. Look at Gerard coming around the side with some serious damage, trying to get the flush, trying to get the armor swap, but you still have enemy go over towards the side of the roof. But hello, 3 players sitting over towards the bottom.
It's going to be the final 3v3. Buff Pathfinder coming up full health as the push out comes out from this squad, but they are stuck inside a Nox gas grenade. It's going to be a 1-for-1 exchange, but Bursty has gone down. Malice Mama, the only one left, and his wingman shots connect, but he has no HP behind it. It's going to be the Joy Boys to take game number 3. And oh boy, Tom, these have been some amazing games, amazing late games.
You feel for gamers. I mean, Ack had such a good angle. He was playing a really aggressive. All of a sudden, Joy Boys portals to the outside of the building. So many teams are trying to get over towards that building. They need to just get over towards the roof, play the second floor. You have to give credit where credit's due, though. Joy Boys coming in all the way from the donut building with that perfectly placed portal, plus the teamwork over towards the end and the discipline to stay onto the low ground together as a team is what won them that game, and that was huge for them.
We've had 3 separate winners across 3 separate games with 2 left to go. The field is wide open to see who walks away with the $350 first place prize. We're going to go ahead and take a short break. When we get back, we'll have game number 4 of Series E after this.
Now, even the biggest headaches are toast.
Excedrin keeps your head in the game.
For no more throbbing noggins.
Excedrin, game over for headaches.
Joy Boys take the W in Game 3, and with no repeat winners through the first 3 games, it'll keep things very interesting on our Mobile 1 leaderboard here going into the final 2 of the first day of qualifiers. Welcome back, everybody. Yeso here. Let's check out our player of the game for game number 3 here. Pull that one up for you guys. It's been an interesting run so far. A lot of chaos in these later zones, and there's my man, Aj Nazuda. I believe I'm pronouncing that correctly. I checked with my man on Discord today before the show. Wanted to make sure I was getting that right. 3 kills and an assist, and just short of 900 damage. My man here, we watched a lot of him on open nights in Season 3. They were playing under the title Asheras, and that was honestly a really promising squad there, but sadly things didn't work out. Now with a new team, Joy Boys looking really solid here on the first day. Want to see them coming back here throughout qualifiers. This is a squad that I think I have high hopes for going into Season 4 of Series E. Obviously some work to do to qualify, but I think they have some good chances here. And grabbing a win in game number 3 is going to feel good. Those 4 kills going to add some points to the total. So Joy Boys looking good. 2 games left to go. And the question is, with 3 different squads taking those first 3 games, likely if one of them can get a repeat win, that will set them apart big time here on the leaderboard tonight. So we'll see what they can do. Do want to remind you folks, if you guys ever need to know what's going on here at Esports Arena, check out our events, our calendars, where our locations are, any info you need about Series E, head over to esportsarena.com. We've got all that info for you, and you can certainly follow us on social media. We're at Esports Arena on Twitter and Instagram, facebook.com/esportsarenausa. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll kick off the first of our final 2 games of the night.
Logo, even better.
I'm your host, as always, Yeso, joined by my co-host, Luke Shimone Brew.
There's a lot to unpack there. I don't even know where to start.
If one of the North American teams doesn't win, their 2021 season is done. I got my fingers crossed. I think you got this. Let's turn more towards the competitive side. They finished strong.
Like 35-2.
They finished strong.
Really, if the only intent is, hey, let's make this game as esports as possible, then sure, but that's never going to be what Nintendo does.
And I'm very curious to see what kind of their first take on what a Valorant World Championship should look like.
Dang. That's super fun sounding.
Yeah, I think it's going to go.
That sounds super fun. I think that's like
I'm fading.
One bad headache can crash your entire game.
Excedrin relieves headaches fast.
Excedrin, game over for headaches.
Versus coming daily under pressure. Working on applying the scheme. The true side trademark is at the edge of your dreams and talking. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. chemistry. Your memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. Put the bars in the place, I'm talking one chance that was so good for the goal. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Let's go.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E. We've got 2 games left, 3 games down, and 3 separate winners across the night. So it's super important that we check in with the Mobile One leaderboard here at Series E to see where everyone stands in the final before we hit the final 2 games of the evening. So let's go ahead and check out the leaderboard to see who is currently in the lead. You got to remember that only the top 2 will be placing into the money, and currently those 2 squads, it's Buff Pathfinder along with Cody Muffins and Petty, who these 2 squads have been very consistent across the last 3 games so far. And it's going to be Buff Pathfinder with a 13-point lead with 2 games left to go.
They're being consistent with their third parties as we take a look at the Mobile One high performance moment. But there's a lot of things they're being consistent with. They're being consistent with getting over towards the zone with the third parties, the teamwork, the execution in their actual fights, picking up loot along the way as they're doing it as well. So the pace has been very, very fast the first 2 games. Game number 3, you can see there was a lot of congestion over towards this Lava Fisher side, and Buff Pathfinder with the nice plays over towards the outhand side. Malice with his caustic gas, remember that was just so well placed before this clip even happened, was extremely well done. But unfortunately, Buff Pathfinder didn't win this game as it was Joy Boys with the amazing portal play that we didn't get a chance to see on that Mobile One high performance, but that was the reason they got to that point to begin with.
Yeah, and a lot of factors came into it, right? Gamers who had that position, they had all of their attention on Buff Pathfinder right here, and for a good reason, but that left them very vulnerable to that port play that you were talking about, Tom. Let's go ahead and head into game number 4 of the evening, our final 2 now, with a lot on the line. We have to remember, these are cumulative points. Every point you earn here will work your way towards securing a spot in Series E. After our qualifiers, after all the games are done, only the top 5 teams will be securing a spot in Season 4 of Series E. So it's important to remain consistent. Make sure you have a good night. You don't have to win. You just have to make sure you're getting the points, Tom.
And if you want to keep pace with Buff Pathfinder and Cody Muffins and squad, you're going to have to, again, be playing at a really high level because we're seeing some really nice plays from these teams, specifically Joy Boys going. Is this where they originally landed? I didn't know that they were a team that went over towards the dome, but hey, this is one of those spots that you could get unlucky with the zones, but you need to make sure that you are looting and scooting immediately. Fortunately for them, zone is kind of close to them, so they don't have that far of a trek.
Yeah, it does seem like it's going to be a very hard southern pull, and there we go. We have the second ring as well, so a lot of launch site in play, but also a lot of lava siphon, and there are so many different pulls that can actually come out from this one. So if you're a team that's able to secure a beacon building at the very least, like you would see Spaceman and their team, they can play off of launch site for the next 2 rings to get a better feel for this. We'll see if they're allowed to do that, or if Stomps and Co. decide to actually run down to the south side. They don't really have to because they have a beacon on Lava Siphon actually taking a look at it now. So it's incredibly important that Stomps and them were able to win out on their 50-50 and secure Lava Siphon and all this loot and start positioning themselves to be able to bully teams away from this beacon.
No doubt about it. And now you can see the rotation already coming in from Joy Boys too. And you have to be really happy after you get your win in game number 3 and see a zone come down here, because you got that win all the way over towards that Lava Fisher side without playing on a Valkyrie. You did it with an amazing portal play. So great job by them. We'll see if they can continue that momentum going into this game, because, hey, only 2 games remain here. You can see game 4 or 5 in the bottom right. And we're going to be going through each day trying to pick up as many points as possible, because it's not just about first and second place for that money like you were talking about, Jamerson. It is the cumulative points, as we touched base on. So every game really does matter. You don't want to try to have any goose games. Try to average, anywhere from 6 to 8 points a game is typical to try to get you in that qualification area.
Literally vibing over here at Survey Camp. That ends up just being a full sentence, but they are here and they have a squad ahead of them, and they're trying to work the angles. It's just unfortunate because It's difficult to play off of this because you don't know if maybe an epicenter team comes or the refinery team shows up, and as much as you want to try and full commit, you also have to worry of the skyhook rotation. This is exactly what we're talking about. Cody, Muffins, and Petty, they hear the shooting, they hear the nades, they hear everything. They show up for this to try and get involved in this third party, but they're showing up a little bit early, so this is kind of scary. But there's the first nod. Captain Chewy going down. Petty Boss is feeling himself on this Wraith, and I like the kind of evolution of Petty Boss over the last 2-3 seasons of Series E, seeing him play a bit more aggressive, you know. This is a player that, you know, I've been following since basically Season 0 of Apex Legends, and he has grown immensely in that time.
Being able to play aggressive is just the key to opening things up as Wraith, so Petty's been able to do that phenomenally, as you can see, just pushing through, getting the rest of these kills and the kill lead as well. 3 on over there for Petty Boss with 434 damage already. Great start for Cody, Muffins, and Petty, who I believe are sitting in second place currently behind Buff Pathfinder. Tonka with a really nice Nox Gas Grenade right there, but just not able to do as much damage as he was hoping for. Wingman with the EVA 8 just by a solo, though, as Sumo coming through with the Nox, and you can see multiple players on the other side over here. This is going to be third party on top of third party.
Yeah, they're getting flanked from the west, they're getting flanked from the east. Cruising trying to hit that res. This is a rough spot. This is a tough spot for them to be in, but oh, it doesn't seem like it. Tonka does not have the stuff. They're going to get knocked out. Otama picking up those kills.
The thing is you see those shots too. 45, 45, just doing a great job. All of a sudden, door opens from behind, immediate one clip, and that's just the bait and switch right there. Nothing you could do, no matter how skilled you are when you hit those shots. If you just don't have your teammates there, no amount of barrels are going to save you. These teams are definitely going to push in. Otama doing the right thing, taking their time. Yes, Dank took a decent amount of damage, but they're going to be able to reset with all this loot inside.
And this is a priority building as well. For a zone like this, this should be a fairly predictable zone for most of our squads, especially if they can pick up ring number 3 along the way. But holding that platform is incredibly strong. And for a squad like Otama, they have to know how to hold this one down. And having the added benefit of this extra loot boxes and everything to play off of is going to make it that much easier for them to hold. As the early game scramble is starting to slow down just a bit. We're already down to 15 teams. So the pace of these qualifiers keeping up so far. It's been non-stop action almost the entire way through every single game.
Really has, and we saw in game number 3 it play a little bit differently here. Here we're seeing a lot more kind of burst plays coming out from teams. It all really depends on how the zone's going to play too. And previously we were switching on over to teams that was just Valkyrie rotation after Valkyrie rotation. Here it's really not going to look like that. I think a lot more teams are going to like to play edge and then slowly make their way in based on the zone. For Otama, they're most likely not going to see much action unless they end up shooting the death boxes in front of them. But for them, most likely going to be a little bit more chill along the way as teams start to fight their way for positioning. RCO seems to be one of those teams. Joyboy has made their moves as well.
Wavy John going down to RCO, and you know RCO has been fairly gifted. 2 squads that pulled up to their north, and so having a very southern pull, this is going to test them just a bit. And we'll see how they position for this one on their rotate. They are one of the more northern teams. They'll be arriving a little bit late, but the Joy Boys for now somehow actually able to secure a spot inside Lava Siphon. I was expecting some camping over that beacon, but literally vibing, getting out of dodge. You know, they had Cody, Muffins, and Petty showing up to the fight that they were eyeing up for some time now, but they're just going to rotate around in the zone. They've got to be careful there. Dropping a little bit low, but the syringes should be in time for them to top off. And you can see that they need to find this cursory loot. And there it is. There's the upgrade for CD there as he picks up the blue armor at the very least. They can craft in the zone if they need to, and they might have to pick up these extra meds.
Looks like they are going to be able to do that, and everyone's going to be A-okay for the most part with, again, just the early rounds closing over here. I'm still anticipating teams to do exactly what literally Vibings do. I think this is a pretty sound strategy based on this zone over here. They've been pretty solid with their team fighting overall, and their timing when it comes down to actually taking fights has been pretty impressive. Goat and Karma going to double team one player and take down Rushia as Sussy Bakas is laying down some cover fire all the way from across the map. And R301, gold R301 coming in for Goat over here, rocking the R400. has to feel good for Goat. He's gonna be playing extremely confident.
We've talked a lot about Season 0 of Apex tonight, and this was my loadout. The R3, R9, getting that R400. Love that combo. The addition, of course, of Big Mod, having those golden weapons to really be able to really secure and have a foundational drop is fantastic. We saw, of course, startings of that at the beginning of, I don't even remember. I want to say like Season 5 or Season 6, when Survey Camp was added, right? You would have those guaranteed gun spawns, and so you can kind of guarantee what you want to start your loadout with. That's why some teams still take Survey, even though the loot's kind of garbage there. But here we go, on board with High Rollers, who are trying to hold out over inside Dome for now. If they want, they can send Goat back to try and pick up that beacon, but it does seem like the presence of some squads keeping them a little bit scared, but we'll see if they actually go for that scan. I think with it being zone number 2, they have a huge opportunity to do that, especially committing to the edge here. It makes it much more easier for them to rotate. But here we are on board with Team Select now. Down by Tree of all places, catching out a team that's trying to rotate into launch from that connecting area. That Fruit Ninja and Euban are there trying to find an angle. Matt Pickett will be showing up with that G7 Scout. We've seen roller players absolutely dominate with the G7 Scout. We'll see if Matt Pickett has what it takes to keep up pace with all the others. For right now, that squad is just backing away, and Matt Pickett is losing out on these trades. He's down to just 1 bat now.
Pickett is one of the stronger skirmish players that we have here. Euban as well. So I'd love to see Select continue to pop off over here. They haven't found the fights cleanly as they were hoping for. Look at the Prowler shots across the map right there coming in for Euban. Gonna pop a couple of cells. Goat in the meanwhile is putting in work with that gold R301, R400 combo. So like we were saying, he was definitely looking like one of the stronger players on the map right now and continuing to live up that name. But this fight, you have to be careful with this fight. Once you start doing these long range fights for quite some time, someone else is going to capitalize on that, and that's why Crispy Bacon is focusing as hard as possible, connecting for so much damage with that wingman. But you can see player outlines are coming through. He's getting flanked.
Oh my goodness, Crispy Bacon gets 2 pumped by Fat Fruit Ninja throughout all of that. LKM now just scrambling to try and survive. Bacon's already been finished off as now Team Select are starting to find their angles here, backing away just for the full reset. They've already got the thirst. They know it's going to stay a 3v2, and a flank showing up. And so the discipline for Team Select is going to keep them alive as they just back away once again. They'll be afforded the opportunity if they want to with this port to try and get aggressive once again and finish off the final 2 players. But it's all about, of course, maintaining a good presence, maintaining your position, having that building to fall back on, and worrying about the third parties. You have the ultimate excels going down for Fat Fruit Ninja as well. If he has a second one and that gold helm, he should be able to get it in time. The zone is closing up here, and so that squad that was over by Tree, they're going to be forced out into these buildings. So Team Select are just biding their time, waiting to see what this team decides to do.
I love this idea. They need to focus the team behind them, force that team off, say, hey, it's time for you guys to rotate. These are our 2 kills. Meanwhile, one person needs to keep an eye on that banner so they don't just get whooped and swooped from behind over there with a quick little banner grab. So I love this play coming through. They have to force this off, and then they could focus on the other team behind them once that team gets stuck inside of the building. And that's exactly what they're thinking. That is just about the timing for the banner to disappear. Euban's going to come around with the flank, and now these players are split. Perfect opportunity for Select to pick up some kills. The Messiah with the 1 clip with the Prowler over towards the side. That's the last thing that you want. Now the team from behind sees that bubble go down. Both bubbles are going to go down, and these teams are on the verge of getting third party.
And there's gas inside that bubble, so Select might be able to get the res, but it's a third party from either side as KJ shows up, swinging in Trinal. Really pulling to my heart here as he pulls out that Pathfinder, has to back away though, getting that knock onto Matt Pickett. He needs to heal up, hitting that shield battery inside the car. He should be safe. Mochi needs to heal up as well, and so looks like the third party only netting them 1 kill for now as Euban gets finished off by a defensive bombardment coming out from the team that was rotating through trees. So, wow, what a quick push. What a quick third party coming out from KJ Shea.
Love that third party too, and it was just so awesome to see Trinal because we're casting Play Pathfinder. I know that he did it just for us, so big shout out to Trinal for busting that one out. But they knew that third party was coming. As soon as Yubin goes down, you were just not expecting it coming in from both sides. And it's unfortunate because Yubin died in about half a second. And that's just that DPS from the Prowler coming through. And Messiah really clutching it up there and stopping Team Select from continuing to just run things on that tree side of the map. So unfortunately for Select, that's just how the games have been going for them. They are looking good. They have a kill. All of a sudden, things don't go their way. A team comes in from behind for the third party, and then a fourth party comes in, and they lost their players.
Let's go this way. You can see we have a lot of presence of teams on the northwest side right now. Still not in the zone with 30 seconds left to go. RCO are looking to just play gatekeepers. You can see they have Trinal and Mochi in them right below. So we might have a 3v3 taking place. Oz showing up behind them as well, along with Gain and Obsessed. And RCO, they've got that turtle composition. They've got the caustic to really hold down that platform. So we'll see how long they decide to just play off that for now. Joy Boys, though, trying to creep up through Lava Siphon as they make their way on out. It looks like they are safe, but this ring will be pulling away from them. But this is just a neutral position. As they await the ring close, they'll realize that this one does pull away to that open area between launch site and the dome. One of the best spots being taken for that ring currently is going to be our second place team, Petty Boss and Muffins and Cody, as Joy Boys starting to creep up onto this RCO position.
Similar to what was happening to RCO in previous games where they're locked inside the building. They've been picking good spots early. They have the composition with Caustic to be able to do so. But Joy Boys has been playing similar, where they play the edge. Anything that you can get any given point in time is what you take in these type of situations, especially with the amount of different rings that are moving out. We'll see if Gaines is going to end up having a battery throughout all of this, but right now, without that bubble, without having much heals, he's going to need something. There's his boy throwing a battery on over towards his way. Meanwhile, Buff Pathfinder trying to fight on the outskirts right now. Looks like Bursty doesn't have that Valkyrie redeploy, so they're not going to be able to skip on over this quite yet. A minute and 30 seconds until the zone's going to be moving, so they don't necessarily have to take this fight unless they want to, but the damage is coming through, and Malice is going to have to do something fantastic here. Keep in mind, with the utility coming up here very soon, you don't really want to take this fight 100%. You want to make sure that you're utilizing everything that you have to its maximum capabilities over here. So Malice, if he wants to go and wait for that Nox gas grenade, all he has to do is toss that one over towards the side. They may not even have to bubble to Valkyrie redeploy, and they may even be able to win that fight fairly clean just with that utility alone. Meanwhile, RCO just gets absolutely stomped all of a sudden by Midnight Mochi in the KJJ team. Holy goodness, they played confident over towards the side for that third party, but taking that 3v3 was impressive.
And you can see in the meantime, Buff Pathfinder realizes that the fight is taking place to their north, so it's a little bit free for them to try and set up this angle on the squad that is stuck inside the tunnel. Eventually, they will get these kills just by pressuring them and making sure that they are contained inside of that. You can see Malice Mamba already setting up the barrels on either side, or trying to get them at least onto either side of that tunnel exit. Make sure that they're contained there, because that's the only spot that they can play. That ping that went down from Bursty right there, that's where they need to play off of. And so they need to make sure that this team can't contest them for it. So right now, it's all about choking them out. But KJ Shea now making another push. This is going to be Obsessed, I believe, in Gains in them on the other side. Aj going down to 2v1. KJ Shea picking up the action here as Trinal almost goes down, but they will be able to secure that and start getting the res. It's a gold bag res just in time. But here it is, Buff Pathfinder making sure that they're gatekeeping up against this squad coming out from the tunnel right now. Defensive bombardment's already been used. There is the bubble as well. Malice Mamba is caught out just a bit, but oh, that is a beautiful arc star as Bursty is forced back. Dre tries to play front line, but now Bursty will fall. There's only one left. Never mind. It's Gamers cleaning them up, as they will be able to get the armor swaps quickly. They only lose out on Crummy, but they at least survive the fray for now. We've hit the top 8 here as the northern scramble comes out. The Sussy Bakas are holding out onto that platform outside of launch site here. You've got a good amount of utility to throw in. There's a defensive bombardment from Mika B just as that bubble will going down, forcing out the slide. Big connects, but no knocks quite yet. They are vulnerable, and there it is. The connects onto the armor as they start pushing up. They don't want to give this away quite yet, and so they're going to allow, of course, cooler heads to prevail and back away. Sussy Bakas are another one of our squads currently like in the top 5, as Gamers have an angle to play off of here.
With just Crummy, or with Crummy already down and Enemy, I believe, running fairly low on heals too. You can see he went for the armor swap. He didn't have time. He went for the banner as well and didn't even have time to loot. So this is a tough situation to be in. Meanwhile, you still do have Muffins, Cody, and squad all alive too, and they've been picking up some serious kills along the way. Petty's been popping off over here. Armor swap coming through, but that's going to be all they needed to go and continue to get loot on the gamer side. So really nicely done, working just as a two-person squad over here. Axe been taking some off angles. You can see enemies been just working with that Gibraltar, taking every single head glitch possible, and now they're going to back off. The heat is just a little bit too much, and hopefully with all that commotion, one of the other teams is going to add pressure on the team in front of them. So just huge plays coming out from gamers. You really can't ask for any more awareness than that. Like, they realize that there's a team on that high ground over there, and this team is putting so much pressure on them, but the closer that you get, the easier it is for them to take you out. So just trying to separate yourself is the best thing possible, because hopefully another team is going to get distracted. But Koala and the Sussy Bakas are not distracted. They recognize the situation, the easy cleanup right there, and that was fairly quickly as well. Meanwhile, Cody, Muffins, and Petty find themselves in another fight over towards the side.
Yeah, they realized that Cody, Muffins, and Petty were actually involved in this scramble, and so they decided they're going to take their 2v2 while this 2v2 takes, or excuse me, 3v2 takes place over here. So now it's going to be the final 3 squads remaining as just a rat running around. Sussy Bakas trying to converge upon Muffins' team. They do have that high ground. Koala is trying to play off this. They do have the barrels as they're trying to hop them out. Shinny takes the high ground angle. Misses out in just a moment, hitting for the gold armor here. Koala continuing with the aggression, but he gets cracked and is forced back. Shinny needs to hold the angle, but no! Muffins finds it, gets the knock on to Mikabe. It's going to be a 3v2v1 now, and Cody, Muffins, and Petty about to pick up a win here in game number 4. It's all about finishing this off cleanly. There it is. Koala Bear goes down. There's only one left on the other side, and Cody, Muffins, and Petty will take the win in game number 4.
Overall team effort, but at the end of the game right there, you have to give so much credit on over to Muffins for the head glitch that he had. You can see that they were pushing up right there. They thought that was free. All of a sudden, Gibraltar peeks out. He's got his little man bun in the back, and he's ripping nothing but straight headshots right there. Switching on over to the EVA 8 right there, too, was really huge. He almost took down 2 players just from that one head glitch alone.
And with that, that should be their squad finally taking that first place spot as we head into the final game of the evening. We're going to take a short break. When we get back, we'll check in with the Mobile One leaderboard to see if that seems to be true. So don't go anywhere, guys. You're not going to want to miss the final game of the day.
I'm fading!
One bad headache can crash your entire game.
Excedrin relieves headaches fast.
Excedrin, game over for headaches.
Welcome back, everybody. Cody, Muffins, Petty able to grab a victory there in game number 4, and we're keeping the train running. No duplicate wins yet. We'll have to see if we maybe get one here in the final game of the day. Jamerson mentioned that this may bump them up into first place in the Mobile One leaderboard. We will find that out when we go back to them, but let's check out our play of the game here for game number 4. We'll bring this one up for you. It's going to go to Petty Boss, 7 kills, 4 assists as well, and just south of 1,900 damage there. Really good look for this squad. They were crushing it during the qualifying round, coming in, carrying some great momentum into the finals here and able to get a win here in game number 4. So they're going to be feeling really good, putting some good points on the board here today. This is definitely a squad with some well-known names. Petty Boss and Muffins are ones that I definitely know very well from getting to see them across the scene. And this is definitely a squad you should keep your eye on throughout these qualifiers. I think they're going to continue to be very, very dangerous on a night-to-night basis. So keep an eye on them, and we'll have to see if maybe they can grab first place here tonight. Some big points on the line, so we'll see what they can do. Do want to remind you guys, if you want to get in on the qualifiers, we're running them again tomorrow night and for the next 3 weeks after this one. Make sure to head over to matchareno.com/ESA to sign up right away. Okay, get on that. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, Tom and Jamerson will get you ready for the final game of the day. What's going on, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Eat, Speak, Compete.
Eat, Speak, Compete.
Yes.
Name, incredible. Logo, even better.
And I'm your host, as always, Yeso, joined by my co-host, Luke Shimone Brew.
There's a lot to unpack there. I don't even know where to start.
If one of the North American teams doesn't win, their 2021 season is done. I got my fingers crossed. I think you got this. Let's turn more towards the competitive side. They finished strong.
They were like 35-2.
They finished strong.
If the only intent is, hey, let's make this game as esports as possible, then sure, but that's never going to be what Nintendo does.
And I'm very curious to see what kind of their first take on what a Valorant World Championship should look like.
Dang. That's super fun sounding.
Yeah, I think it's going to go.
That sounds super fun. I think that like
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E. We have one game left for tonight's qualifying games, and we also have $500 on the line. Like we said, $350 will be going to first place, with $150 going to second place. So let's check in with the leaderboard to see who is closest to securing that right now. And we have a two-way race currently between Cody Muffins Petty and Buff Pathfinder. But it's Cody Muffins and Petty with the lead by 4 points. And it's in no way secured, as we still have Sussy Buck is there, Tom, in third place with 39 points, well within reach of both of these squads.
And keep in mind, it's not just about tonight for that cash. It's all about trying to make sure that you are getting in that cumulative leaderboard and placing inside of the top 5, I believe it is what we're going to take for qualifying into Season 4. And if we're looking at that, look at how many teams are in the vicinity. Not just that, teams directly behind those teams like RCO and Joy Boys have been playing phenomenal so far, and they're still just sitting at 8th and 9th place with 24 points respectively each.
Yeah, and really, that's just one big win that can easily propel you up into the top 3, top 4. So they are well within reach. So like we said, a lot on the line, but you also have to be able to run the long game. The marathon is still super important. I'm glad that we kind of took this pace, having the qualifiers run across multiple weeks and picking out the top 5 squads. We've been iterative in our in terms of qualifications for how Series E works, and I am very happy with this one. Let's take a look at the Mobile 1 high performance moment of game number 5, as we had plenty, but it was Sussy Bacchus here trying to get the full 3v3, and yeah, instantly the tables get turned on Koala.
Just look at this head glitch. All you see is man bun sticking out. You don't even see anything else. You really don't. And it's just so much damage that comes out immediately. And it's all because of Muffins. And then not only that, the immediate knock right there, just the presence of mind to take their time, relocate, make sure everybody's full. Once they find out where that next player is, immediate collapse. Like you said, Petty's been playing extremely aggressive. And there it is. Just such a clean wipe there. Nobody really took any damage.
And that was the instant Uno reverse card coming out. Sussy Bacchus were not expecting it there in that final end game. And she just hit him with the reverse, draw 4. They got the win at the end. But will they be able to maintain this pace? They've been amazingly consistent, putting on points every single game. I feel like there wasn't a game where they weren't within about the top 5 or top 6. And that's the kind of consistency we really need to see in this is something like Series E, where it is a long format, right? Where you're trying to secure your spot. You're trying to maintain that top 4 to move on to the next season and continue to be a partnered squad. So these are really great signs for this team so far. But like you said, Tom, we're also seeing a lot of talent really making their names here at Series E.
What I like to see is that the way that the qualification process works means that you have to show up every single day, right? Because when it comes down to Series E, you're going to have to play every Tuesday and Wednesday anyway. So might as well show your consistency now and show that you're going to be serious coming through here. And yes, playing a lot of Apex, but that's what it's about. And if you want to go and take your game to the next level, that's how you have to do that. You have to play inside of this, and you have to make sure that you're learning as much as possible with the ever-changing meta and with all the different things that Apex has to offer and working with your team overall. And we're really seeing 2 teams right now that are kind of rising above the rest, but we've only played 4 overall. But still, you can see the way that Cody, Muffins, Petty are playing, they're playing extremely well. And the way that the Buff Pathfinder is playing is on another level right now. And I'm looking forward to seeing which of these other teams is kind of going to step up and try to make their name in the running to try to take first or second place from one of these teams.
And this is some of the best performance we're seeing out of those 2 squads, right? From Buff Pathfinder, along with Cody, Muffins, and Petty. With the addition of Cody, I feel like it is absolutely just a slaying squad. I love to see it. We're on board with Cody, Muffins, and Petty. They're dropping over here by Climatizer. Surprisingly enough, this addition to this newest addition to World's Edge has been hotly contested. So many teams want this POI spot. We saw Cloud9 shifting away from Fragment West, taking Climatizer for themselves as well, and teams are utilizing it really well to different success rates.
And like you said, the aggressive play that they come through just complements with Muffins and his anchor play immediately. When we looked at that Mobile 1 high performance from the previous game, as we take a look at the zone, you can see possibly a crazy Geyser pull, which, is anyone even landing Geyser, Jamerson, this entire time?
No. We've had like 3 or 4 teams splitting Frag West and Frag East. But it looks like, yeah, Geyser is completely free.
Geyser's
so
not
if
that
any
bad
teams
of a
want to
spot.
be... I'm thinking maybe someone like Goat might be running Southside Geyser, taking some of the buildings and then running down to Big Mod, and then the team that's playing over by No Name is dropping someone, taking Northside Geyser and then running back. That is something that happens sometimes, but Shame Assist get into a fight down here, down by launch site. They've already picked up the kills. We're already down to 17 squads. This is crazy. The ring hasn't even started closing yet. Teams aren't even rotating yet.
Yeah, teams are, getting into that demon mode time where it's getting late at night, and this is how their ranked games normally go. So they're just like, all right, boys, let's just full send this one. And that's exactly what you're seeing right now. Game 5, Game 6 in all of Series E typically just is an all-out bloodbath. Everyone puts the pedal to the metal, except for the teams that are really searching for that first and second place, because everyone knows they need big games. Jamerson, what are they, 20 points behind? So that means that if you're not going to come out right from the get-go, picking up kills and you're not wiping squads and then you come down to 10 squads left, mathematically, you can't even make it. So that's why teams just go so absolutely crazy in these final games, because they're trying to make sure that they get on top of that leaderboard.
Yeah, there are multiple approaches, right? You could just try to, count this as not the greatest of nights. Make sure you just get a few points here and just call it a night, and then come back, bounce back tomorrow. As, of course, again, there's going to be a lot of Apex in play. If we have qualifying rounds, you need to play the first 5 rounds before we even get to the broadcast. Here are the Joy Boys currently trying to fend off a team coming out from Big Mod right now. Aj spots one out, but he's instantly forced to Q. Going for that wide peek up against 2 high ground angles is not going to work out for you. So he backs away off of that. Does he have the heals, though, is the big question. He has not popped anything quite yet. That's because he's fighting. Getting the knock onto Karma, and now finding the moment to hit himself a cell. Obsessed is getting shot up from behind. He has to be careful as he backs away. He's got the stim at least to create some distance here, and Aj and Gaines holding the angles for now, but Gaines is forced to use that bubble for himself. So no ground really taken here as Reses have come out, and now Obsessed is going to try his hand at going for the peak here as Aj just trying to reset now. Very aggressive play coming out, but the Joy Boys need to get out from being in the middle of nowhere here. And so looks like these 2 squads are going to coexist for the time being at Big Mod, and we'll see for how long.
Oh no, it's going to be Gaines going down to Karma, and like you said, that just took a little bit too long, and the reset was able to come through. And unfortunately for Aj, he was just 26 damage away from getting that blue armor, which I guarantee if he was feeling a little bit more confident about that armor, he probably would have played a sliver bit more aggressive, which they were already full sending that one, so can't really play that even more aggressive than he already was. Meanwhile, they're going to be able to just feel good about that, backing off and getting GOAT right back into this game, and also getting control of, like you said, the rig and holding things down over here with a 2 versus 3 situation is absolutely crucial with the zone and the way that it's moving. Meanwhile, in that kill feed, you can see Midnight actually picks up a couple of kills for Mochi, so we're down to already 16 squads.
Now, big thermite, but cross angle being set up, and Obsessed goes down. GOAT find that one clip onto him, and you're going to be able to finish him off instantly there. As it looks like Rain, GOAT, and Karma just get the full reset, and they'll be able to maintain control over this. Another team showing up from the Geyser side here, or it might just be the last player in this squad, but the action has been extremely fast. We're already down to 15 teams as round 1 is finishing up closing, but for this squad, they picked up the kill points, and it looks like they're even going to get a drop. So this is one of the greatest starts, really, to game number 5 that you can have.
I just also want to commend them on their names, making it so much easier for us casters. Jamerson, Karma, GOAT, and Rain, all words that I can pronounce and read extremely well, all names that will definitely stick in your head. If you see a guy named GOAT running around, you'll be like, all right, what's up with GOAT? But also keep in mind, GOAT was running a different composition before this. He was playing on Bloodhound, so they switched on over to the Valkyrie, and they've been playing different styles every single time. I'm looking forward to kind of seeing how their team develops, because that was a pretty solid fight against a team that was sitting in 7th and 8th place, and now we'll see if they're going to be able to continue to climb up on that leaderboard. And that's tough for Joy Boys, because they're on the outside looking in, right on that bubble, right on that top 5 area. Unfortunately, they're one of our first teams to be taken out. Triangle also in your kill feed is getting dropped by Spaceman as Tonka is rocking things down over towards this Harvester side. Makes you wonder if they're going to end up going for a third party over here.
Yeah, we've got another fight taking place. Shame Assist, I believe, were here last time around, along with Pathfinder. Spaceman's the only one up for his squad. Scan out with the Beast and the Hunt, popping that entire time. They get finished off, and it's the instant res, but another third party shows up from the choke to the north. Spaceman with a quick armor swap, but he's going to have to give up on his teammates as he runs into another full squad. Spaceman tries to get underneath, but Team Select show up to pick that one up. And now it looks like Team Select looking for another 3v3. They have not had the greatest of nights so far. They've put up points, but they want more. Like we said, when it comes down to game 5s, it is going to be demon hours, and we see teams trying to go for the big 20-kill games. We'll see if Team Select can do that right now, but they're running out of time. Half the lobby, basically, already gone. You've been holding the angle on the door. Has to be careful as Fat Fruit Ninja gets focused down. Forced to bubble up as Yuban needs to cover that door, but they're flanking from the other side. Here comes the bubble on the other team. Matt Pickett gets 2, Cruisin' and Kimchi down. Yuban will fall, but Fat Fruit Ninja and Matt Pickett are here to try and finish him off. Enemy should be going down, but oh boy, He's doing some Valkyrie things, getting some caught up on that door. Unfortunately, Fat Fruit Ninja finishes them off. Now he's going to be able to get the res.
Crazy play from Fat Fruit Ninja, just going to res out in the open because he realized, hey, if we're not getting shot at right now, I might as well go for it because not only do I need to get this one, I need to get another, and the block is hot right now. There were so many teams on over towards the Snake side, and Select, one of the teams that have been getting third-party nonstop throughout all these fights, are finally able to go and win a big team fight. But you have to give so much credit to Matt Pickett right there for taking the high angle directly above the bubble and just sitting and preying on the entire team as they walked out. He almost mopped all 3 players, not by himself. Yes, everybody else was distracting, but the way that Pickett was able to angle himself right there was huge for that team fight.
And they're going to be the beneficiaries of a beacon as well, and already coming to the edge. That's a huge bonus to have, cleaning up that team fight here in round number 2. And so we know this is going down to Lava City. It should be pulling over that way. There's a chance that maybe it goes over towards Geyser, but Lava City is going to be the big bet for most squads. Right now, though, Cody, Muffins, and Petty, they know that they're in first place. They're not putting themselves into those vulnerable spots. They're taking things slow, coming down from Climatizer, working their way through Fragment East right now, picking up whatever secondary loot that they can. It does seem like there is a squad just outside of No Name. Things going down. Muffins hitting some decent shots with that G7 Scout, and they don't really want to risk too much. They have a decent lead going into this game, 4 points in first place. They've been amazingly consistent all night long as well, hitting top 5 multiple times, and it's just business as usual for them.
Exactly, and they've been playing so well over towards the edge. Again, there's no reason to kind of switch it up over here. You're already doing extremely well. Look for team fights on the outside, wait for third parties, and wait for opportunities to go and make your collapse and make your play over here. And still, not really much doing in this game, unfortunately. A lot of the fighting has taken place on the opposite side of the map, so they're going to have to relocate and find exactly where they want to go and play. But you know what? They may eventually run into Buff Pathfinder in a little bit later on throughout that rotation, because you can see that Valkyrie rotation over towards the chokes. One of the teams is going to have to make their way towards the other choke unless they decide they want to make their way uphill over here. So this could go one of 2 ways. Really, Buff Pathfinder could get distracted by another team, or they could end up just running directly into Petty, Cody, and Muffins.
Yeah, and we have to remember, these are the top 2 squads in the lobby right now. Buff Pathfinder along with Cody, Muffins, and Petty. But you have to imagine, with the experience that Petty and Muffins bring, they realize that that's a Valkyrie team coming from the north. That's more than likely Buff Pathfinder. They've been playing Edge when it comes down to these southern zones. So they're going to try and give them a wide berth. They do not want to allow Buff Pathfinder to close the distance on them. They have to just stay alive. They have to wait to see them on the kill feed, and then they can make a move. And so it looks like for the time being, Buff Pathfinder are going to shadow them. You can see them kind of running parallel to them. And they're going to try and control choke after choke. Maybe even a lurk play coming out from Buff Pathfinder here.
I like that. The pace of this game has been really, really quick. So why not kind of set up some sort of ambush? And while you're doing that, you're also being aware of potential third parties that have been coming up. But Banshee ends up getting scanned. He's going to queue all the way back over towards his team, which may not have been 100% necessary, but it also allows them to kind of push up and get a little bit of a bait going on with Sedai and Jaren, and literally Vibin now somehow is backing off on this fight. They had a huge advantage. There was so much open ground for the enemy team to cover, but the Arc Star just connects for so much damage. That's a full send if I've ever seen one, and Banshee just turns the fight immediately in their favor.
Wow, what a quick turnaround. They took almost no damage throughout all of that, but here it is. Action taking place over at Lava Siphon right now. Cody Muffins, they've already gotten 2 knocks. Messiah going down, actually. Just the 1 knock finishing him off. That's the Thirst. Buff Pathfinder are keeping an eye on this. They know that the fighting's taking place here. Cody, Muffins, and Petty, they cannot lose out on anyone. As you can see, they're expertly playing around this bubble. They've got the man advantage as well. Buff Pathfinder are still waiting for this, though, hoping that someone goes down, but going to be an expert clean fight coming out from this squad. They're going to be able to just thwart this third party in just a moment. Petty Boss has to queue out because of that Arc Star. Now he has to try to decide where he goes for this one. Muffins is holding down the door for him, making sure that they're able to back away. It was a very tense situation for a moment there, but they survive and they don't get third partied. And they also get a kill on the board, actually increasing the lead they have over Buff Pathfinder.
They may have picked up a couple along the way. I'm not quite sure how many actually they were able to get on the board. But one of those small plays that I loved from Petty was as he hit his Q, which was also perfectly timed, he doubled back, realized that he had enough time to go and check where this player was, and then make his way back on over towards the door, just in case he wanted to get extra valuable information as he was sitting inside of that phase. But switching on over to Buff Pathfinder, that team that is sitting directly behind Cody, Muffins, and Petty, they are finding themselves on the outside looking in here, Jamerson. Yes, they do have Valkyrie, they do have the redeploy, but this fight is a little complicated.
Oh boy, someone showing up behind them as well. They've got to be careful now. Defensive bombardment is going to force Bursty down onto the low. And like you said, they're on that Valkyrie. They can just go ahead and use that redeploy to get out of here. You can see why as well. The armor advantage going over in favor of Cody, Muffins, and Petty right now with that red, with the purples. And Petty Boss going for the peaks. And yeah, and I've been loving the aggression that he has been taking. And oh, it is paying off. Forcing out the bubble. And you can see, he knows he can go for the reset. They can just go ahead and start throwing down nades. But a defensive bombardment has been used by Buff Pathfinder. Find them some more time. But that utility is going to run out, and that means that they're going to have another pass stuck down on the low ground here. Their opportunity to redeploy is absolutely gone now. Bursty might be the first one to fall here. Caught mid-air, and here come the nades out from Cody, Muffins, and Petty. And if they get this kill, this might just be an absolute secure for them, as we have hit top 7. Malice Mama's down. Dreza goes down as well, and that is basically it for them. We've hit top 7. They've taken out 2 of their major competitors here. And so they'll have a freer rotation coming in with this zone.
We're really fortunate to be able to see the game from an outside perspective and see all the player outlines to make the decisions a little bit easier. But right there, best case scenario, most likely would have been the Valkyrie redeploy out of there just based on the angle of that fight right there for Buff Pathfinder. And unfortunately for them, they didn't realize who was hunting them down. It was Cody, Muffins, and Petty, the team sitting in first place. So you got to give credit to where credit's due. Just again, the aggressive play from Petty, coming through with that L-Star, forcing the team over towards the low ground. Arc Stars on top of that, pinching them, forcing the bubble, having the discipline not to drop down there early, forcing defensive bombardment, making sure once all that utility is gone, then they're going to double back and try to secure this one and finish that off, and that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, we're just seeing a masterclass and just, good fundamental Apex Legends coming out from this squad. And does translate, of course, with the wealth of experience coming out from this team. Players that have been basically competing since day number 1, with the exception of Cody, but he's slotted in expertly into this squad. We do have the ring pulling up to the north side of lava. It's going to be that mini dome ending as Petty Boss finds himself another player. That's going to be Ghost Squirrels going down, and he picks up 2 more. He has been absolutely fragging all night long. Here's literally vibing, though, making the push onto RCO, and it wasn't much of a push because it was over before we even got to see anything here. The res does come out from CD as they get him back on up, and now Cody, Muffins, and Petty continuing to move on here. They have another team trying to gatekeep them here on the northern side, but Petty Boss has a nice angle along with Muffins and Cody here. Going to be some poking, some airburst nades out. We'll see if this one connects. Nothing coming out from that one, but it looks like multiple squads are actually in the area here on the north side.
This is a definite viable position to go and hold, but I didn't realize how close they were to coexisting here on the southeast side. And one of the reasons I love the meta right now is look at the action, look at the ability to make outplays and just the lack of Bloodhound scans. See, Crummy is able to go and play a little bit sneaky right there and play unorthodox as the rest of the teams are taking angles. And that Bloodhound meta, you were not able to make plays like this. And to me, it became a little bit stale. I'm so happy with the current fighting that we have and the current meta that we have in Apex Legends. Yes, a lot of Valkyrie, a lot of Caustic, etc. But to me, it's all about the little skirmishes and all about the little nuances of making plays like that. Unfortunately for Petty and Muffins and Cody, it looks like gamers are going to put a slow end to their run. I think they still have a rat throughout all of this, but that is going to be all she wrote eventually for those players. Is Sussy Baka's in a tough situation. Koala Bear eating a lot of damage. Mika's going to eat a lot of damage too. And I like this play, trying to make their way over towards the top of the bubble, but I don't believe you could sit on that eggshell, so he's going to fall right back down to the ground.
Okay, so Buff Pathfinder actually ended up in 5th place there. They somehow survived, got the res on over here at Mini Dome. I don't know how they were able to actually escape and get the res, but that's why they ended up getting cleaned up here. And so we'll see if maybe the placement points make a difference, but we know that Cody Muffins and Petty, they had more kill points throughout all of that. So that should be the difference maker. They already had the lead as well. And right now, I think it's going to be between those two squads. But here we go. The final two teams. It's going to be Gamers versus Literally Vibing in a full 3v3. Do have, it looks like very equal armor situations. The gold armor is the only difference between these two teams right now, as they are stuck inside of Mini Dome, and that's going to allow Gamers to try and set up cross angles. You can see Banshee is looking to back off and maybe play on the other side of this dome as they hand off heals to each other. This longbow is going to eventually have to get swapped out, because he needs to play for that close range eventually.
Ooh.
Unless he hits shots like that.
He's hitting some serious shots right there, and now Literally Vibing is going to have to slow heal over here with just cells. They have no idea that they're slow healing. Otherwise, the push would have already happened. 95, Ooh. 95. Okay, Jamerson, he's keeping the longbow forever.
He's got it fully kitted out as well. He's got that 410 Digi going out throughout all of this.
Oh
so
my.
if there was a cost, it's going to be incredibly great. But man, you can see Literally Vibing slowly getting choked out, forced back actually out of the ring right now. But here we go. He's got the Spitfire. If this comes into close quarters combat, this is going to be really good for that gold armor Gibraltar. Just needs to bring it within range. Jaren, he's got that gold R301 as well, falling back with the nades going down. Gamers just allow too much time for the other side to heal up. Literally Vibing is given so many opportunities just to go for the reset. Gamers playing this one extremely cautiously, and I can understand why, Tom. Left in the 3v3, but here comes the defensive bombardment. It's inside the dome. Literally Vibing are on the other side of the here comes the flank, the two-man pushing out for that. Now they're just going to avoid that defensive bombardment. That's the first knock for Literally Vibing. They might be the first squad to get 2 wins tonight. It's a 2v1 left, as Literally Vibing playing the bubble expertly here, left to finish off this Wraith, and they will be able to get this win in game number 5.
You don't really expect in the eggshell area for a defensive bombardment to put that much work in, but it cost them the bubble, and they had the defensive bombardment in enemies' hands. If they wanted to go forward with that one, maybe that would have forced the bubble on the other side. Not able to capitalize on all of those longbow shots as well as the reason that they weren't able to go and take that one. But just an amazing job over towards the tail ends of the game there. We got to see how much it means for these teams to go and continue to put their best foot forward so they could just add up the points for the cumulative leaderboard.
Yeah, so that means, of course, with game number 5 done, we're going to take one last break. When we get back, we'll be able to take a look at the leaderboard to see who stands up top and walks away with that cool $350. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody. Game number 5 in the books, and literally vibing, bookending the night with wins in games number 1 and 5, and we'll have to see if that's enough to put them at the top of our Mobile 1 leaderboard. Let's check out our final player of the game here for our first day of qualifiers here leading into Season 4, and it's going to go to Banshee. 7 kills and 3 assists and over 1,300 damage in this game. Banshee showing up big, literally vibing, showing up even bigger as they close the night with a big victory, and those points are going to feel really good on the leaderboard, and it's a great way to start off 8 days of qualifiers. Remember, we will be back here again tomorrow night with day 2 of our qualifiers for Season 4, and I'm super excited about that. Now, we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll have our final high-performance moment of the night. Tom and Jamerson will check out the Mobile 1 leaderboard. We'll see who ended up on top, and then I'll be back here to close the show. So don't go anywhere. We'll have your results here in just a few. What's going on, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Eat, Speak, Compete.
Eat, Speak, Compete.
Yes.
Name, incredible. Logo, even better.
And I'm your host, as always, Yeso, joined by my co-host, Luke Shimoni. Brew.
There's a lot to unpack there. I don't even know where to start.
If one of the North American teams doesn't win, their 2021 season is done. I got my fingers crossed. I think you got this. Let's turn more towards the competitive side. They finished strong.
They were like 35-2.
They finished strong.
If the only intent is, hey, let's make this game as esports as possible, then sure, but that's never going to be what Nintendo does.
And I'm very curious to see what kind of their first take on what a Valorant World Championship should look like.
Dang. That's super fun sounding.
Yeah, I think it's going to be awesome.
That sounds super fun. I think that's like the
by my side. We're going left while you're always on the right. Don't decide, I just need you to barely try. Yo, I fry, I just need you to not die. There's one left, I need you to win this fight. You should've rested, we lose like this every time. Go ahead and cry, you're not getting better. This isn't fine, we can't play together. Tell me, where are you looking? There's no way that you cannot see what I see.
Welcome, everybody. Happy Wednesday, and welcome back to the Series E Apex Legends Season 4 qualifiers. It's day number 2 of 8 total days of qualifiers we're going to have. Night 1 was an absolute blast. Got to see Cody, Muffins, and Petty coming out in the top spot, put some great points up on the board and building on a strong start as they try to qualify here for Series E Season 4. We got a bunch of squads coming out to compete tonight. We had 40 different teams in the qualifying round, and we've now whittled it down to the top 20 who will compete here in 4 games for the final. So do want to let you guys know that. A little bit of a shift from last night. We did 5 and 5 last night. That's just a little too long. It's a lot of games for our players. A lot of games for the TOs in production, and we feel like 4 and 4 is just a lot better for everybody. So that's how things are going to switch up here tonight. But otherwise, everything stays the same. Teams battling it out for cumulative points to try and grab one of the few spots remaining in Season 4 of Series E. Every single night matters, so you've got to come out consistently here during the qualifier. So very much looking forward to that. Hope you guys had a great day. Hope you enjoyed the show last night. We've got plenty more action here for you tonight. We got a couple of great casters on the night as well. We got T Squared and Vicky Kitty, and I also do want to extend a special congratulations to both of them as we did get the announcement of the talent that will be working on the ALGS Pro League here for Split 1, and both of them are on there. Very well-deserved honor for those two. They are incredible at what they do. We certainly enjoy getting to listen to them here every week on Series E, and we're excited to get to hear them on the ALGS Pro League. They're going to knock that one out of the park. But as we get ready for tonight, it's all focus on Series E. Night 2 tonight, as I mentioned, of 8 total that these players will be competing, and we've got 4 games in this finals lobby ahead of us. It was a very even night throughout last night. We had 4 different teams win the 5 total games in our finals lobby. We'll have to see if we see a wide split like that here once again. But the best part is we're ready to go. We got 4 games ahead of us. We're going to get it all kicked off right here. So let's get night number 2 of the Series E Season 4 qualifiers underway.
Series E.
Series E.
Series E.
Series E. Series E.
Apex Legends.
Apex Legends.
Series E Apex Legends starts right now.
What is up, everybody? Welcome to Series E presented by Esports. We're T Squared and Vicky bringing you the action today. Vicky, how you feeling today?
I'm feeling so happy right now. Just having that intro right now just kind of brought everything back to reality. We are here, though, with Series E, Tom, and I'm so excited to be back on the mic with you.
Hey, we have so much qualification going on because there is so many games to be played, and it's overall a cumulative leaderboard. Let's hop in and talk a little bit about the format. And y'all most likely know what Series E is because you guys are watching right now, and you most likely watched yesterday. It's just going to get more and more intense as we continue this qualification process that's happening. You can see on your right-hand side, it's your typical ALGS formats. You get 1 point per kill. You get 12 points for the win, going all the way down to the big goose egg for 16th to 20th. There's a prize pool of $500 on Tuesdays and on Wednesdays. When we get this going, Tuesday will be our open day. Wednesday will be our pro day. But right now, we're in our qualification process, and right now we are looking at 4 games for these players to rack up as many points as possible. We have 2 servers that we're going on, your top 10 teams. As always, we'll be moving on to that final lobby that you're seeing right now. And Vicky, it's all about consistency because the cumulative points matter. You can see on that middle left-hand side of your screen, the finals, it's all about getting your top matches and also getting inside the top 5. Usually in past, we've had, hey, win 1 week, win 1 day, and you're in. But this time, it's all about consistency and making sure you're getting all those points.
Yeah, it's super important because you have those 8 games that you're going to be playing within the night. Of course, 4 of those games are going to be the games that we get to see on the screen, but that also is going to show you which of these teams are going to be carrying that momentum into that last run. You have to also consider if some of these teams may feel a little tired, a little burnt out by the end of this session, and that's going to play into what we had just seen yesterday when we had seen Buff Pathfinders versus Cody Muffins Petty really duke it out in such a close race where you saw Cody Muffins Petty come out on top. And we see some familiar names out here with some of these teams that we're going to be seeing tonight, Tom.
And it's important to note that both of those teams, Vicky, are here. You can see Cody Muffins Petty on the bottom left-hand side of your screen and then Buff Pathfinder on that middle right-hand side. They're playing on a whole nother level. Literally vibing, wasn't that far behind them. We also have Lonely Fans here today who's looking really good, and RCO who was playing pretty solid as well. Gamers was right there. Tonka was there. Joy Boys won a game yesterday. We also have Hundreds coming through and making a performance with Mooney and Lurde as well. So I'm excited to see how they're going to do. LKM has turns today. High Rollers had some really nice plays as well. We are in a stacked lobby. KJ Che, they're our solid team as well. So I'm looking at a lot of these teams. And if you weren't mentioned, hey, you still probably should because CPR certified's right there. That's just how good this lobby actually is.
Yeah, I feel like when you take a look at the skill level that we have within this lobby, a lot of these players are not only playing as consistent as they can be, but I feel like this competition is so knit tight with each and every one of these teams. And, you know, it really comes to show you that those points are cumulative for those top 5 teams throughout the next 4 weeks. And, of course, with each of these events happening, $500 are on the line. But it's not just about the money, Tom. It's about getting those points at the end of the day.
You have to, and you have to get them through a lot of third parties. That was happening yesterday. We saw a lot of Valkyrie. We saw a lot of Caustic and Gibraltar. We also saw that typical composition that you would see with maybe Octane, Wraith, and Gibraltar as well. That was exciting to see how teams were going and rocking that one and playing extremely aggressive. Cody Muffins Petty is one of those teams as well. So we'll see who relies on the Caustic and the Valkyrie crutch, I guess you could say. Is it a crutch or is it just the smart play to do? I'm not really quite sure. One thing's for sure is once you stick a random Valkyrie in the middle of a team fight, it can definitely throw all the things off towards the end game.
You know, this was a composition that I noted from the last ALGS. Of course, you remember Benchwarmers coming out with the Valk, Caustic, Gibby, and that was something that definitely stuck in my head because this was a team that really brought something new to the table that no other squad was really trying to run at the time. They were kind of on their last runs with Valkyrie coming out, and they didn't want to risk everything. Now we see that Valk, Caustic, and Gibby coming out everywhere, and it's great to know, of course, because you have that Valk for the ult, so that way you could be able to get from one point to the next point safely. But is it really safe enough in the end game? That is the question, because you definitely know, of course, seeing the last few games within this composition being ran, how eager a lot of these squads are to shoot them out of the sky, and that's something that you have to look out for when you've already used your Gibby Dome.
And we're coming down to the last kind of days of practice leading into the ALGS that's happening, and a handful of these teams have actually qualified, and a lot of teams from Series E have made it in. 3/4 of our teams have gone through and gone into the ALGS Pro League for the top 40 teams. So it's really exciting to see because there's not many days left to go and practice. We start off Saturday with EMEA. We go in Sunday with the North Americas as well. And a lot of these teams may not even get another day of practice going forward. Yes, they're going to play ranked. They're going to do the 1v1s, all your typical stuff in terms of pub stomping. But there's really no better place to go and test your skills in Series E. And we've gone and see that with the amount of teams that come through. And also, I really think that this qualification process that we have not only is the best format that we've had in the past seasons, but this is also the most talent we've seen, Vicky.
Yeah, that's why I was saying the biggest thing I noted after watching yesterday was a lot of these the skill level between a lot of these teams are so close to one another, and I'm excited to see how that's adjusted going into day 2 now. I mean, we even witnessed Buff Pathfinders, that squad, we saw the 20 bomb get dropped. I mean, that's insane here in a lobby like this. That is not very common. So that's why I'm really excited to see how some of these teams have adjusted going into day 2.
Another team that I think can do it is Cody Muffins Petty, the team that was right there with them. And it's going to be up to these other teams to really try to catch up. And there's a big race that's going on in terms of who's going to catch up to Sakuna leaderboard. Where does everybody actually stand? Because it was such a close race up to a certain point. It really was around game 3, game 4, game 5 in that second half where these other teams started to stand out and really pick it up. But we had different winners a handful of different times. So it's really anybody's lobby. And we added a couple of tweaks here in terms of adding a couple of different players in this lobby. When you add a team like what Kubski's playing with, you can see that they're going to be a team that gets over towards the end zone. They're going to be a team that really tries to play in the inner of the circle. Another team that was doing a phenomenal job of playing in the inside of the zone was RCO. We had 2 northwest zones, so they got a little bit lucky since they were landing over towards the Lava Fisher side, but they were still a team that was in the middle of it. If they can learn how to kind of control the pace of the game from inside of the middle of the zone, I'm excited to see what a team like RCO can do. But here we go. Game 1 coming up here in the qualifiers on our Wednesday. Make sure that you guys tune in every Tuesday and Wednesday, same time throughout these 4 weeks as we get to find out who's qualifying for Season 4. There's going to be a couple 50-50s over here, but right now, am I crazy or is Fragment East open?
Wow, no, actually, your eyes are not deceiving. Okay, wait, your eyes were deceiving you. We zoomed in. All right. It rendered. So we do have us 2 squads right now in Fragment, 1 in East, 1 in West. And this is nice to note here because you're going to have a lot of that loot over to the East side. So you're going to be able to have a lot more of that space. And already swapping over Lonely Fans, this is going to be a squad that we're familiar with, being able to see this squad within the Series E before. And they're already going to get looted up, and they're going to have all this area to themselves.
It's always nice because 50-50s have been the bane of the existence for a lot of these teams, and it's a struggle at certain points. We saw one of the fastest third parties ever in a game number 1 yesterday with about 45 seconds into the game. We also get a scan, and look at this. It's going to continue to pull over towards that Lonely Fan side. So they're going to be feeling really good about this. Charge Rifle Prowler, just looking for a mag. Going to be able to find that as well. And unless I'm crazy, that probably should be on his weapon right now, unless he pinged that one. And he's got the Charge Rifle in the back pocket. So there it is, loading a little bit slowly, rendering a little bit slowly, but we haven't forgot about you and what you have. That's going to be a 3X Prowler purple mag for OSO rated, plus the blue armor to boot. This is a great start for Lonely Fans. They already get the zone as well. Meanwhile, Cody, Muffins, and Petty continuing to loot and get ready for what the zone push is going to have to be. They're going to have a little bit of a trek, and they're also dealing with, I think, our first 50-50 of the game.
Yeah, actually, and this is a great look for Cody, Muffins, Petty. This is the same team that managed to take the entire thing just yesterday. They got that first place spot, and not only that, you could really see how that synergy between adding Cody and has really been popping off for this squad. Already getting into that early fight, and you can see where the circle is actually going to be pulling towards Lava Siphon, that new area where a lot of the heat kind of comes down to because it's in the open for a lot of these rotations from the southern part of the map.
Yeah, it could continue to pull over towards launch site. You could see exactly where 2 teams are kind of meeting up over there. That's where OSO rated and the scan came through. And I believe that's Midnight and their team making the way over towards the circle as well. Right now, not much contention happening, but nice Sentinel shot right there. And the knock coming in from Highlight, creating highlights already. That's back-to-back Sentinel shots for the first knock and finish flush of the game. That's going to be nades going down. Give no respect. They're not taking anything besides names right there and straight up headshots. Pretty impressive start.
Yeah, pretty disrespectful, especially when you have less than 10 bullets left in that Sentinel. I mean, you don't even need that, right? You just need those 2 bullets from Highlight. That was it. Get it done. And still, that's 2 members I believe I saw from the kill feed that they were able to get from that squad. So maybe we already have an early rat in the game. We'll have to see. But LKM, talk about the heat when it comes to rotating in this part of the map. You already see LKM getting into a fight, trying to block a lot of those rotations, but they did shoot a purple Evo shield. So some of these squads moving in already have been able to loot up pretty nicely.
Rocking the 2-4 on the R301. Not my favorite scope. I'd rather almost go with no scope, and that's going to be the case. But Turns was not playing on the squad yesterday. I'm not quite sure what he was up to, but definitely a extremely important player to have on your team in these instances. One of the more seasoned players that we have in Series E and through the qualification process. Excited to see what he's going to be able to do. Rocking that composition that we were talking about, Caustic, Gibraltar, and the Valkyrie. Also in a very solid position. Meanwhile, what's going on the outside of the zone, it's going to be washed. No Rippy, G-Leon, and I'm Ant Boy. Ant Boy hopefully will not become a rat boy over here with just 70 shots inside of the weapon. I feel like they've been kind of pushed out on the outskirts, and unless you take this fight almost immediately, you're not going to be able to fight very long.
Yeah, this is tricky here because then you have to understand you have to rotate at this point. There are outside a circle. The circle is not too far away from them, and they are looking like they're in a better spot here. But washed! Oh, it's Jay Lowen who's actually getting pinged from both sides. He needs some help. And this is going to be Cody Muffins Petty, a squad who plays so aggressive. They're really going to be able to dive down into the Gibby Dome, create some of that space. They funneled themselves there, and they are already going to get 2 down. What a great start here for Cody Muffins Petty. They just need one more member of that squad to finish things up.
Literally Vibin's coming in with the third party. It's C-Die and Banshee. Perfect timing over here. There is the knock on to Cody. And you saw the bubble already happening. Portal's happening as well. It's one of those instances where you're trying to save your teammate, but at the same time, you don't really know what to do because this could just be straight bait. Meanwhile, Muffin's getting the flush that he needed to on the opposite side. Banshee's going on the hunt over here. And you can see on the player outlines, this could be potentially Petty, who's going portal jumping from back to forth, but they need to focus up because literally Vibin is not in the clear quite yet. There's going to be multiple teams still fighting over here, and you have to finish off the rest of Muffins and Petty. Otherwise, they're going to get Cody right back in this game.
Yeah, they're not vibing just yet here. They have to make sure that they can get at least a knock here if they want to fully extend on the fact that they came in for that third party at the perfect time here. They also have that Valkyrie redeploy if they want to make sure that they're safer in circle. They don't get circle kept themselves because there's been a fighting here for quite some time. So they've been able to make some noise, which is the reason why literally vibing is right here. We already have our red cam too.
That's right there. I mean, there's been so much fighting over here. It's not surprising. And again, it's all about recovering these banners. But you have the portal in your back pocket if you want to go and use that. And you still have Petty and Muffins to work around. So this could potentially work. You never know if he's just going to be able to go for the last minute swoop while they're distracted.
To see right here, literally vibing now, just trying to make sure as the circle closes in that they don't let any stragglers escape here. We already see the rat cam hiding behind that corner. See what they could do. Trying to force out that rat from under the rock. What can you do in this situation other than if you're raped, just void away, get away from the situation. But even then, there's only so far you could go.
I like this flank coming through here. Look at the shots coming in. Cody's right back to being down. There goes the flush as well. They're still going to be in the vicinity. And what's crazy to me is they're not giving up on this. Petty's still fighting. And there it is. Muffins gets the knock as well. This is so bad for literally vibing. Like you said, they are not vibing quite yet. Muffins is going to come through and be the hero. He still has his bubble after all that. And that's what you love from your teammates. Cody has to be stoked.
That was beautiful from Cody Muffins Petty. Just the disengagement to assess the situation before re-engaging right there at the perfect time. That's why they were able to just move in. You said, all right, you third party us, we'll third party you right back. Now we're taking a look at Tonka, who they can't push on this building just yet. They have that caustic trap set up, and it's going to be a caustic v caustic squad. As Tonka, they're taking a lot of that damage. They're in circle. They have to watch out for this situation, or else if they're not too careful, they're going to be the ones getting sent down because of the circle. Lonely fans now, as we take a look, they're finding themselves in another fight here, just waiting for that Gibby Dome to finish, and still repping that charge rifle that we noted earlier on in the beginning of the game.
Yeah, and that is going to be now the 4.8 instead of the 3x. It's going to be so annoying as you're trying to fight. You're just getting ripped over towards the side. 58 here. 3 is even worse sometimes because you're like, man, really? I got hit with 3 damage overall. Meanwhile, Goat is going to be getting some knocks with Karma and Rain. That's going to be Midnight. Mochi, they're going to be dropped. Meanwhile, also Flick is going to get the knock and finish on to Trinal. High Rollers, they were a team yesterday positioned again themselves very well. They're doing it again today. They're also winning some team fights that are against teams that may be considered strong skirmishers, but I think High Rollers are showing that they can do both. They can play the zone and they're strong at fighting.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see their position right here as they are prioritizing holding this building, but they have to avoid these arc stars first and foremost. There's only so much these caustic traps could really stop this squad from trying to overextending. How many arc stars does he have over here? It's Blueberries from Lonely Fans. Maybe trying to find a way to try to sandwich them. Not overextending is going to be able to take that portal back to the safety of their team.
Not any batteries, unless he's just conserving them at this point. Also, if that's the amount of cells that they have, they need to pick up more resources along the way. There's no way you're going to be able to finish this game holding a priority position with just this amount of cells and healing overall. You're going to need something, maybe a fight that takes place, or hopefully someone is one of the hoarders on your team. You never really know. It could be Mollis, it could be Oso Radar. There's always that one person on your team. Yeah, it's Mollis. He's got 8 cells.
Yeah, or if it's not 8 cells, you see like the 12 cells coming out too. I mean, you know, there's always that one person that can, of course, come through, help you out if you're low on supplies. They did make that slow rotation. They were poking, so that does make sense here, as they are going to try to loot up before they manage to rotate away. And remember, that circle is going to be finishing on top of Lava Siphon, and you could already see how many squads have rotated here after getting that last circle.
And you see Malice, their team over there with Bursty and Dre, chucking over some missile barrages over towards where Rolders and Protectful squad are. Out in the middle of the open, Hundreds rocking the Bangalore over here, rocking the Shiv special, bringing it back. What's crazy is Hundreds can play a handful of different legends. To me, it's surprising that he's going with Bangalore when Wraith is on the table. He plays a handful of different aggressive characters, but this is something a little bit different to me. This is some serious throwback gameplay, rocking the Bangalore mixed in with the Bloodhound.
Yeah, I haven't seen this in a very, very long time. Just thinking here, maybe it's because of the Replicator. I believe the Replicator does have the Digi threat scope, so not too sure if that's just some big brain play that I'm reaching for, but probably not here, as they are kind of stuck by this crate, looking at their backs to make sure that nobody's going to be rotating behind them, as the circle is going to be closing in 20 seconds.
And there really could be a handful of different zone pulls over here. It's been fairly unpredictable recently as we take a look at a Valkyrie redeploy in the bottom right picture-in-picture. You also, at the top right-hand side, see how easy the rotation is going to be for Cody, Petty, and Muffins over here. They're not going to have any teams to deal with. They're going to simply walk in, play the edge, and continue to take fights. But this is a pretty slow game here, Vicky. I mean, we still have 17 squads, 50 players remaining. You can see a knock and flush right there as we move down to 49. But yesterday we had so many 50-50s. This is kind of where we were at after the first minute of the game.
Yeah, I'm actually pretty surprised too, because you have to understand that there have been other games that these players have already played in for other games specifically, as we are going to be able to see the last 4 games out of the 8 for these qualifier games in general. But you would think that a lot of that momentum would go into these last few remaining games, where a lot of these squads would play maybe more aggressive to see which points they could accumulate by the end of the night. But no, that's not the case. Instead, we're going to be seeing a lot more slower paced games. 17 squads still alive, even though we do see somebody knocked by that PK here from Hunter. They're stuck in this cart here, and this is always such a tricky spot when you're dealing with so many caustics as well, because you know that Noxcats could get thrown in there, and you're just going to funnel everybody out of here.
Love this team. Love watching Luciana play on the Wraith. Definitely a strong competitor overall. But like you said, a tough spot to be in. This is one of the areas where grenades, caustic gas, Nox gas grenades could come through. You start to get pinched. Right now, it seems like they are not in the middle of the focus. One thing to pay attention to, they're not sitting on the glass side. They're sitting in the backhand side, so they're not going to be able to be visible throughout all of that. But as soon as that player makes the move, the bubble is going to go down, and the banner is going to be grabbed, but I'm not quite sure if that's going to be enough to escape, and that is going to be Aj getting dropped over there as VFL Hunter going to pick up that kill. Nicely done. Now back on board with HML. Hey, Mooney, where's your digital threat? Get on board with the team here.
Right, you have your Bangalore right there too, but no, you don't need it. Instead, you want to make sure you can use those iron sights to try to knock off anybody who's trying to rotate behind them. I'm just a little worried here because HML, they've been trying to land some of these shots to build up their blue Evo shields, but they haven't really been in a lot of action. They're just hugging the corner of the circle because they don't want to be in the middle while the circle does close, and they may note here that they do know where that next circle is, which is why they're hugging the corners.
They're also hugging the corners because they have very poor armors right here. This is not the ideal situation. Flatline, even 8, low on ammo as well. Hopefully going to be able to charge that thing up to a blue, but Holiday is going to get the knock with the R301. And to me, that screams push. You already know that one player has gray armor. You would assume they have to be still weak, and you are just thumbing right here. Nando understands the situation. It is absolutely time to push. Maybe defensive bombardment, maybe a bubble throughout all of this too. Once he heals up, I wouldn't doubt if he just advanced with a bubble here.
Yeah, it's just to close in the space because you saw that he was getting shot from the other side, but they don't even need to do that. They do finally clean up that one kill, and they want to make sure that they don't get away in time because now this opposing squad is forced to rotate in a way longer and bad disadvantaged position. But is RCO going to push in on this? They do get the knock, so they may actually do it.
That was nasty shots across the map. Muffins is going to help finish that one off. Another kill on over to RCO. Unorthodox play for them to be sitting on the outside here, but maybe a last-minute Valkyrie ult is going to be the play. 20 seconds to go. They don't need the bubble. They're safe behind this rock. Borton, hop in. We are going shopping, but we don't really know where we're going.
Oh yeah, where's my Uber driver taking me? Please put me on the ground right now because we don't know where we're going to land other than the fact that we see where a lot of these squads are positioned currently right underneath them. This is Lava Siphon where you're going to be exposed to a lot of angles if you want to get on that roof, but this is the tricky part. End circle, and you're landing right on top of a squad, and you're on the low ground. Scary position here for RCO.
Really want to use your bubble, but good discipline there. A couple barrels are going to go down back and forth. I was contemplating if they were going to go inside of the enemy bubble, which was sort of an psychotic play as Petty doesn't have any health, but he's still, he's going to have to queue on out of here. Gets stuck, does have enough time to go and do so. Let's see if Muffins and Cody are going to have his back throughout all that. There goes the med kit. They're going to end up playing the low ground over here. Zone is going to be moving, so this is a little bit tough for Betty because he also needs to hit a battery at the same time as he's continuing to advance forward.
The beauty of Wraith, just be able to get out of that situation. Anybody else, it wouldn't work out here. Meanwhile, GSG, they're hugging these caustic traps. The dome has already been called out, but the Arcstar had already escaped through that door before that dome dropped down, and they're going to be fully sending it. You currently see GSG, they're in trouble. The wingman hipfire shots are going to land, but they're going to trade that. It's going to be a 1v2, and it's not going to be enough. Too much focus fire here, and LKM, they're the ones that come out on top. But look at this, there's already another squad moving in.
LKM coming in with the cleanup over there, and another team coming in, so third and fourth party. Good Arcstar over towards the side. Rolder's going to go and toss that Nox gas grenade. This could be onto Luciana and Crispy Bacon inside of this area that they've been sitting in for quite some time. Rolders is doing just such a great job, but the barrels are being cleared out, and he's being focused as well. Tons of damage with the gas, and there it is. Crispy Bacon going to be the first one to go down. PK for 99. Defensive bombardment over towards the outside, and RCO coming in with the cleanup. They are playing edge, and it's been working out phenomenally so far.
That was such a beautiful answer right there. How do you force out somebody to get off your back then with the giving bombardment? And not only that, it's Cody Muffins and Petty coming in. They're going to be able to capitalize off of the situation as they were low. Shield swaps aren't going to be enough for this squad, especially when it comes to Petty playing as aggressive as he has been since yesterday. He's going to hold this high ground position, but he's going to back off ever so slightly. He just wants just to expose his head and allow them to get that focus fire. They also want to know where a lot of these other squads are rotating from, because you currently see this squad is getting hit by a barrage of bullets from both of these angles.
It's time to go and try to find more batteries. That's really the key through going out in all these boxes. Holiday is going to get taken down. It's going to be an answer back and forth, though, as now it's a 2 versus 1. Borton's going to have to clutch this one. You can see getting shot in the back as he's trying to make his way onto the player with gold armor. Nice flatline shot, switching on over towards the EVA 8, and the finish is going to be there. Is the res there, though? 3 barrels if he wants to go and toss them. Elects not to toss them. Doesn't have time as he's getting shot and flanked in the back, so possibly going to be able to have to rat this one out. Zone is moving, though, and it's going to be difficult. Zone 4 closing. Still 13 teams alive. A handful of them are a little bit broken, but we'll see who's going to be able to come back as RCO will be eliminated. Nando and Holiday going to be taken out by Obsessed as Obsessed gets answered right back. And now we're getting down to our nitty-gritty here with only 12 teams remaining. This has been an absolutely insane zone, Vicky. Look at the amount of teams coexisting here.
That's the reason why you've seen HML hug the corner of the circle. They're seeing all this action happening in front of them, and they're like, all right, we want no business of this. We could get our pokes down. We could try to build up our Evo shield, but right now with the circle closing in, they are forced to rotate. They can see where Tijuana Piranhas are going to be rotating too on top of this Pride Rock, where a lot of the action is going to be seen, but so are their backs. So they have to use the bubble, and they are going to be able to put it down. Bambino coming through to be able to save the rest of Tijuana Piranhas with that makeshift cover.
So important to heal fully inside of this bubble, because as soon as you're done healing, that bubble is going to go away and everyone's going to be focused on you. They didn't get the memo as they just split up right there and didn't focus. As they were healing, Vicky, the one thing that they have to do is realize where they're most susceptible to dying right there. Nobody really chose exactly where they were going to focus if that was going to happen, and they just got lit up because of that. So unfortunate, because there's just so much to communicate throughout all that time. You really don't know exactly how to approach the situation because it's so hectic. It's so much easier to talk about it when you have the player outlines and see exactly what's going on. But there, if they would have just maybe focused on where they were most vulnerable, it could have worked out for them. That was really the only play that was possible, is all of a sudden we're down to 5 teams, and it's not surprising that Cody, Muffins, and Petty are the one mopping the lobby right now.
It's just, again, that consistency that we see from this squad again, and they are running that Octane, Wraith, and Gibby, so a little different from the looks of the Caustic, Valkyrie, and Gibby squads that we've seen otherwise. And because of that lack of Bloodhound, and without seeing as much Bloodhound play as of recent, they caught the rat! Oh, 102 already down, but you're missing your last few shots. Meanwhile, the other squad is going to try to take advantage of that. They've broken Muffins, but no one's going to fully send it just yet. No one wants to give up that position, especially in this chaotic final circle.
That route looks like to be Luciana as Cody's going to full send it over there with Petty Boss. They're just going to go and hit the bounce pad. There's the finish with the EVA 8. Trying to play below that bridge, excuse me. Holding onto the bubble and going to toss it for the teammates as well as himself as they're going to buy some time. And hopefully the rest of these teams get distracted. It is full teams throughout all of this. You can see 4 squads, 12 players overall. Lonely Fans still in this one. Cody Muffins Petty still alive as well. And another team locking the high ground over towards the right-hand side.
Lonely Fans has had the best position overall, just being able to overlook all of the chaos and Lava Siphon. They're also going to be able to hold this high ground. They're being able to beam down a lot of these squads who are making these last rotations, and now they're going to be able to hold this building. If they could force this squad out, Lonely Fans are in trouble forcing out that Gibby Dome, but not before these caustic ults and gas traps are just able to put in so much pressure. And Mola's unfortunately missing that last shot, but it's okay. It happens to all of us. They just have to make sure that they do not get pressured out, as you currently see right now.
Mollusk griefing himself and the rest of the team to go with it as he couldn't get that barrel there. It does happen to the best of us. High Rollers, looks like Rain actually temporarily lagged out. Hopefully he can get right back in and reconnect to this one because they are in such a solid spot. 36 seconds for him to get back into this one. They're going to need that Gibby bubble. They're going to need him to heal back up. Otherwise, just doing this with the duo with 3 players remaining. Rain, get back inside. Punch him in there.
And he's naked too. He has no evil shield. He's quite literally the epitome of one, and no one has taken a shot out of him yet because no one's in their line of sight because High Rollers are the ones holding this high ground. Now that they've booted Lonely Fans out of here, they're going to be the ones holding the superior position.
And look at this. He's going to go and take an off angle over towards the side. I really like this, and it's really up to him to go and continue to land these amazing shots as they force now Kimchi Lee out and the bubble. The thing is they don't know down below. That is just a duo. So Rain, if he can just get back in, that is going to be absolutely phenomenal for them. Good shots. That's going to mean a lot. Double 60s over here as it looks like they're making their way over towards the high ground. That's going to push them right back down. You can see 10 seconds, and then they have to continue to return back down over towards the battlefield because of the small changes that ended up happening. But throughout all that, they were able to actually heal. Meanwhile, they're full sending it over towards the side. Kimchi is just a sliver away. Karma's caustic barrels pay off huge dividends as now they potentially could win this with just 2 more players. Thermite outside the door. Enemy still full health throughout all of this, though, so Crew gonna have to heal up. Tonka trying to take them down, but look at Goat and Karma. They are doing whatever they can to defend Rain. Maybe Rain could just be a little bit of a distraction.
Maybe here, I don't know. Tonka has that wrong intel where they think it's a full man squad. They don't know that Rain has DC'd, but here we currently see Cruisin being able to get that knock. Maybe they'll get it. Yeah, Rain doing what he does best, being the body to distract everybody here from Tonka. But now that the Caustic has the building, is it going to be enough? The circle's closing in. They have to ease their way forward.
Rain with the huge distraction right there. That should be enough. I'm not quite sure. They're going for the res, though. This is going to be huge. And that zone actually is a little bit of a glitch. They are going to be able to pull this one off. That's going to be bad because the gold backpack does come over through here. So Tonka getting right back into this one. Unfortunate play, but they do have a good caustic barrel over there. It's going to be the gas outside, but the bubble coming in. Nice flank right there from enemy defensive bombardment. You know that's not going to be on Rain's side. Unfortunately for them, they did not have their full team towards the end. But either way, still nice job getting the res and a good job from Tonka picking up that big dub.
That's still so unfortunate at the very end. It makes you wonder what would happen if Rain was in that game. But you know what? Things like that do happen, and just giving that wrong intel could put you in the advantage state right there in that 2v3. They did not clutch it in the end, but Tonka, they're going to take that, and they're going to take that game.
He would have made it rain, that was for sure. I was feeling defensive bombardments over there. Maybe just he maybe has one of those Ethernets without the clip all the way in the back. It got taken off, so maybe we need to get him checked in on that one. But he'll be back for game number 2, and we'll be back for game number 2 as well. It's actually 2 out of 4 because we're going to be continuing this qualification process for Season 4 in Series E. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on applying the scheme. The true style trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. Your memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. Get the bars in the breaks. I'm talking one chance episode, go for the go. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
Welcome back, everybody. One game down, 3 more to go, and Tonka comes out on top in the first one here. Looked a little sketchy. They had the 2v3. Obviously, Rain disconnected there, and they tried to lose it there for a moment, but they bring it back and grab the win there. So a good start to the finals tonight there for Tonka. Obviously, Kim Chi Lee with a new squad after last season on Team Rockstar didn't quite go as planned. Looking for a fresh start here this season. They start their qualifiers tonight with a win. Let's check out our player of the game here for game number 1. NMYV, there we go. 6 kills and 3 assists, over 2,000 damage on the Valkyrie. Looked a little risky, in my opinion. Tonka from the low ground, in a bit of a rough spot. They know the other team has a caustic, which means that moving up those zip lines going to be fairly dangerous to try and push for this. So they go for the Valkyrie ultimate to get back up to at least an even footing up on the high ground without having to go through the caustic traps there on the zip lines. And I would say I was very nervous when they did it, but it did end up working out there. They get up top and are able to finish off the game. So well done from Tonka, and they'll take a strong start here tonight with just 3 more games left to go. Remember, with that adjustment, dropping 1 game in the finals, every single game matters that much more. Now we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, Vicky and Tom will get you guys ready for game number 2.
What is up, everybody? Welcome back to Series E. We're in Season 4, Day 2 of the Qualifiers. T-Squared and Vicky bringing you all the action. We just got done with our game number 1 where we saw High Rollers unfortunately getting second place. Team Tonka taking first place overall. Pretty crazy zone number 4 and zone number 5, Vicky.
Yeah, you had to understand right there, Lonely Fans and High Rollers had the supreme positioning for that end circle. Not only did they get to overlook all of the mess and chaos happening in Lava Siphon, but they were also able to steal some kills away during those last-minute rotations into that final circle. But in the very end, it was Tonka who managed to not only come out of that low ground and get right back to that high ground, but they're also able to take that very first game of our night.
And let's see how many points they actually got along with the rest of the players at our Mobile 1 leaderboard. And I have a feeling that they're slaying out pretty decent next to Cody, Muffins, and Petty as well. Look at that, 24 points overall for Tonka. That's a great start. High Rollers not that far behind them, just 7 points behind. Again, Cody, Muffins, and Petty, one of our teams that are just serious slayers, putting on a performance. It's nice to see RCO and Lonely Fans up towards the top as well because they've been one of our more consistent teams here in Series E. Surprisingly, Buff Pathfinder on that right-hand side, KJ Che as well. No one was expecting them to have a slow start. With only 3 games remaining, every game matters that much as we take a look at the Mobile 1 high performance moment of game number 1. It definitely has to be the tail end of the game.
Oh yeah, right here at the very end when they were able to get that res, that gold backpack kind of sealed the deal here for Tonka. They were unsure whether it was a full man squad with that unfortunate DC from Rain, but hey, we take those, and with that given bombardment, they're able to move in and close in that space too. The hip fire shots, the strafing with the wingman, Team Tonka, they take that first game of our day, and it's going to be great here because you want to make sure you get all those points, especially since the top 5 squads are going to be able to get those points, and it's going to be a cumulative points for the teams throughout the next 4 weeks.
And it's so important for the caustics here to be able to make plays. Originally, remember where if you're playing, Wraith, that was the team player that had to be aggressive and go and push up. But now when you introduce more and more caustics, it's not just about, going and having the Wraith to go through there. She's not going to go and queue through the gas and phase through when you don't know exactly how much damage you take. Right now, it's all about the caustics pushing through because there's so much gas. You don't know whose is who, and you have to make your way through there. And I really liked the caustic plays that were going forward. And when you have to play in a 2v3 situation, you kind of got to get a little bit lucky and you need things to go your way. It looked like for a second they were going to go and pull this one as we get into game number 2. But it's all about the caustics, and pay attention to that as we continue to move forward with this meta. You have to be able to advance with barrels. You have to be able to have confidence pushing into a building. And when you push into a building, you don't really have a get out of jail free card, maybe say like Gibraltar does with his bubble, Wraith has with her phase, or Octane with the stem. You have to go in there and fight that other caustic head to head.
Yeah, you don't have that gap closer that a lot of these other legends have in that situation. Really, the only thing that you could do is make your own makeshift cover with your own gas traps, which of course aren't very efficient considering it's caustic, and he has rather larger hurt boxes that he could just get poked from, especially off to the sides when you're kind of funneling yourself in a room. But I really like the compositions that we've been able to see. This caustic meta that we've been moving into, it's really refreshing, and it's nice to see how a lot of these other squads have been able to work through it, and that's why I want to highlight how competitive it's been feeling here when it comes to a lot of these players that we've been able to kind of see adjust to that new meta, because we don't really see that Bloodhound that much anymore. It's more so that Valkyrie, Caustic, and Gibby that has really come out and forced a lot of these squads to play differently.
Yeah, I was talking about it yesterday. I enjoyed having a little bit less Bloodhounds overall, and wow, another Southern Zone pushing directly over towards launch site. That is huge for our teams that are dropping on over towards the south-hand side. A lot of our teams that did really well are going to continue to do well, and the teams that have to push from that north, just look at how much just area is going to be congested over towards the landslide choke, all that area towards staging. It's going to be tough making your way through there. A lot of our teams going to die going into zone number 2 and 3.
Yeah, there's like only 6 squads that were already in the southern part of that map, including the squad that was by Tree. But here we go. It's Watched, not acting very Watched, being able to get that pressure going down, running that Volt and Rampage, but not a lot of ammo here as this is still the early game. And with the Valk coming out more often, that's why we get to see a lot of these aggressive plays already getting that knockdown here. Is Drippy, followed up by the rest of his squad mates who already are repping the purple Evo so they could fully send it.
We know that Cody and Petty are still alive, though. Last time, it was Petty and Muffins who got Cody's back in a really tough 2 versus 3. This is a little bit of a different situation, though. It's the beginning of the game. You can see, like you talked about and pointed out, that the armors just really aren't looking good on the other side, and they're looking really strong for the team that did contest over here. Meanwhile, speaking of contesting, another fight taking on over towards the Lava Fissure side. You can see one player knocked over towards the ground. That's going to be protectful. He's getting res. Another player not getting res directly above them. So right now, CRP Certified should have a little bit of advantage if they can heal right back on up.
Yeah, it was a res for a res here with enough time giving over to CRP Certified to get that. They're already popping a med kit here, but I really like how aggressive Kupski is playing, but he doesn't have the evil shields to contest this. Not only did he have a white evil shield, but it looks like right here the opposing squad has already built up purple.
Built up or got lucky and got it so far? We're not quite sure. We'll say that they built that one up, but either way, Kupski, I did like that aggressiveness. I thought that was a really nice play from him to go on over towards the roof. Imagine if he had something a little bit stronger like an R301. The Prowler without a clip there, without a scope, is a little bit difficult to do that type of damage. That's more of that range that you're looking for in the Prowler, that medium range, even hip fire there. Nice little 36 burst, and that's enough for them to continue to push. He's also aware on the players that are flanking, but all of a sudden, he gets 2 players knocked on his team, and he's stuck in a 3 versus 1 situation, doing whatever he can. But look at the push, and look at the third party already coming through from GSG.
And this is what happens when you skirmish in the early game and you don't have the materials to really be able to fight these third parties. GSG doing exactly what they should be doing and trying to clean up that early KP so that way they can focus more so on the positioning later. And look at this too with Rambo already having that purple Evo. You can already see he's only done 100 damage. Rambo's not the one that's been able to build that up, but it's okay here because he's still able to push forward, stop where we're currently seeing the squad try to rotate away from them and be able to try to clean up. But 86 ammo left on that flatline. You don't want to get too overzealous.
I feel like he's going to go in for the punch here. Actually, he's just going for the loot goblin play. Is he? Yep, he's going to go and take a look at all three of these guys. So greedy. All right, everybody. Not everybody get in the box at once over here. Someone has to watch out for the third party. Pings are coming down, and they're already focused on that. But I guess if everybody loots the box at the same time, no one is looting it for that long, I guess.
Right. That or like they have to actually decide on who they want to shoot first, especially since we're seeing what looks to be a charged Rapo shooting out from the other side. But Rambo, of course, he's going to just void out of that situation. He's also got his portal. And aside from the ammo situation here for Rambo's squad, they are nicely looted. They got that gold Evo shield too.
They're getting chased and hunted down though. And whenever a team runs away like that, you feel like they have some sort of weakness. But I really feel like they're just trying to avoid the third party and not really take on any more fights. Never really know if they're going to continue to get pushed, though. Meanwhile, Joy Boy is dealing with a little bit of something over towards the side. The Kobe's going to come out over towards the roof, but I don't think that one's going to connect. You can see the player outlines have pushed down over towards that bottom northwest side. And you can see Obsessed just waiting for the next couple of seconds until his scan comes up, and that'll reveal where they're at.
Yeah, that's why he's just hugging this side over here, too, with the rest of his teammates from Joy Boys holding these different angles just to prevent any of these rotating squads from trying to sneak up on them, get a third party in. But with them holding this corner, they may be denied the loot that they were looking for. Depends on what they want to do since they know where this next circle is going to be pulling. They may just want to hug this beacon.
Look at this team pushing down towards the bottom of the map with just great armors over here. I'm shocked that they're not getting pressured from anybody else. No scouts, no charge rifles on the map. We've seen so many prowlers in play over here, and there it is. Switch it on over to Wingman to just give them a little bit more of a long-range threat, but I'm not quite sure about that scope. I tend to go with the hollow sights instead.
Yeah, that scope is not my best friend either, but talking about rotating and the third party, they heard the action going down. They wanted to get invited even if it was late, but they're falling right on top of another squad. There's two squads down there. That is difficult here. Talk about difficult, Tonka. This is the same squad that took our first game, and now we're down to a 1v3. They get cleaned up by RCO, and they could go for those quick shield swaps if they do see any other squad rotating from Lava Siphon in their direction.
RCO came to play today. They're playing aggressive. They're doing a little bit of a mixture of what their play style is. In game number one, they're kind of playing the edge. Good grenade is going to force Rain up, actually. Will he use his bubble throughout all this? Going to go and back off. But either way, RCO definitely showing up today, and that's what you love to see. One of our teams that, again, I feel like has a ton of potential, but is yet to really have a breakout performance. Feel like they are totally one of the teams that can get inside of that top 5. High Rollers, another team that's been fairly impressive as well. You can see they were dodging their grenades inside the cave, making their way forward. Another one of those caves is this is going to be a huge point of contention going forward. So Karma's going to have to chuck barrels left and right.
I love how they were playing this too. You also saw Karma and Goat just try to hide behind Rain's shield too, just being able to utilize that. They do know that there is a squad holding onto that high ground, but they got a Cossack on their team here, Tom, so they don't need to push into the open for whatever reason. They want to make sure that they have that better circle positioning. Meanwhile, both Pathfinders, one of our squads that we saw pop off just yesterday, not doing hot too hot at least so far, but they want to try to turn this around as this is game 2. We can see their performance. It's going to be Mamba who still has that blue Evo shield, tossing out these grenades and avoiding the Gibby bombardment.
And he's going to advance with those barrels like you were talking about. It's going to be defensive bombardment for defensive bombardment. And hey, whose defensive bombardment is that? We don't really know at this point. So Malice is like, hey, I got to check. Let's make sure. Also, you don't want to be slowed down by your own teammates' bombardment. So it's always nice to back off. But it looks like they've used enough utility and they've done enough damage. I don't think it was Malice's barrels, but definitely the defensive bombardment that ended up getting buff Pathfinder this position.
Yeah, this is great because now they swap spots. Now they're the ones on the higher ground, but it eventually has to be given up as they aren't in circle. They need to rotate towards this squad here that they're skirmishing with if they want to have a better position, or else they're going to be forced to take that longer route around Harvester. But cleaning up squads, it's going to be OA who's going to be able to get that, but it's another squad moving in at the perfect time, stopping the res, and now it's just going to be a maze. And as a lone warrior, can he do it? He gets the knock, but the other teammates from Gamers are going to be able to help clean up. Crummy's going to get back into this fight, and now Gamers are going to hold this corner.
I like kind of sitting back here. Gamers realizes the situation. They could slowly push in over towards the zone. But also, when you're sitting over here, your entire back's covered. All the action is going to be in front of you. And if a team tries to filter over here, you're most likely not going to get third-partied. And there's plenty now of armor swaps, loot, and all the goodies that you're going to go and need to take on another team that decides if they want to go and push over here. And it's pretty rare that it's going to sound weird, but this is kind of where a weaker team would rotate through. And I think Gamers is trying to pick on a potential weak team that comes this way.
Because that would be a long rotation too, you have to think. And there's been circles sometimes that end up a little bit outside of where they're hugging at the very end of these buildings here. Sometimes they end up at the very end of dome in between launch site, and I've seen those circles come out before. So if it does pull in that direction, even better look for Gamers in case they try to clean up any of the rats rotating from Lava City, try to rotate that longer direction towards launch site.
This is definitely a way that a rat would make their way, and it's anyone's game in terms of, hey, you think you're going to get a free res over here? We're going to go and camp this, and we're going to also camp the slow edge of the zone. So I think this is a really, really smart play. But here goes HML, trying to take the fight and also going with some other Kobe's of their own. Mooney waiting for that scan again. Could potentially pop the Beast of the Hunt, as that one's going to go and connect for 42. It really depends on if they want to go all in on this. If it's going to be time, there's no reason for Mooney not to go and pop this Beast of the Hunt.
It depends here too, because they're also getting pressured out where they're just backing off. They're not trying to play too aggressive. They're actually opting to just go from inside the building, and they have those scans for intel. So if they want to know where they want to rotate, this is a great look for them to hold the inside of that building. Meanwhile, Gamers are still hanging out on the top here, and they have that zip line that was made earlier by a different squad. So if they want to reposition, they also have that option.
There's the Q on out. It's really all about fighting this Bloodhound when he doesn't have his scan. And if they're not going to go and Beast the Hunt, it's really important to go and try to get aggressive on this one. But the way that we've seen 2 scans come out and what is less than what the cooldown is, I wouldn't be surprised if it's actually been used. So you got to continue. There it is. A lot of scans coming through, so you know. Got to just wait for this one, maybe about 30 seconds before you go and take the fight. But Rothy is just a little bit too excited. He's going to get scanned again in about 3 or 4 seconds, and that's the time where they need to be careful.
But that does prevent Rothy from moving in there too, and that Thermite was a great toss to try to prevent Rothy from trying to rotate out of there, but it wasn't enough where this squad is playing as aggressive as you would expect here. They're not getting any breaks, so that's why they don't want to overly expose themselves. They're happy just sitting inside this building as they are safe for that next circle, but you could see right now where the next circle is pulling. They're not going to be safe there for long, and you already see Gamers, they're trying to fully send it. They're going to be able to stand right on top of them and let them know, all right, well, the moment you guys leave here, your heads are going to be exposed to us. We're going to be covering each and every one of these entrances.
It's going to be Act going down. I would love to see Crummy putting some aggressive in too with that shield instead, as Act's going to just get a little bit of a lag coming through on spectator lag, but he's got the gold mag and feeling confident about the flat line as well. The problem is, where's the grenades? It doesn't seem like they're going to be pushing in with any type of utility quite yet. One arc star in the hand of Act if he wants to use that one. That could be huge.
Yeah, and you could also see right here, HML, they're in some trouble. You already see the Gibby lost their shield, and now as they try to send it, the Massive doesn't have any attachments, but right here, as you hold this door open, the jump pad's gonna get destroyed. It's not gonna do what you intentionally planned it to do. Just hold that door, prevent them from trying to move in. But you can see as they add in some of this poke pressure here for Tom, they're gonna try to find the confidence to be able to get that break before actually overcommitting.
And the reason Crummy's not dropping down and being as aggressive as he would like to be is because he has a scout as a secondary. If it was that R301, R9, Volt, anything along those lines, he'd be pushing in and just really utilizing that arm shield as much as possible. You can see HML feels like they're on the ropes right now, and there it is. Crummy's going to go in, do a lot of damage with that scout, almost take down Lurdy throughout all of that. Bubble's going to be popped on the other side. 100's taking some damage as well, so both the aggressive players from each team going through and just playing this to perfection so far, but someone overextends just a little bit. Should be enough, though, as Mooney is so weak. It just takes a couple of shots to go and finish that one. He does get the armor swap, though. Another armor swap potentially coming in from Rothy, unless the one he already got. But Axe gets the banner already grabbed. You have the zone right behind you if you want to go and use this one. I really feel like they could potentially go for a res here. However, another team flanking over towards the side. This fight just took way too long, Vicky. The entire lobby's coming now.
Yeah, it looks like there's like 2 to 3 squads now rotating in this direction, and this is what I was worried about because this fight was going on for so long. The skirmishing from inside the building was not really working out. Meanwhile, High Rollers have secured the building, and since they have the Caustic, they can get set up happily once Karma heals up. They got the Gold Evo Shield, so just so that one cell is going to be able to replenish 2 of those bars, and there you go. He is going to be barricading the rest of High Rollers into this building, and this is the perfect position here if you're Caustic, but you're going to have to move eventually. In 20 seconds, this is not going to be in circle.
Yeah, this zone's going to really eat you apart with it being round 3 as well. So they're going to have to figure out which way they're going to fight. Will they Valkyrie all of this one? And with 12 squads remaining, it may not be a bad idea to bubble Valkyrie ult throughout all this if you can get outside of the dome and make sure that you're going to be safe. Rain taking a lot of damage. There goes the push main from another team. Big spray onto Banshee. Karma doing almost 200 damage while getting some help there with the Prowler from behind. I feel like they should be able to take this one. With the zone closing, they have to make their play now.
Oh, these shots that Karma is just beaming down, and yeah, like you said, the circle's closing in, and this is going to take a huge chunk of that health away. We saw how many squads were waiting for them in the direction of where the circle was, so my biggest concern is if they're going to get circle kept, but with that down, High Rollers now put themselves in the advantage. They're hugging the roof of that building, but they're forced to drop down, and they're dropping down with one less member, and with the damage that they took, High Rollers are going to be able to clean that up, get some extra points, and make their moves over to the circle.
Well, welcome back, Rain, coming through and doing some big plays there over towards the tail end, but also Karma with the Volt. I mean, that spray and that recoil control was phenomenal throughout all of that, and they're going to be gifted again with another zone pull. I mean, Vicky, they could slow play this one so well. If they just continue to put up more barrels throughout this entire ledge, they're going to be A-okay, but Goat is getting crazy with it.
Yeah, I mean, he is going to be able to go into circle. That also shows how desperate he was to be able to get loot. They were in that building for a long time. He manages to get out of the circle. He's going to be able to heal up in time. And this is a very similar end circle that I was referring to earlier. It's just a little different than I was expecting, where sometimes it's a little bit off to the side of where Dome is, to the left side of where that building they were holding. But now it's actually pulling just out on the outskirts of Dome. And it's even better there for High Rollers. Now we're taking a look at Dib as they are going to be holding on to 2 white Evos. Make it blue, landing that Kraber shot. Only 4 more bullets left in the chamber.
Problem is, again, a situation where you're going to have to move, and it's not looking too hot right now. I mean, you're inside this building. You're going to have to continue to do something. Nice shots with the Kraber overall, but it's more about worrying about moving here. Yes, you have to watch your back, but you have to continue to think about where you're going to go here. This is really just a distraction. I mean, you could only focus on this for maybe 10, 15 more seconds, and then you have to look in front of you, because otherwise you're just playing for this KP and you're going to get eliminated inside the top 10.
Yeah, you're not expecting that end circle. You're positioning here because you could see right now they're sandwiched. There is another squad that they noted where we saw that first Kraber shot land on the other side of this lot. So that's something to note here, as a lot of these squads, RCO actually on the other side, are going to be trying to rotate off to the left, force already to use that dome, which is going to be an indicator for any squads waiting for them in that building that they could just fully send it here. And with a lot of these Caustic squads, it's going to be so difficult to already secure a building in this late game.
RCO making some serious moves. To me, it looks like they're trying to Valkyrie out of this one. Could be a potential Valkyrie plus bubble here. There's not really many options. You have to go and get below this team, and that could be a play, or they could send it with a defensive bombardment and then go over towards the high ground and try to fight this team. It looks like that's going to be the play. Friendly defensive bombardment, but now the zone is starting to close, and things are starting to get extremely desperate. Holiday's like, all right, I'll see y'all later. Good luck getting up here.
Yeah, it's none of my business. That's it. I'm over here. I'm moving. But we know there is 2 squads right to the left of Holiday. One holding the high ground, another right in front of them. They're trying to get a res, or what it looks like, but you see the beams coming out from right side. And that's what I was worried about. When you're forcing yourself to rotate onto the high ground, they drop down. And not only that, they noted that there was 3 squads all around them. RCO. It's just going to be Nando who's alive, but not for long. The dome was going to run out eventually. And High Rollers having that better position. Now they're right behind where a lot of the action is going to be happening, and they're hugging the circle by the edge.
Man, you get really excited about seeing those 3 players there, but imagine if you had an Arc Star or maybe the Nox gas grenade goes on top of all 3 of those players before you go and peek, because while you are landing all of those shots, all three players just looked up, focused at the same time. And because you don't have all three players, yes, you go and win that fight, but unfortunately you get third party. There's no option to go and do any other type of play, as OnlyFans looks like they lose out on OSA rated R, and they're going to leave him for dead, as Malice with the R301 across the map is just going to be a little bit too strong. Zone number 5 closing in 45 seconds, 6 squads remaining over here as we try to see what OnlyFans is going to be able to do. Again, every time we're on board with a team, it just looks like they have such a tough track in front of them.
It's just these difficult rotations when it comes to these circles where it's on this open ground. Really, your best cover are some of these rocks over to the side, but we note here with a lot of these squads rotating either from the Harvester side, you have a lot of squads rotating from Lava City, Lava Siphon. It's just chaos here because that choke points are going to weed out a lot of the other squads that have already been able to sit down happily into this end circle here. Vandals now holding the inside of the building, trying to ping down this squad who has a bombardment right over them. They have an umbrella, though, a makeshift umbrella if you want to call it that, as they do try to dance around like ants. And you see Hunter now just trying to get into position. Hunter getting so many knocks just in the first game, and now he wants to replicate that with the Rampage.
If Hunter was connecting on these shots, these players would be absolutely left for dead, but one player is connecting. That's going to be Crispy Bacon across the map, as Malice is going to get the finish as well. Dre's going to get a finish and flush onto Mooney. Now we have 4 squads, 10 players, a couple of rats over there as Rain and Goat are trying to stick this one out. Blueberry, also the Lonely Fan squad, are kind of stuck out on the edge trying to play this slow part of the zone, as Mollis is playing exact edge into that portal as well. Defensive bombardment being used around the corner on top of these players. Look at the way that Bursty and Dre are playing this one, though. I love the way that they're pushing up together using this bubble.
I'm in danger. Rain just got dove on in both directions. He was by himself. There was nothing he could do here. And now this is going to be the final circle. Vandal's already down 2. Luciano, who is forced to hide behind this rock in the line of sight of where there's another squad here. This is the chaos for this final circle. And Buff Pathfinder are looking like not only do they have the high ground here, Tom, but they have that positional advantage as they're holding the other side of this bridge.
You can see from the minimap flying around how they were able to play that. Buff Pathfinder plays the high ground. They've been putting so much pressure the entire time, and they were just so disciplined on how they wanted to go and approach and basically just corral all of these players into wherever they wanted them to be. And now they're in a 2 versus 3 situation to win the game. They know it as well, because you can see in that top right-hand side, all 5 players, they are completely aware of this situation. It's just a matter of how they're going to approach this one. Are they going to wait for the Beast of the Hunt to come down? One player is going to anchor while the other players go and decide that they want to go and push up. And they also have the zone here, so there's basically no reason for them to even move. They know in 7 seconds that Lonely Fans is going to have to make their play.
Yeah, that, and of course they're playing at a disadvantage in a 2v3, and meanwhile you see Blueberry, he is literally the epitome of one. It's just a matter of time before Buff Pathfinder wins, and they do manage to take the whole thing. Great positioning from them too, and I have to say, yes, hashtag Buff Pathfinder, that is something that I was laughing at watching yesterday's show, but that is actually such a great representation of looking at that squad and how they were playing positioning at the very end, where they essentially herded the last remaining squads into Lonely Fans. So it was either Lonely Fans was going to come out on top, as they did, but they lost a member in the process while maintaining not only a safe position away from the chaos, but having the high ground too.
It's also really important just to be disciplined towards the tail end of the game and understanding, yes, it is just 2 players, but they're very talented players. They got to this far for a reason, and they're one of our competitors, so we don't want to go and give them a freebie, give them any extra points. They took their time, waited that extra maybe 15, 30 seconds to make sure that the enemy team knew that they weren't going to move off of that zone and they would have had to make their play. But we got 2 games remaining. We'll be right back. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll see exactly what that leaderboard has in store for us.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Eat, Speak, Compete.
Eat, Speak, Compete.
Yes.
Name, incredible. Logo, even better.
And I'm your host, as always, Yeso, joined by my co-host, Luke Shimoni Brew.
There's a lot to unpack there. I don't even know where to start.
If one of the North American teams doesn't win, their 2021 season is done. I got my fingers crossed. I think you got this. Let's turn more towards the competitive side. They finished strong.
Like 35-2.
They finished strong. They
If the only intent is, hey, let's make this game as esports as possible, then sure, but that's never going to be what Nintendo does.
And I'm very curious to see what kind of their first take on what a Valorant World Championship should look like.
Dang. That's super fun sounding.
Yeah, I think it's going to be awesome.
That sounds super fun. I think that, like, Overwatch.
Welcome back, everybody. Halfway through our games tonight, and Buff Pathfinder comes out with a win in game number 2. Obviously, this is a squad that has a lot of hype around them. They qualified for the ALGS Pro League. Now they're trying to do the same here for Series E. Still a long way to go, but building on some good points here tonight with that win. Let's check out our player of the game here for game number 2. We'll bring that one up for you. It's going to be our old friend Malice Mamba, working on requalifying this season. Had an up and down season 3 playing for Team Splash and is looking to get back into Series E here once again. 6 kills and an assist in this game and just short of 1,900 damage. So really good showing here for Malice Mamba and the Buff Pathfinder squad, and they're just looking to keep the good work going here on night 2 of our qualifiers. So absolutely love to see that, and do want to let you folks know if you guys want to qualify as well, there's still time. You want to get in as soon as possible. We will be starting week 2 of the qualifiers next Tuesday, and you can sign up right now. So make sure to head over to matcherino.com/ESA, or if you're in Twitch chat right now, you can use ! sign up to get the Twitch or to get the link that you need. So make sure to sign up as soon as possible. Come out and compete for a shot to be a sponsored player here and Series E. So Buff Pathfinder with the win in game number 2. That's certainly going to shake up our standings on the Mobile One leaderboard. We'll check that one out and get ready for game number 3 when we come back.
Versus coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme, the true side trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking, yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. Your memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. Get the balls to the brakes. I'm talking one chance that was so good for the goal. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
What is up, everyone, and welcome back to Series E. We're moving into Season 4, Day 2 of the qualifiers, and Game 2 of 4 just got concluded. T-Squared and Vicky bringing you the action. It was Buff Pathfinder Vicky coming through and doing some serious work in the end of the game.
being able to spread the message in such a good way, taking that second game and holding the height advantage, honestly. Not just that, but their positioning and their rotation was phenomenal. We saw the chaos going down for that final circle. The second circle, actually, that we see get pulled down to the southern side of the map.
Yeah, it's rigged actually. No, it's rigged for the South team. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Hopefully we get a little bit of a change. Let's take a look at the Mobile One leaderboard, and don't be surprised if you see Buff Pathfinder continue to rise up those ranks because they played absolutely fantastic yesterday as well, as long with Cody Muffins and Petty. But today it's all about High Rollers and Tonka coming through with some really solid performances. But again, still impressed with Lonely Fans and RCO who are continuing to have consistent games. Nothing too big quite yet, but they're still staying in there, averaging around, 9-10 points a game.
Yeah, there's only 2 games left, so this is the time for these squads to really turn it up a notch, be able to get as many points as possible. They want to get those kills, but also we're seeing a lot of these squads play rather safely, hugging the corners of the circle, because we noted, honestly, compared to just yesterday, I feel like a lot of these squads have slowed down their gameplay. They want to make sure that they can get the positioning, so that, especially for these circles, honestly, that we've been seeing, but they want to make sure that they get that final circle positioning with a lot of these squads running the Valkyrie, Caustic, and Gibby composition, where the Caustic really shines, holding into that last building for that final circle.
And don't forget about some of these other teams too. Look out for Gamers, LKM, and of course these teams on the right-hand side too, like Literally Vibe. And let's take a look at our Mobile One high performance moment of game number 2. It's definitely got to be Buff Pathfinder and the way that they were, again, able to bully their way into this position. They took the high ground over towards the ledge. Then they started to just kind of filter Lonely Fans in to this position with the zone moving over here in a couple of seconds. They're looking for extra armor swaps over towards the side. They're getting stuck over towards this caustic gas that Maul played as well. And that's the perfect time because the zone is going to continue to close and there's not really anything that you can do. What's so impressive here, Vicky, is no one even really loses their shields. They only took about 100 damage while being able to eliminate both players.
The beauty of having that Nox gas is just herd your opponents off of that cover. The only cover that they had to. There was lava in front of them. There was a bridge that would have put them in the line of sight of Buff Pathfinder squad. So now that was just the perfect option right there, just to kind of close up the game as quickly as possible. Because again, we got 2 more games coming up here for tonight.
I'm excited to see what happens. And remember that this is a 4-week qualification. We are in our first week right now, and we're in day number 2. So, hey, if you're watching and you want to try to get in here, you got to make sure that you get in next week when you get in, try to sign up. But it's not going to be easy because there is rounds on top of rounds of games that you have to play. I believe we go through about 1 to 2, maybe 3 rounds overall just to get to this point. So make sure that you go and sign up and make sure that you follow Esports Arena on Twitter for all of your information for Series E as we move in and drop into game number 3. It's going to load in. We know those teams are in fragment. It just takes a little bit for our camera to get down there and make sure that we have another Southern zone for our rigged Southern players.
It's actually ridiculous here. It's so difficult when a lot of these squads, of course, we see landing in Trials, Skyhook. You have, of course, the fragment side just being absolutely popping off. Oh, they heard us, Tom. They heard us in the circle. It isn't rigged. It's going to be moving over to the side of where we see some of these squads landing by Skyhook. You can see Survey Camp, of course, being contested. But this is to highlight so many of these teams are hugging that northern part of the circle. Meanwhile, with some PTSD from the last 2 games, look how many squads are already on the southern part of the map, closer to Harvester.
And when you see this north hand pull, you really think about the multiple areas that you can go and play in. Train tunnel is definitely a viable position. Over towards the respawn beacon, all the way on that northeast side, is another viable position. Playing over towards the edge, kind of where CLG and TSM used to play for a zone like that, could be another viable position too, as we see what OA is doing. That's going to be Nades, Amaze, and Box of Tea. Haven't had a major pop-off game quite yet, but it looks like they are not that far from the zone, so we'll see what they're going to be able to do.
It's difficult. You have so many consistent squads out here. Cody, Muffins, Petty, you got Buff Pathfinders, you got Lonely Fans right here. It's just so many great squads, really consistent throughout these last few games. And OA here, they want to be able to try to replicate that. You saw them trying to take some shots as there could be a squad actually rotating off of that high ground, just trying to maybe rotate and try to get as much loot as possible before maybe diving back down. But if they are going to go for that option, they're kind of going to be stuck between Lava Fisher and Staging. So you want to keep your eyes on that squad that is rotating off to that left side.
And no major 50-50s, which is interesting because when we saw that map, no team is located over towards the dome side. And we did see a couple of 50-50s to begin with. Muffins was eliminated early in game number 2. And I don't know if that contention is continuing to happen or if they're just continuing to poke and prod at each other. Just take a look at Lonely Fans after getting their second place performance, what they're going to be able to do and what kind of loot they're going to be able to get. So many prowlers throughout all of this. I feel like that's kind of been one of the weapons of choice for players overall. Yesterday was a lot of wingmans. Today we're seeing a lot of scouts, a lot of prowlers. And of course, in terms of shotguns, we're seeing a little bit of variety, but I still think the EVA 8 is the weapon of choice in terms of shotguns for a lot of these players.
Yeah, I'm right there with you when it comes to that. And it's so unfortunate, too, when we had a Massive in that first game with no attachments. It could be really difficult when you see yourself landing those hot 6, hot 12s. Of course, when they shoot you with the Massive, it'll be like for 62. But we'll talk about that another day. Purple helmet already getting pinged down. Lonely Fans, they don't have the best loot, but with that purple helmet, you could at least try to take more risky rotations. Of course, that is going to go in favor for Mullis, as he's going to be holding onto that G7 with no sight at that.
Pretty interesting fight here for Buff Pathfinder because we know that the zone is kind of favoring over towards this north-hand side and they're over towards Skyhook. So right now, based on the fight and positioning that they're playing in, they're not interested in rotating early. It looks like they want to go and try to play this one, take advantage of whatever team's over towards Skyhook and say, hey, this is where we're landing. We're trying to bully you guys out. And it's not going to be that free or easy to walk around here. These Skyhook fights are so important, and getting over towards this beacon building is very useful because of the fact that you can go and hit your scans and Valkyrie redeploy wherever you want to afterwards.
Yeah, and because we're seeing so much of that Valkyrie coming out, we could see that the Valkyrie could just get onto that higher ground, get the scan quickly, but that is to say if you aren't going to get contested. Currently see Buff Pathfinder with the blue Evo shield and the gold Evo shield, so pretty good on loot, minus Bursty still repping that white Evo, but they are still looting off to the side, so maybe they'll find something better.
You really have to either love Caustic or buy a lot of packs in order to have that Caustic heirloom. Or heirloom, excuse me. But, you know, we shared our love or hate for Caustic in between games. We won't bring it up over here, but something is to be said about someone that plays Caustic, that's for sure. They're very talented but stinky players.
You sneaky players, yeah, when you wake up and you've chosen violence, you play Caustic out here. And with these compositions playing a lot more aggressive, this is not really what you're going to expect here. But talk about aggressive. We got the Fade going in, tries to go for a kidnap. Not too sure if it was successful. Oh, it's not going to be able to get it, but still really cheeky play here for Protectful. I'm always very hyped seeing those type of plays because that's an aggressive play that they want to try to make their moves over so that way in this skirmish, they don't want to get called out by a rotating squad, and they note that. CPR certified, they're dipping out of the situation. They're not going to push over to RCO, who have completely locked down that second floor with the caustic traps.
Really sick second half of that kidnap attempt, but in order to execute that correctly, Protectful is going to have to jump off the roof, put that portal in the air, so when he does kidnap that player, he's not able just immediately to get back in. So a little bit of a miscue on the first half of the execution, but the second half, absolutely phenomenal. RCO now taking advantage of this roof and looking across the map with the Sentinel. We've already seen some really good Sentinel shots over the first 2 games, and that is definitely my weakest weapon in the game. So I have respect for Nando and what he may or may not do with this thing.
Yeah, I absolutely love it. See, 126! You talk about those 6 Sentinel shots. I'm used to seeing that all the time from Daltouche, but here we go. It's going to be Nando who's going to be coming out, land that one shot, and then be able to split some of that attention over to the squad that was originally trying to kidnap them when they were forced on that second floor. Now looking at how they're holding that building, we're going to take a look at Tonka, who we're currently seeing are in some trouble here. The Valkyrie quite literally won, minus just that one shield cell coming through. See that squad trust trying to rotate out of there as Tonka seems to have won the trade, but they're noting that there may be a third party coming out on their back end.
Enemy needs to heal up, but he only has small heals. Is he going to hit cells and then syringes through all this? I was extremely concerned he was going to get knocked, maybe by some sort of charge rifle or a scout from long range over towards the tail end, but the team did get pushed out. They're able to take this position just like you were saying, Vicky, and basically bully this team possibly into some more action, and that's what you're really looking for. You're hoping that you can filter teams forward into positions that they feel uncomfortable in, and right now it's up to Crew to try to finish this team off. They already got Midnight Knock in a 2 versus 3 situation. Enemies coming through with the missile barrage as well as Kim Chi now advances with the bubble. Perfect timing coming through, but on the other side, they have already portaled it and tried to use that portal, that Midnight put, to try to get back to where they originally came from.
I like the synergy, too, that we're seeing from Tonga. This squad in general, you can see the way that they closed in that gap. Kimchi Lee immediately was there to retaliate, get the follow-up here for the Caustic, and that's important because for a lot of these quick fights, you want to be in and out, especially when you are running this composition, because you want to be able to hold down a small, secure building, whether it be a building or a space, so that way you could excel here. CPR certified. They got the memo. They're holding the roof here, but they do know that there is another squad right below them. They have to try to figure out a way to push in here with so many caustic gas traps trying to block their way.
Let's see what Rolders is going to be able to do. Again, it's up to him to be the aggressor here. There's nothing that you can do if you're Kubski. So you have to just sit back. Protectful has to sit back as well. And now Rolders making the play in on over towards RCO. There's the Arc Star coming in over towards the other end, but Borton still has his Nox gas grenade. So this is going to be tough. You're pushing into a Caustic team with a Caustic, but still, they have a pretty decent position right now. You can see they're just waiting for it in hand. Defensive bombardments in hand. Nox gas grenade is there. This is a risky push for CPR certified. The longer it takes, the more likely they're going to get third-partied. I like the decision to back off from this, and that's what they're doing.
Because there's so much attention going down in this building just right outside the skirts of Fragment. You have a zipline that just leads your way up here, so it implores for those third parties to just come in and be able to get those last-minute cleanups. And so RCO, noting that they're holding onto this building, but again, they have the Caustic here, so they can just gas up pretty nicely here, not allow anybody to try to come in, boot them out of this building. You have to note, though, that probably another squad with a Caustic could try to take this building, but the chances are unlikely here with these angles that RCO is holding.
Really good discipline from RCO the entire time, just holding on to all of their utility. They're in such a prime spot, again, if they want to go and make any type of plays for a Valkyrie ult, if they want to go and try to, again, slow push up and play the edge. I like their positioning, but I think that CPR certified got the memo, and they're just not a team that you can go and push. Everything was very well placed in terms of barrels, and they did a good job filtering over towards the back and avoiding all the different angles that they were trying to take on the CPR side. So now we'll see what the rest of the teams are going to be able to do. Is there's going to be much more action probably on the outskirts of the map as teams try to make their way in. RCO is going to be stuck in this building probably for a while.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it ends up just being a late game thing here. I saw that was a really good transition. The one caustic gas toss into another right there just really, I feel like, amplifies what we're witnessing right now from a lot of these squads. And this has been the common composition that we've seen so far, how the meta has really shifted. I keep talking about it, but it's so important. So we're going to see this a lot more often, especially for these final circles, with there being those buildings over to the side by survey camp.
I'm shocked no one is taking this side of the map right now. This is where I wanted to go and see where the action was coming from, as Vandals finds themselves a knock onto Ack over towards this side. This opposite end of the bridge is one of the more, dominant spots that you can go and hold, because then you slowly push up over towards that respawn beacon. But there's a defensive environment getting the finish on over towards Sarathi. VLF Hunter has taken a ton of damage. So did Crispy Bacon. How did that Arc Star make it in? And how was Luciana able to queue out throughout all of this? All hell breaking loose over towards this outskirts. And again, whoever walks out with this and wins this area is going to have a huge advantage towards the end game.
Wash just came out of left field, looked like they just came out of a horror movie, out of the circle, just to clean up the back end of that squad. I mean, did Halloween come early? That was absolutely terrifying. Lonely fans now, they're not doing as hot as we were used to seeing them when it comes to their equipment, but they can get these blue Evo shields down to purple rather quickly, especially with Blueberry holding onto this gold. That allows Blueberry to play a lot more aggressive if he doesn't already play aggressive on this raid.
I think that 90% of the teams in this lobby would take this loot at any given point in time, especially me. I love the 2x R301 over here, but don't like that grenade coming on. Love the gold armor too. You're going to be able to give batteries on over towards your teammates, which they're going to end up needing as Oso Raid is going to go and pick one, but you're going to have to queue on out of here. Blueberry is in such a tough spot.
I absolutely love the grenades from our teams that we're seeing tonight. The way that they're just denying so much rotation from a lot of these squads have just been on point with these grenades. You can see it happening right now to Blueberry, who's forced out of the fight just ever so slightly. Does have that gold Evo, so they would be able to get back quickly. And taking it off angle, doing 85 damage, and also has the portal in case they want to get out of this situation.
This is the value of the gold armor. The problem is getting flanked down over towards the side. Maybe another team making their way over down towards the hill. He has his portal, so there could be some sort of crazy play where they portal in over on this left-hand side if they really need to get on over here. But they could just foot it. Osa rated R, if he has his bubble, that's when they're going to go and continue to advance. Mullis needs to be hitting his scans. We haven't seen a scan in quite some time, as it looks like he's getting a decent amount of damage from a handful of different areas. A good grenade coming in from Blueberry, using his last battery as well. It's not going to go and connect, but this seems to be just one team. And this one team is adding so much pressure. It's wasting a lot of time and resources. They started off with 250, 300 ammo overall, and now you're dwindling down to your last cells, basically. You have batteries in Mollis' hand, but you've already seen Blueberry use all of his. Big 105 for Moso rated, but this fight needs to end quickly or more teams are going to join the fray.
Yeah, and that's what I'm worried about. They're landing their shots. Lonely fans are getting a lot of value out of these trades, but not only are they wasting a lot of those resources like you were talking about, they're making so much noise for the squads that were holding the building off to the side closer to Fragment. And you have to imagine those squads either are already going to circle keep what we're seeing right here, or they're going to get third party from behind when it comes to Skyhook, because that's where the circle is getting pulled into. Now they're going to take that Valkyrie ult, try to get out of here. Let's see here if Raiden gets a shot with the Sentinel. He misses, but Lonely fans now have intel that there's another squad that was rotating from right behind them, a third party.
But they don't really have time to mess with this. The only thing they're going to be able to get is loot throughout all of this. The ping's going on over towards potentially grabbing this gold outside of Crew's box, and it's going to go on over towards Mollis because he has still an opportunity with 2 games remaining to potentially pick up a lot of points after eliminating one of our stronger teams over here. GSG is one of the teams that are continuing to fight inside of the zone, inside of this blue trailer with another team on top of the sniper post. This is one of the spots that looks good until it really won't be.
Yeah, and you've already used your dome too. The circle is going to be closing, and they are in the circle, so they could sit comfy here, but for how long before another squad ends up rotating right behind them? They're even noting that the pings are coming out, and they do have the caustic, of course, so they are going to be able to hold this building with the caustic traps, but these windows are a little open to get shot from the sides.
Another team's going to rotate from behind. You got to be careful that you win this fight without getting third-partied from the team that was on top of the sniper post. Meanwhile, switch on over to Ryuk. And look at that, the bubble is placed fairly well, so they're going to be able to get onto there, but defensive bombardment is even better placed. I love that that player pushed that even further than beyond the bubble, and that's going to land for a good 100 damage and also take Chris down to fairly low health. He's going to have to go and use that battery. Turns also picked up a kill on the kill feed over towards the top right-hand side, but what a defensive bombardment, and now Dibs stuck underneath this bridge. And you'll see teams coexist on both sides of the respawn beacon and then underneath the bridge, but eventually as all those teams start to filter in, the only team that really has an advantage are the teams on both sides. The under the bridge team is going to get filtered out unless they take over a spot.
Yeah, because then they'll expose themselves, especially when that circle looks like it's just pulling closer to that respawn beacon on the northern side of Survey here. Lonely fans not only having this high ground advantage, but they're looking great on the loot, minus just the light ammo that Blueberry is going to be needing soon. That means that Blueberry is going to have to drop down and make sure to loot some of these death boxes before they end up rotating. It's nice to note that Lonely fans were originally fighting that squad that was right behind them that were holding that cart. And LKM right now have such a great position if they don't get contested over to their backside, because that is where the circle is going to be pulling here, as you can see.
It's so important to lock down this train tunnel. We talked about it early game as we predicted where the zone was going to go. Big shots coming out of Fearing Live there onto rollers, but tick, tick, tick. The caustic gas is just so strong and also protectful. Flying in with the L-Star, getting the triple kill. Nicely done, Kubsky, with the uppercuts going and helping his teammate. But there is the blue trailer fight that we were talking about. Lonely fans now starting to push. I believe they made their way over from that high ground while the other team pushed in from behind, and a big flank coming in from Mollis. And that looks like that is going to be all she wrote, unless somehow they're going to be able to pull this one out. Highlights making some big plays. CPR certified, excuse me, also coming in with the cleanup, and that's what we talked about with this trailer. It's not going to be a spot you can last very long.
Yeah, you're going to get shot from both angles. You know that someone's going to try to dive down on you, especially with these gibbies. You're going to have that dome to close in some space. But CPR, that was a really good call. They didn't want to get over... Didn't want to overextend themselves and give up this ground that they've been able to build up in this train cart here. You can see Kupski having to pop that shield bat. Does have the redeploy just in case, but they are right there next to circle. They don't want to expose their positioning just yet, especially since these caustic gas traps are blocking the rotation for CPR here.
They're going to be looking at every possible outcome in terms of what is the best place to rotate. Kubski's already checked this spot out. They have the high ground on top of this platform. If they want to play this as long as possible, there's going to be a lot of action pushing up over towards this hill, which is going to be a hill of death for all of these teams, unless there's going to be some sort of magnificent escape from Aj or maybe some amazing portal. But the flank is coming through. Enemy looks like the elimination is coming through as well, as Aj is going to clean that up. And CPR certified Rolders eats a lot of damage somehow. I'm not quite sure how that happened. They are safe up here.
They're safe, and they have the caustic gas trap to kind of block out any sort of head glitches that we see some of these players take before. Meanwhile, Protectful gonna play super ahead, wants to get aggressive, wants to be able to pressure out these squads who are now trying to heal up in time. You saw a potential teleport here, or just avoid instead, just trying to get back into cover with Protectful now pushing up. And they're forced to here, because the circle is gonna be pulling towards that squad that they're trying to face off against.
Exactly, and they're going to have to deal with them with possible grenades, but when you see Protectful, he doesn't really have anything. Has the shots, though. Big burst right there. That player just running in a straight line, maybe going for a banner. I'm not quite sure what that was, but making it look easy from Protectful side of things, and that's going to give them a big advantage going forward. RCO still in this one. RCO's been looking so solid today, and they continue to get into this top 10 area, potentially pushing for a top 5 as we have 6 squads remaining. We know one's short. It could be the team inside the building. Kubski's feeling that one. They understand with 15 seconds remaining, it is time to blow the cover off this door and push through.
And that's exactly what they're doing. They're going to get aggressive, but they have to look out to see if there's a caustic in there, and there is, so they can't just get too overly aggressive, just minus Rolders, who doesn't want to go in alone. See the patience now coming out as he tosses out his own gas trap, and this is what we're noting here. Meanwhile, Buff Pathfinder trying to secure that spot where we've seen the circle end up before. They come out on top in this fight. Hopefully they can get everybody back up and healthy before a third party rolls in. There's still 4 other spots that they have to worry about. Meanwhile, RCO, they have the superior positioning on this high ground, but they're exposing themselves too at the same time. I love the angles that they're holding because of the fact that they're so spread out. They're going to be able to cover any sort of angle that other enemies could be taking a shot at Holiday whenever he is on that high ground.
And they're using the map to their full advantage, just using the little rock directly in front of him. Borton using a great head glitch. Holiday, he's sitting in the middle of the map, but he still has this little area to fall back on where Nando's locking things down from the high ground. He could also pull a Legoron angle if he wanted to, since he could Valkyrie right back up. So everybody playing phenomenal right now, as the Phoenix kit is going to be popped. He's going to be down for about 8 or 9 seconds here, as the rest of the players are going to continue to push forward and do a little bit of a bait and switch. 1 rat left on the table, as now he's going to be finished, and you can see a potential 3-on-2 situation to win this game for RCO. They have to stay alive here. That's a good call. Drop that bubble. Defensive bombardment's been used. Get this loot, and then reset once the defensive bombardment's gone.
And they still got 35 seconds until the circle starts closing too, and now that they know that the bombardment has already been used, then this could be RCO having that intel necessary to close in this gap. I'm looking at Holiday, who's already taken some of that damage. The L-Star getting just straight beamage here, as Holiday was able to display that just earlier. Needs some of those shield cells, as we can note here that he didn't really have a lot of meds to work with. He's only got those shield cells that you have Nando dropping for him.
I can't believe throughout all this loot, throughout all of these kills, going throughout all of these death boxes, they have more ultic cells than they do actual cells. So a ridiculous turn of events here for RCO, as they're just tossing barrel after barrel. Maybe you're going to start tossing syringes at them if they run out of ammo. You're not quite sure what Borton's going to be up to. But they do have a huge advantage in terms of the amount of players that they have. 3-on-2, positional advantage towards the other team. But these head glitches are so crucial. You do not want to overextend. That little edge of the train track could be a great head glitch if you utilize it correctly.
Yeah, those ult accelerants are going to really help out Nando here to be able to get that bombardment, especially for this late game. They're playing this so slow, and I love this look for both these squads, because especially from Buff Pathfinder, just having to play in this 2v1, 2v3 rather, is going to be so difficult. You're going to be taking so much pressure as you're forced in that crate. They've used the dome now, so it's going to be the indicator here that RCO could get a little aggressive. They could call the bombardment as they do right now.
Nox gas grenade is going to be used from Malice. Again, the damage was just so high right now. They have to continue to push forward if you're RCO. This is your opportunity to go and end this one. Malice with the first knock. You have to keep your composure right here, and they do. RCO taking game number 3. That's going to be huge, not just for their standings today, but for the overall leaderboard.
That was close though. Mamba honestly almost broke their ankles right there at the end. I was sitting at the edge of my seat, but RCO played that so patiently. They knew it was at stake there, and they do manage to take that third game, leaving us just one final game here for the night, Tom.
That's right. We're going to take a quick break. When we get back, we're going to have that final game of the night and take a look at our Mobile One leaderboard. We'll be right back.
I'm fading.
One bad headache can crash your entire game.
Excedrin relieves headaches fast.
Excedrin, game over for headaches.
Game number 3 all done there, and RCO coming out with the victory. And this is a squad that we've seen a lot of on open nights over the last couple of seasons, and they should certainly be a team to keep in your mind here throughout the qualifiers to grab the win here in game number 3. Let's pull up our player of the game here for the third game of the night, and just one more remaining ahead of us here before we close out our first week of qualifiers. Remember, 8 nights over 4 weeks, and it's holiday here. Grabbing player of the game. 4 kills and an assist, and just 1 damage short of 900 in this game. So RCO taking care of business. They had the outnumbered fight there in the final circle, and they're able to get it done and grab the victory here. So we'll have to see how that shakes up our Mobile One leaderboard going into the final game. Certainly going to set up a very interesting race to the finish for our final game of the day. And it's a similar storyline to last night. Going into the final game, no repeat victories from any of the teams, and we'll have to see if, like we saw last night, maybe a repeat victory could shake things up. So we'll check on that when we go back to Vicky and Tom here in a few moments. Do want to let you guys know, if you want to keep tabs on everything going on here at Esports Arena, you can follow us on all of our socials. We're at Esports Arena on Twitter and Instagram, and at facebook.com/Esports Arena USA. Or you can just head over to our website at esportsarena.com. You can check out everything going on with Series E, see where all of our locations are, and more. So just head over to esportsarena.com. Now we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we get ready for the final game of day 2 of our qualifiers. What's going on, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Eat, Speak, Compete.
Eat, Speak, Compete.
Yes.
Name, incredible. Logo, even better.
And I'm your host, as always, Yeso, joined by my co-host, Luke Shimone Brew.
There's a lot to unpack there. I don't even know where to start.
If one of the North American teams doesn't win, their 2021 season is done. I got my fingers crossed. I think you got this. Let's turn more towards the competitive side. They finished strong.
They were like 35-2.
They finished strong.
If the only intent is, hey, let's make this game as esports as possible, then sure, but that's never going to be what Nintendo does.
And I'm very curious to see what kind of their first take on what a Valorant World Championship should look like.
Dang. That's super fun sounding.
Yeah, I think it's going to go.
That sounds super fun. I think that, like,
What is up, everyone? And welcome back to Series E. Moving into Season 4, Day 2 of the Qualifiers. T-Squared and Vicky bringing you the action. We're moving into the final game, so let's go ahead and pull up that Mobile One leaderboard and see exactly where everybody's standing, because we've had one heck of a day so far, and it's not surprising to see Buff Pathfinder up there, but I'm stoked to see RCO Vicky up there killing it today.
Yeah, the team that just took game number 3, and they're not too far off from that first place spot. Buff Pathfinder, they gotta make sure that they can make this gap way bigger than it is right now, because 40 points in comparison to 37, I mean, they're trailing right behind them just by 3 points. RCO, they're still in this, but still our top 4 in general, our top 5 rather, because 4th and 5th place here tied between Lonely Fans and High Rollers. Our squads have just been so consistent all night long.
And we have some super talented teams on that right-hand side, like KJ Che, literally vibing, OA, Tijuana Piranhas, Joy Boys, Gamers, even Cody Muffins and Petty, with only one game remaining to try to continue to add points onto that accumulative leaderboard. Let's go ahead and pull up the Mobile One high performance moment of that game number 3 and just find out how it was done. Slow and methodical are the words for RCO, because they really did take their time making sure that they go and push here, but they made sure they kept their composure, Vicky, throughout all of this, because once you see that first knock in a 2v3, you do get a little bit nervous.
Yeah, absolutely. Mama played that so well. At least the best that they could play in that moment. But keeping calm and composed is the name of the game for these end circles, especially when you're playing slow like RCO was. They wanted to make sure they could take that entire game. Not only were they doing fantastic with the KP that they racked up, they wanted that first place spot to get those additional points.
I love the way that they did that again. Just the way that they played so different from game number 1 into game number 2, coming through, showing a lot of different facets of the game, third parties, management of going over towards the zone, also good zone prediction, because a lot of teams were going and playing on the opposite side of the train track, which wasn't a bad spot, but then you're filtering out with a lot of the teams that are coming out over towards that very north-hand side that are predicting where the respawn beacon ending was. And now we're starting to see that in Apex a little bit more, with more variety in zones. I would say 80% of the time, 90% of the time, we would expect that zone to end on that very northeast side, exactly where that respawn beacon was, and a lot of where that fighting was actually taking place. So you're gonna have to adjust. You're gonna have to learn from all these different things, and no better time to do it than Series E. Moving into game number 4, one more game, the final game, to find out who's gonna have advantage going after the first week of the qualifiers.
And with this being the final game, I'm wondering here, some of these squads are going to be changing up their gameplay, maybe making it a lot faster to make sure that they can get those points, especially looking at our top 5 teams being so close when it comes to those points. Here, Harvester already trying to turn things up. You currently see as they are split up a little bit, trying to get that loot. But man, it's been so good watching a lot of these squads compete, and you can see the skill level just basically tied with one another since yesterday. And I feel like this is a great way to start off this upcoming season here for the Series E.
It's definitely been exciting, and I love the format that we have overall. But one team that was playing really strong yesterday that hasn't had the best performance, a lot of it has to do with being contested, is going to be Cody Muffins and Petty. And there it is, the first knock coming through, but it gets answered right back. We've seen some really great fighting coming in from these two teams, but now it's up to Muffins and it's up to Cody. Look at the shots from Muffins, the flatline, the gold, or the purple mag, excuse me, using that arm shield to perfection, about to already get that gray armor up over towards the blue, and they have them pinched inside right now. The res is coming through though, and the gas barrel is placed so well. Look at that counterplay coming through. There's really nothing that they could have done because the flush already came in on over towards the Petty. Cody's going to be taken down as well, and that's all she wrote. Washed, taken down, Cody, Muffins, and Petty, and they're going to rub it in to boot.
That was beautiful. What can you do in that situation? You're watching your kill get res right before your eyes, and since you're limited on the ammo and the heals that you have because you decided to take this 50-50, you just have to let it happen. They try to get aggressive, but that caustic gas trap prevented that same situation from happening. Not only does it slow you down, but of course, those buffs in the early season has really showed off to show you like how caustic is played in these high-stakes situations, especially at the start of the game, because now you're going to start off this game with momentum. You got that KP, and now they have this whole area to loot.
I'm really interested to see what RCO is doing, our winners from the previous game. They're already taking their balloon rotation outside of Harvester, hitting that balloon at 1 minute and 30 seconds, maybe even sooner. Just goes to show you how serious they actually are. They most likely got the scan. They know it's going to be a thermal station zone. They have so many different options that they can play right now. They don't have the luxury of seeing that minimap, but they should know exactly how many teams will be making their way down here, especially with that scan with the Valkyrie passive while they're flying in on over towards the balloon. Nades and OA are going to be making their way over towards the middle of thermal station, and that's what I was waiting for. I was waiting for the Valkyrie redeploy over towards the top middle of thermal station for RCO, but now RCO looks like they're going to have to go and play a little bit northern on top of that. So triple stagger already happening towards the south side of the map, and then more teams moving in from that lower south side as well. Thermal station is going to fill up quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. And now that that squad has taken that middle portion of thermal, just, you know, make sure you get that fire out, you start it up, and you get that campfire going, roast some s'mores, because you're going to be able to stay there for quite some time, as long as you're wary of how much you're using, too, in terms of ammunition, if you haven't been able to loot as much as you would like. But that's the best pace to really be for that end circle. Now you could currently see GSG, who are very close to there, as they do opt to go for those rotations on these railroad tracks. They're just dipping from landslide. They don't want really any business from the squad that are shooting at them from right behind. And the action has already turned up here in thermal. It's a double dome bubble coming in from both these squads. Have already used that up. They're trying to utilize the crates here in the middle so that way they could have it as makeshift cover. But Molus is in trouble. He's already won. He's out of this fight. He's already been knocked down. And Blueberry and Rated R have been adding in these pokes. They've gotten 2 down, so it's going to be a 2v1 unless somebody from the opposing squad could do something about this.
Blueberry with the plays. He's also laying down a portal just for luxury, just in case they want to go and take that one to play a little bit safer. But while they're portaling away, they also have to be wary of that third player that was coming around the corner from somewhere. Flushes are going to come out. Scans going to come out from Mollis as well. That's going to showcase exactly where this Tomcat Rat is going to be, and the hunt is going to be on here fairly soon, as Oso Rated is going to finish that one off. That was Bambino over towards the bottom of the map. But what a great job by Blueberry, utilizing the bubble, just strafing in there to perfection. All of the action was in front of him. He never got flanked. He was outputting so much damage. Also, you can see players coming around on the player outlines around the corner, too. So you got to stop looting here. Time to reset, and we may have another engagement.
And I see another squad flying in, too. This is the action that you were talking about. It's going to get heated here real quick. Lonely fans having no time to really just take a breather. Instead, it's Blueberry who's still hugging these crates, trying to get some last-minute heals before trying to add in this poke pressure. He's stuck here and isolated from the rest of the squad, and this is a pretty tough situation here for Blueberry, unless he could just void right back towards Mollis and Oso Rated.
Big time for a scan here. You also have the defensive bombardment that you can throw down if you really wanted to, but that would just filter them right back in over towards the building. So it doesn't make sense unless you're going to throw that one and then immediately bubble the door and make your way inside. That could be the case, as they already made their way over towards the door. Oso Rated takes a lot of damage. That's going to be Midnight with the PK. One player is skedaddling out over towards the corner that was fairly weak. That's going to be Trinal who gets knocked. Is Blueberry going to enter right back in? He is, and the Wraith was fairly weak as well. Smart play, in my opinion, especially with the gray knockdown shield, to go for the flush, but Midnight putting in serious work. R9 PK in the back pocket for him. One player is still locking down that door. Potential res over towards the back end side, but Blueberry is going for the head glitch. I believe this is a one-on-one to try to take over this building. Blueberry versus Midnight for all the marbles. One player is going to go and push their way back, potentially for a res here. Faking out the res is huge. Now the sound cue is going to come through. You're going to get the head glitch. That's exactly what you're looking for here for Blueberry.
Yeah, you're baiting them out. You're baiting so that way they can try to contest you at this point, and you have 2 knockdown shields that you could also use as some cover. You also have the stairs for your opponent that you have to watch out for, because although you see Blueberry holding this head glitch, it could easily be done right here too, and the Thermite now to ensure that they won't be able to just hold back. They do get that finish on the kill, so that way they can't utilize a knockdown shield for cover. Here we go. Ooh. Blueberry is the one to come out on top. I love the way Blueberry just played that at the end. Not only getting rid of the knockdown shield and that down player to make sure that there won't be any leftover cover, but also to get aggressive. You got to know when to hold forward, and that was beautiful from Blueberry.
That's how you play Apex right there. Blueberry just putting on a masterclass and a show on how to do everything correctly, literally playing around his teammates, going and having the presence of mind to make their way over towards the back. Look at that, Vicky. He's even being a even better teammate now, watching for the third party. He could be in there looting with the best of them, but instead he's checking out for his boys. That's what you like to see from a teammate. Blueberry doing it big. Lonely Fans really earning that fight. That was tough. Two really good teams pushing onto this building, and they took both of them down.
Curious, I can't see right here, but if there's a beacon right on the top right there, then that's going to be fantastic, because then Molus could just try to hit that, but we have to see if there is any squads rotating from behind them, because we can note that there were some squads rotating from the tree side, more so the rest of the map rotating from the staging and harvester side, northern of Thermo Station, that, you know, you're currently going to see Lonely Fans having to face off against soon, but they're going to be nicely kitted. They have that bombardment too to try to contest if they want to try to go for a different option in this rotation that we're currently seeing from Blueberry.
You saw the Sundance Film Award winning kind of picture-in-picture that we had right there off of the winning banners on over from the winning team. Just great camera work, guys, in the back. Lonely Fans continuing to push over here now as they make their way over towards the back of tree. And I wouldn't want to mess with Lonely Fans. I would not want to mess with Blueberry right now. If they saw the way that this guy was moving and thuming and shooting, they would be shaking right now.
And they have their plan set up here too. So there wasn't a beacon where they currently were at, but there was a beacon closer to tree. So they're definitely going to take that. They're going to rotate right back where they came from. So that way they can avoid a lot of his gunfire coming out from their backs. And this is what they were trying to avoid before. They noted that there were squads that were probably going to rotate through the backside of Thermo, wanted to take that high ground that house overlooks. Now they have the next circle, and they're going to be able to replenish themselves before this other squad moves in.
And now they're just rubbing it over here. Does this represent the buff Pathfinder? And look at this dib, though. Nice Nox gas grenade as he's going down. But hey, this is Thermal Station, Vicky, and this is highly contested. You know who's going to be in the vicinity, potentially picking up extra kills over here? Would be RCO. I'm not quite sure if they made their way over towards the donut side, but now it is on for Chris. Literally in the worst spot right now. In the middle, yes, but that's where everyone's going to filter towards.
Yeah, your back is going to be just revealed to Lonely Fans who are on that side. Nice grenade toss, but is it really going to be enough here with a white Evo shield? I'm just curious to see how this entire game has been going for Dib there, because it looked like they were struggling with some loot for some time. But CPR certified, we've noted this before, they have no issue holding down this building, bunkering down with these caustic gas traps. And of course, you have to know that there's probably a squad right above them, so they just can't expose their heads like this. But talking about exposing yourself, LKM not only jumping into the lava to make sure you can put in some of that pressure, but fearing live, he isn't fearing for his life himself. He gets that finish, and the bombardment is coming down. He's got that dome to help him as an extra insurance policy here for him to heal up his shields.
So many barrels, I can't tell if we're playing Apex or Donkey Kong at this point. It's getting kind of ridiculous. There's just so many caustic traps all over the place. 3 in the bottom floor over here, about 6 for CPR certified in the bottom of Thermal Station. On top of that, you're getting hit with defensive bombardment after defensive bombardment over here. LKM having one of their stronger performances over here, and I like the positioning that they have, but we were not joking when we said that Thermal Station was going to be hot. All the teams really start to filtering in over here. If you are on the outside, you're fighting to get inside, and if you're inside, you're literally laying so much cover fire down. It gets a little ridiculous, but you're also coexisting with a handful of different players and teams around the area that are trying to take you out.
Yeah, that's why the squad that was hugging over the edge of the circle had the advantage, because then they could just slowly push in, be able to get behind a lot of these other squads that have already made their rotation. We're seeing a Falk squad just dip out of the situation for what I had seen over to the left side. Trying to see where they're going to end up landing, because there is already a squad holding down to that middle building, that sniper tower that overlooks the rest of Thermal Station. And, you know, seeing the moves that we had from a lot of these squads from the early game, this squad has probably been there for a very long time, which is why they still have those blue Evo shields. They don't want to waste too much ammo since they haven't dropped down yet.
Also, shout out to our sponsors, our new sponsors that we saw down at the bottom. I see you, Nerf, Excedrin. And there's another one, I missed it, but we'll get that one a little bit later. Welcome, Vizio. I forgot it. There it is. Welcome to Series E. Hope that you guys are enjoying your stay. And honestly, I wouldn't mind a Nerf gun. That would be, send one my way, please. We know that Halo's coming out. I know they did some Halo Nerf stuff in the back. I am so down to make some content. Vicky, you want a Nerf war or what?
Oh, I was gonna say the duality event right here. I'm thinking to myself, man, I would love a G7 like Nerf gun. Can you imagine how that thing would just absolutely beam? That would hurt, but you know what? I'm living for it. If we can get one with a 2x scope or a 2x4, it's my favorite scope. And it's really nice to see how a lot of these squads are playing out so early too. into in these qualifiers, it really highlights how the skill level has really skyrocketed within the Apex meta and how these compositions have been forming. Currently could see as they are holding this outer side, they don't want to try to overextend with somebody actually dropping down towards the lava. They don't want to be the next victim here. As you're seeing the Gibby kind of get stuck, figuring out, all right, Rain, what are you going to do in this situation? You got this lip to worry about, and I think you're too big to crawl under this.
Yeah,
he actually makes it through.
Oh, there it is. There it is. It was very nicely done. Parkour, a little bit of sliding. I really like that. I think Rain would be really good at that professional tag that we've seen on ESPN before. So heads up to Rain, using those poles to perfect utilization to get the little speed boost as well. And they are in an okay spot. The problem is you can see the pings going down over towards the high ground directly behind them. If a team does elect to go and push up on top of that, they are going to be fish in a barrels. So one player is going to have to go and lock that down, and that's going to be Karma. And it's also the barrels coming in too. So I love this play. They know where they're going to go, but they understand where they're going to be vulnerable coming in from behind, and they're owning this real estate.
And this is a squad that's actually moving in from the tree side, and this is great for High Rollers because they were able to disengage so quickly from what they were doing originally, just trying to figure out where the positioning of a lot of these other squads are. That now you currently see Karma had already set up with those gas traps that you were talking about, basically making their own little house, and Goat is in trouble. Having to pop that shield bat isn't going to be a Phoenix kit, which would really help stay in this fight, but it's fine here because you have Rain putting down that dome. Goat is still going to have to take some cover here as Karma's trying to get that suppressed fire, but taking these different angles are going to allow other squads to move in and try to steal some of these kills.
Problem is once you give up those blue barrels right there, the other team's going to have a huge advantage. So they're backing off at the same time. They're on full retreat while the zone isn't closing. So if they could have held this while the zone was closing, it would have given them that much more of an advantage. Good longbow shots there coming in from Goat. Someone's going to have to go and take an unorthodox angle over towards the left-hand side. Maybe a head glitch. Nice missile barrage there. You can see the players are stunned behind the blue box. But I would love to see someone take an off angle over towards the left-hand side. And it looked like that could be Goat. You saw the potential Valkyrie come through right there, but the bubble is going to be popped. So that makes things just a little bit difficult. Look at the way that everybody is split right now. They have to get it together and make sure that they're playing angles that are actually useful without taking a ton of damage. But now the zone is starting to close, and that's the advantage that they were looking for.
And there's 5 squads left still alive. This is actually insane right now because you see a lot of these players are now forcibly having to rotate from outside of circle. Now they're going to be in the line of sight for a lot of these other squads that were already holding defensively in the thermal station. And High Rollers, they're going to be the squad that comes out on top. I love that long-range rotation that they ended up going off to the left side. They didn't want to just push right into that squad's face. They wanted to have the circle advantage. And Rain, coming out of some trouble, is going to be able to heal up in time. And they note that they did hear somebody else from down below, and maybe the rat Valkyrie that we had seen earlier on that is still alive, and I'd be really surprised here seeing that thermal is pretty open in every direction.
It's going to be up to Goat in order to go for that rat, though, because he's the only one that's going to be able to get back over towards the high ground. At the same time, if they drop and he ends up dropping, you know that Rain's going to have to drop with him and go and provide support with that bubble. So we'll see how they want to go and play that one. They could also just wait and tally that up to a little bit later, focus directly where they're going to go for the next zone. But they have a couple of options here, Vicky. You can see Donut is inside, right on that west-hand side of your screen. And speaking of Donut, there we are. We're showcasing exactly what's going on over there, but it's already a double layer stack. What I was thinking, Vicky, they could potentially do a late rotation to the very top. If anyone does that, it would be a huge play, but it's so risky.
It's so difficult to be able to move in like that and then not get pinged from a lot of the squads that are already holding that middle side of thermal. You could see CPR, they're in trouble. They've lost rollers. They don't have the caustic gas traps to be able to basically barrel themselves in this corner. If Protectful gets caught just trying to get this res, you already know RCO, they're going to push in. They're going to see that as 2 free kills to confirm here. But none of these squads want to put themselves in the middle, noting that there's already another squad holding the building off to the right.
The big brain play is when this zone closes, one of the teams on the bottom should clamber up on over towards the top. Take the roof, take that advantage. The only thing that would really focus you would be that jungle gym or the house. You are safe down here, 1000%, but the higher ground that you're going to have, the better. The problem is will there be enough teams actually focusing you while you're up there? in order to survive. Right now, RCO is feeling like that's not going to be the play based on the positioning that they're seeing from everybody. The players on the jungle gym are providing a nuisance. The players on the buildings across from the lava are being a nuisance as well. But you're in a tough spot. You have 2 teams that you're coexisting now. 4 teams stuck inside the donut. 2 on the second floor, 2 on the bottom floor, and it's going to be Karma, the first one to push, as Kimchi's going to answer that one right back. Rain's there too, and now Tonka with a big advantage in this fight.
Yeah, Tonka right here, despite losing that Valk here, they could at least still hold this upper building. They still have the Caustic still alive, as long as they could put down these barrels that they've already set up on both sides of where you would enter the building from. Bombardment now coming in, as the doors have already been blown off, and they are safe and sound inside of this building, but for how long? They don't have the Valkyrie deployed now to get out of the situation too, so they're just going to be in the line of sight for a lot of these squads that are trying to rotate.
10 squads, it's tough. It's going to be so tough with 25 players remaining. And this is the final game. The zone is so unpredictable over towards that thermal side. But the teams that picked this right, getting on over towards the top-hand side of that building is monumental. Look at, again, the teams coexisting on the bottom of the donut. You have 3 different teams sitting on the bottom side of this one, all just trying to get out of here eventually. How are you going to be able to do it? I don't know. There are so many teams in this final zone. I think about half of them are dropping in the next 40 seconds.
I wouldn't be surprised. I also saw the rat drop down from the left side of where CPR certified was at. And now as RCO have to get that res, you can see Holiday holding the edge here. The dome has already been used up. The cooldown is now unlocked, as Borden won't be able to get back into this fight. You can currently see Hundreds, who's using that wingman with just that white mag, able to move in, get the follow-up, to get the knock. But you have to note, there's like 3 other squads in the area, and they are going to capitalize off of this. HML are now down 2 people, make everybody else as they get escorted back towards the lobby. This is looking insane here for a final circle, but look at this one building, the donut building that you keep mentioning, Tom. There's like 2 to 3 squads in there, and it may be 3 real soon if CPR certified dudes does not loot up quick enough.
As predicted, half the teams are going to be eliminated, and more are starting to bite the dust. A really nice portal from Protectful, but that's going to cost him his life. Is he going to get res throughout all of this? The cover's coming in from Rollers. He's out of barrels, but does have his Nox gas grenade if he wants to go and use that. Arc Star isn't going to connect. Problem is are you skinny enough to get through there, Rollers? Have you thought about going through that portal? I know you have. That could be a scary opportunity, and it could send you right back on over towards the zone. This seems to be much safer. Go over towards the enemy portal, and meanwhile, they took their portal back. They should be coming right back on over through. Rollers may even end up tossing one more barrel directly on that portal. There it is.
He does, yeah, there you go, right there. And also being able to go through a caustic gas trap without getting pressured out, just to finish up that knock too. You see that Rollers was trying to funnel out that one last person behind the crate, and now LKM have made their moves to move in. Not only has Messiah held this building with the caustic gas traps, but they've also been able to hold the high ground, which is going to be so important for this final circle. Still, 5 other squads alive here for this squad to be worried about, rather 4. And Rambo is a rat holding on to the other side of the zip line, and that's going to be scary because once you rotate, you're essentially a sitting duck on that zip line, but there's so much action going on, you just may be able to get away with it.
I agree. Rambo could potentially pull off a big play here. And it's been interesting to see that nobody elected to play this opposite side too, because that's a big brain play. I mean, just sitting there, letting all this action unfold, turns, ripping us up with that R301, but this was not an easy prediction coming through, and Kubsky's been one of these people that predicts zones very, very well, but also Protectful's been one of the stronger Wraith players for quite some time. Rambo making the way through, queuing over the lava into the bottom side of the building, potentially going to take over the roof as well, so now a coexist happening all over the place. How is Rambo just moving all over the place for free?
Without getting shot
Rambo's
at.
a
I'm so okay. Now they finally shoot at him. I was so confused.
Is he
they
invisible?
hurt him too. I mean, at this point, I don't even know. Is that something that I missed out on the patch notes out here? And he is going to finally get taken out, but it was just a matter of time. He decided to move a little early so that way he could get ahead of the lava, so that way you won't have that noise cue go on for that squad that was holding the roof. But, I mean, you're a sitting duck again on that high ground. You got everybody shooting at you in every direction. It wasn't like you were hiding. You weren't invisible in that situation, and now CPR certified. They're sitting happily behind these crates. They may not have a building, but they have these corners that they can hold.
I think CPR certified, the way that they've been playing, could have this one in the bag. With that zone, again, closing so slowly, though, the team with the roof typically does have a pretty big advantage. It's going to be up to Protectful to do some serious work with this All-Star. We've seen what he's been able to do in the past, pushing and bullying the teams, and now pushing Fearing Live inside the door with turns, locking down this top-hand side, too. It's going to be pretty difficult to get a good angle onto where Protectful's at, but that's going to be a nice bubble coming out from Fearing Live, and that was the angle that they needed to do, but they still overextended. Protectful pushed himself in the zone. That may cost him. He does have a little bit of help from the rest of his teammates if he wants to go and use this, but it looks like the other team's going to elect to play the very top-hand side to try to wait for the rest of the teams to fight, so then they could be the last team to third party. Aj is going to drop, and now it's going to be a 2-on-3 down below, but remember, Protectful took a decent amount of damage from the zone. Kubsky did as well. It doesn't matter. CPR certified with the Nox gas grenade, with all of the damage that they had, is going to take it, and what a tough game, Vicky. They had to fight so hard to get to that point.
Can we note these circles real quick? These circles have not been easy for these squads. That was actually insane. I mean, at that point, you're stuck on an island where your only entry into this is just putting yourself in the line of sight of everybody else that had already rotated in thermal. That was really difficult, but amazing from CPR certified. I saw some spaghetti being flung around at the very end there from both squads, but CPR certified kept their cool. They stayed on that low ground, and they had the line of sight of where that top squad was, and that was really good gameplay from CPR.
Keeping your cool, not easy in thermal, especially with so many teams. But that was the final game. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to tally up the scores, find out not only who is getting that cash prize, but more importantly, who's going to continue to add points in for this qualification process of Series Z. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, folks. That's all 4 games done here for tonight's competition in our Series Z qualifiers for Season 4. And CPR certified, able to close the night out with a victory. And they're going to love all the points they were able to pick up there. But we'll have to see where it puts them on our Mobile One leaderboard here in a few minutes when we go back to Vicky and Tama. Let's check out our final player of the game here for the night as we close out week 1 of our qualifiers. It's going to go over to Wilder. 7 kills, 16, 51 there.
Pressures coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme. The true side trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. Your memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. Get the bars to the breaks. I'm talking one chance that was so good for the go. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Let's go.
What is up, everyone? Welcome back to Series Z. We've wrapped up all 4 games, and we had one heck of a day overall. Big shout out to everyone that was watching, all the gamers that participated. Let's go ahead and take a look at that Mobile One leaderboard to find out exactly where everybody necessarily stood, because we saw some amazing games yesterday with Buff Pathfinder. They were still right back at it today. Cody Muffins, unfortunately for them with Petty, they didn't have their best performance because they were getting 50-50 overall. RCO is going to go and take that second place today instead. And look at that, Buff Pathfinder, RCO, so close, but also with 4 games, they're averaging 10 points overall. Goes to show you how evenly matched this was, Vicky. It really could have been anybody from 1 through 7.
What, and Lonely Fans and CPR Certified are tied too. So are LKM and High. This is insane, actually. These squads really coming out to show how close they are in skill level. This is really intense here. But Buff Pathfinder, this is the squad that I got in second place yesterday. They've been able to stay on top this entire time, and that really shows you this consistency that we're seeing from the squad. You definitely don't want to miss seeing more action from this team, Buff Pathfinder. I'm really excited because, of course, they're also just spreading the word. Hashtag Buff Pathfinder. That's where things were going downhill when everybody started scanning these beacons. But this squad in general, they don't need to be nerfed. They're honestly taking it. They took game number 2, and I feel like tonight with a lot of these games, Tom, we got to see a lot of different squads take each and every one of these different games, starting with Tonka game 1, you got Buff Pathfinder game 2, RCO taking game 3, and of course CPR Certified taking our last game.
And you got to love the way that Lonely Fans played as well. Let's take a look at the Mobile One high performance moment of our final game. And wow, what a performance from so many different players. But this time, it's coming down to CPR Certified and a lot of this All-Star play from Protectful. He had a great portal. It's a little bit of zone damage there, but he just wanted to make things interesting for the other teams, get their hopes up just a little bit more before he crushes them with the rollers, Nox Gas Grenade, and Kubski's there as well. Look at that, the All-Star just putting in so much work. No chance for Aj. He's going to realize there's 3 players over there. Kubski's going to work things down with the flat line. Ring's going to kill Aj, and then there goes all of the damage that they needed with the rest of the grenade, or with the Nox Gas Grenade. A very tough final game there, and that type of tough game has to feel good for CPR Certified going forward.
Yeah, Protectful at the very end, they're also showing some respect. The reason why they went through the back and took some of that circle damage just so that way they could be out of that line of sight of where you see Turns just holding onto that high ground. Nothing to kind of give the opposing squad any sort of momentum where they feel confident, because confidence is so important in these final circles, especially when you're forced into that low ground. And CPR Certified, they kept their cool. They had the Nox Gas too, just for some insurance in case they drop down, and they are going to be able to take that final game.
Really nicely done. Also so important to keep your Wraith alive there at the very end. If you need to phase out, make sure that you're doing something crazy with all this things that's going on with the zone closing. But CPR Certified, congratulations for taking game number 4. But most importantly, congratulations to Buff Pathfinder. Make sure that you guys tune in next week again. Tuesday and Wednesday, we'll continue those qualifications. But that's it for Vicky and myself. We're going to toss this to Yeso back at the studio. Everyone have a good night.
Thanks, Tom. Well done, Vicky and Tom, as always. Pleasure to listen to you guys bring all 4 of those games to us here tonight. And once again, congratulations to Buff Pathfinder for the victory here tonight. Obviously a very tight race, but they just edge it out there over RCO. big points on the line here this week, and that does wrap up the first week of our qualifiers, but we still have 3 more to go. And as Tom mentioned, we'll kick it right back off once again this next Tuesday and Wednesday. So don't miss out on that. If you want to watch the show right here at twitch.tv/esports arena. If you want to compete, matcherino.com/ESA. There's still time to get in for the qualifiers and try to battle for your spot in Season 4 of Series E. That's going to do it for me here tonight, folks. I hope you enjoyed the show. I certainly had a blast. Love getting to come out and watch all this up-and-coming talent in the Apex scene battle it out to come and compete in Series E. So I'm looking forward to next week as well. We'll have some cool content for you tomorrow as well. If you're looking for more Esports Arena stuff, we'll have some Pokemon, maybe some Smash tomorrow as well. Make sure to tune in right here. And that's going to do it for tonight, folks. Thanks so much for joining us, for myself, the entire live broadcast crew, and everybody here at Esports Arena. We'll see you again next time.